Hello and welcome to the ESL Major League Evolve Finals. We are live here from Poland, Katowice, and it's my pleasure to be your host for tonight's games. I say tonight, it's going to be a long one. We've got a whole lot of games to play, and we need to crown ourselves some champions. What we have here, it was 8 weeks of qualifiers just to get to this very spot. 140 games were played just to get here, and teams and players from 18 different countries participated to boil down to these 4 teams. It really is going to be a bit of a spectacle, and it's my pleasure to be hosting. Of course, I'm not alone. There is a commentary team to bring you the action, and I think they'd like to say hello as well.
Thank you so much, Alex. And yeah, I'm certainly not alone either. I'm joined by the beautiful DB. How are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling great. Happy to be here. Super stoked to see what unfolds today. I have a feeling these guys are not going to let us down. They have been killing it week after week. The competition has been getting more and more intense as we're getting further along in this majors playoffs in the tournament. And I feel like they are just going to bring some craziness today, and I'm absolutely ready for it.
I think we're all just about ready for the craziness. Alex, this is going to be one hell of a day.
There's absolutely no doubt about it, and you can see exactly what's going to be going down today or tonight as well, depending on where you are watching. We're going to be bringing you a whole load of games. You can see the bracket in front of you. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a split stream because there's so many games unfolding. Of course, you're going to be seeing the other semi-final as well as the lower bracket final being played out on the other Twitch stream, which is twitch.tv/Turtle Rock Studios. So do be sure to check that one out as well. But don't go anywhere. I want 2 streams running. Don't leave us in the cold. Keep your eyes on the stream because we have got a really, I want to say excited players that are just waiting backstage ready to make their way out. This is very, very exciting for them. I think there have been big smiles just here in the practice area, all around the event. And I think we may as well start meeting them as well. So in no particular order, the first 2 teams that are going to be participating, it's my pleasure to introduce Team YP. Hello, Nightwayne. How you doing, dude?
Doing great, thanks.
Can I say how am I?
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you for asking. See, we've got manners here in Evolve Esports already. So the first thing I'm going to ask off the bat, it's something I feel a lot of people would love to know, is you guys are regarded as the favorites. I mean, I was picking DB and Pansy's brains, you know, coming into this saying, who's the best team? A lot of people regard you as that. Is that a lot of extra pressure?
Of course, it's a lot of extra pressure. I mean, people expect a lot of good performance from us, and then we have to deliver. And this is some of us is our first LAN here, so it is pretty, nerve-cracking sometimes.
I mean, the whole idea of first LAN is that how many times is it the first LAN for? How many players is it? There we go.
For 2 of us, I think it's our first LAN.
Okay, so nerves are definitely high on the YP side. But going into this one, you got any tricks up your sleeve, or are you guys just going to play the same game you played online?
I think it's important for us to just, keep calm and play as usual, and then we should be fine after.
All right, okay. Well, I'll let you guys get back to your team. I'll let you guys warm up because you're going to have to introduce your opponents now. Thank you. And I did mention their opponents. Their opponents are a team that are definitely one not too shy from the limelight. It is going to be Endurance Gaming. Let's see them walk on. Yeah, so you guys going up against the favorites. That's immediately the first question I'm going to ask you. You come on here, already the nerves are high. Going up against the favorites first, how does that make you feel?
Right now, we just want to get back to the game, really. We're quite excited, not that nervous, really. We feel well prepared, and we hope that we can bring some really good games today.
So you say well prepared. I'm going to have to ask, what did you do in preparation for this event? Just a whole lot of Evolve?
A lot of Evolve, definitely, but also like preparations, team meetings, like discussing, looking at maps. We have our strategies, and we talk about them in the hotel room, places where we find room for it.
So you say you've been doing a lot of practice. Is that in-game as well as for the veto, as well as that going to be coming into that? Have you got a good plan of coming up against YP with your maps?
Yeah, we have been thinking about the maps really carefully here.
All right, so we're going to have quite a game on our hands. I'll let you get back and start warming up because we are going to be starting to head back to the desk and see what the brains have to say about this matchup. I'd love to hear what Pansy and DB are thinking about.
Well, there's a lot to think about, to say the
Yeah.
very least, between these two. There's so much to be said already. I think we're just going to have to kind of like boil it right down. Let's start off with Team YP, because these guys, you know what, they are the favorites. There's no disputing that. The only thing people are saying is, how can they adapt to land? Can they keep that same dominance up? And I think there's a lot to be seen from these guys. As they already said, they're a little nervous. The first hurdle is going to be staying calm. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think they can keep up with how they've been performing thus far?
I do, but as you said, they are the favorites, and there is a huge responsibility and huge stress that comes with that.
Yeah.
They've also recently, as mentioned here briefly, they've picked up a sponsor. They've picked up Team YP as their sponsor. And as we know, if you keep up with esports, Team YP new to the scene, but already signing major team and working on some others here. And so they have the added pressure of having this new sponsorship to perform for them as well.
100%.
But at the same time, I think it's also probably brought them a little bit closer to each other.
100%.
As
I
now
can't disagree.
they're all
Yeah.
rocking the same jersey. They're
Exactly.
looking sharp and looking ready to play. That said, though, as we discussed earlier, there could be potentially a slow, cautious start to this majors finals.
See, now that's what I was going to go on to, because there's always that level of having to be ready for these events, having to be ready for your opponent, and not being overconfident, not out, kind of outdoing yourself in the first game. So we were discussing scorelines, really, in our predictions of this match especially, and we said, you know what? I think it's going to be a slow start, maybe a 1-1, keeping it close, keeping it fairly in touch, until maybe we start seeing Team YP get that confidence in them.
Sure.
But then it's not taking anything away from Endurance Gaming. These guys aren't new to this. This is a big team with some very big names there as well.
Absolutely. And, both of these teams right now, even though, like, for example, Team YP coming through, not dropping a single round through these majors into the semifinals. That said, both of these teams at this point, as this is the first Evolve Majors finals, everybody here has something to prove. Even though there is a 1, 2, 3, and 4 seed, everybody here wants to win that title.
There's no two ways about it. I
Absolutely.
think we're about to start seeing these pick and bans come in. So it does seem as though Team YP have taken away Barracks thus far, and this is going to be the discussion point I want you to kind of break down, because I know you love this game like it's a relative of you by now. But these picks and bans, they're not as random as people may think. There is a lot of detail to this, and a lot of the teams may target certain bans here. What does that kind of entail? Because I know you can explain this perfectly.
Sure. So it starts with the entire map pool, which is unique specifically to ESL majors. There is a map pool that these teams pick from. The map pool was created based on the favorite maps of the scene and the competitive players. And then from that map pool, they are deciding the maps that they want to play on today. And as we just heard, the maps are going to come in huge in these decisions based on their strategies, based on their experience with their maps, and even their experience playing this team on this map. As we know, a lot of these guys, they scrim together, they play against each other in the Go For It Cups, and of course, in majors here, there's not a lot between these teams that they haven't seen.
Exactly. Now, just to keep you guys up to date, and of course, it's going to be Barracks, Weather Control, and Medlab so far have been removed. Now, maybe to the more casual player, they don't realize some of the strategy that goes behind some of these bans and some of these picks. And a lot of the map size comes into effect, and I think you can explain how that kind of works out for these teams.
So some of the obvious picks, and we'll get into those later, are the character selections, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people see that as being the most important part of the selection process is the team comps. But as we're going to see here today, maps are going to play a huge role. And the difference in the maps is there is size differences. So some maps are larger, some maps are smaller. If you're a monster player, you may prefer a larger map because it's going to give you more room to evade the hunters, more room to feed and farm, and more room to speed away from them. So the size of the map comes into play. The farm routes come into play as well, how the monster can feed, in what order it's going to feed. And speaking with some of the players, I spoke with Legendary specifically. He's playing Assault for Endurance today, but he is primarily a monster player. And when talking to him, it sort of becomes a chess match, if you will, to where you need to have escape routes planned, and you're thinking, 5 steps ahead of, if I end up here and I get caught here,
What's my next move?
Exactly. How do I escape from this situation if it goes bad? So these guys are so deep into this game that they are thinking, 5-10 steps ahead, and we're going to see a lot of that play here today. The beauty of it, though, is that we're not going to see it play out step by step. We're going to have to see it unfold as the action happens.
So it does seem as though we know the tiebreaker map right now, which was Team YP's choice.
Yep.
That'd be Orbital Drill.
All
so
right.
something we were discussing earlier, something we were, I guess, assuming we might actually get to see being played out. But as a tiebreaker, what do we make of that? Because we know who's playing first and kind of who's going to be left on that final kind of map to really make it count.
Yeah, so being a best of 7, it's an odd number, of course. Conjugates is going to be the first monster player, which means if we do go to the tiebreaker, he is going to be the monster player on the tiebreaker. So you're going to see potentially the pick in the maps, the bans playing into that role based on potentially who he's going to play. And then you also have to consider his monster might be banned in that game.
That's
he might be pushed
factor.
to a different monster. And how does that, other monster selection work on this map choice?
Okay, so NDG have gone for Distillery. Now that'll be in regular time, not in a tiebreaker effect. So Distillery coming in, another one we're pretty sure was going to be featured.
Yeah, so we discussed earlier, there are some maps with crazy elevation changes, and this usually works out in the monster's favor because of the extra traversals they have with their abilities, and because of just the speed and the mobility of the monsters. They could traverse up and down at a pretty rapid pace.
Yes.
The hunters have to manage their jetpacks, and if a hunter team gets caught down in low elevation is trying to make their way back up, sometimes they're not going to be able to keep up with the monster, so this will potentially work in the monster's favor. Distillery is a pretty flat map when it comes down to it, but as we talked earlier, there are some areas in Distillery that can be advantageous to the monster. There's a big cave area, and there's a lot of water where the monster can move around without leaving any tracks.
Now, that in mind, next map coming in from Team YP is going to be Armory. So, along the same vein in your mind, or something completely different?
A bit. They're two completely different biomes, and within the biomes, there are some consistent features as far as pillars and structures that the monster and the hunters can navigate, use to position themselves. But at the same time, there are some different wildlife you're going to see, and even the type of wildlife in these maps is something they think about.
Now, Wraith Trap will be the final map we're going to be seeing coming in, or at least the final of the picks coming
I love it.
through.
It's actually one of my favorites. So
really? Okay.
Yeah, Wraith Trap is literally a Wraith Trap. There's a Wraith in the middle of the map in there. And besides that, though, it is one of these maps that has very diverse biomes within that map. So there's a lush forest area, and then there's a barren desert area. And as you can imagine, the barren desert area is going to provide less cover. It's going to be more open, and you might not blend in as well there as a monster. You get into that forest area, you're able to find more food because, of course, the creatures are going to move to the water. They're going to move to the plants that they can eat. And so as a monster, you're going to be looking for that when you plan your feed.
Right, let's get away from the maps. Let's get ready to see team number 1. Let's be on the team sheets coming up just about now. That'll be Team YP. I'm pretty sure you guys at home know who these guys are, but just to run you through it, just in case somehow you've blinked and missed it at some point in your life. Nightwayne, Rune, Savvy, and Spanners, and then, of course, Source to round it all out. But that's a dangerous lineup there. These guys, they're feared for a reason. Yeah,
known for that fear that they bring on both the hunter and the monster side of things. Source being a dominant monster player, one of the best in the scene, and having that backup on the hunter squad. We spoke about nerves, we spoke about first lands, but this team does have that confidence on either side where their monster player can rely on their hunters to do well, and vice versa.
It's going to have to be a factor coming into this. These guys need to stay focused, and it's always a pressure. You saw Nightwayne did look a little nervous. There's no disputing it, but as I said, I think this game 1 coming through is going to be the telling point for them. Are they going to be calm? Are they going to be fine? Are we going to see a crack? I think that's the big thing I'm looking out towards, is how will they come into this, because they're a team known for their flashy plays. They like to play a little risky there. Source himself loves it, but it's shown in the Hunter squad as well. So I'm hoping we see something a little bit, maybe a little bit of a flash of flavor, let's say, down the line. But enough of what we think about the team. Let's hear it from themselves.
All right, I'm excited for this.
we have to concentrate on having a good time here and just do our best, basically.
Basically, we are winners in our heart.
Just do it! Yeah!
First time meeting each other is pretty fun, actually. You don't really expect people to be this fun because we've never really seen each other's faces, and now we can really laugh together and just hang out. Everyone's really fun.
First impressions of Poland in Europe. Poland is amazing. This place is gorgeous. People are beautiful. The food is awesome. I'm going to be very sad leaving here.
You know what?
Wow.
Sauce looks confident as hell. That's gonna. Do you know what? If I was playing against that guy, I'd be nervous just
Yes.
watching that video. They seem
Yes.
so ready for this.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
I have to agree with him. My experience here has been exactly the same. And I wanted to say, besides the beautiful people, the great food, and the amazing juxtaposition of old and new architecture,
beautiful to look
which
at.
is phenomenal. My favorite part so far about being here was meeting these guys and gals.
I agree.
It has been amazing. We sat down on Thursday night, and every single one of these players was hanging out with each other, having a laugh, having a drink, eating food, and just absolutely enjoying their time here. So it's been a pleasure, absolute pleasure to be here with these guys.
I'm exactly with you on that because I've
Yeah.
never met such a nice community who are so passionate about what they do and just love being around each other, having such a great time. But niceties aside, we need
Yes.
to meet the opponents, of course. There is going to be one other team coming into this matchup, and that's going to be Endurance Gaming. Now, you may not know them as well, let's say, as your Team YP or NJP, if you want to go back that far. But there's a lot of players here. You know, Legendary is a name that will instantly stand out to people. But as you said, and noted earlier, he's not in his normal position, or
Right.
his most known role, I think, is the
Sure.
best way to put it.
Yeah, he snuck his way in here.
Somehow.
Yes.
We tried to keep him away,
To
but he's
get to the
made it
majors.
through.
These guys are also a very solid team and also well known within the community. Every single one of them is a name that you're going to either recognize from a stream, from a chat, discussing strategy on the forums. These guys are all well involved in Evolve.
It's amazing to watch these guys play. I've had the pleasure of casting them, of course, so
Yeah.
beautiful to watch, but I'm hoping that they can pull themselves into this one. This is my big thing. You're going to look at Team YP as the favorites. They can come in with their very basics, and you'd still argue they're probably better than most, but there's an opportunity here. There's nerves on the line.
Sure.
If Endurance Gaming find that little bit of a weakness, they find an opportunity, they could maybe do something here, and I don't know what it's going to take for them to pull it off, but there's a chance.
Absolutely. There's a chance for all of these teams. We saw a lot of games go into the tiebreaker. A lot of games go
Yes.
deep into their series. And I don't expect anything different here, especially with these four teams. I expect these to go the distance.
I'm with you there, but let's find out if anyone's got, let's say, the charisma that we saw from Source for Endurance.
We feel very well prepared. We've been intensifying our practices during the last couple of days, especially before the finals. And after having Sahar joining our team for the finals, we've been trying to get the team together, practicing even more, discussing more strategies, and trying to adjust to the new patch before the finals. It's the first time we meet each other in person, but we've been talking to each other for months and months on TeamSpeak and Skype and all kinds of stuff, so we feel like we know each other quite well. Playing around cameras, playing on stream, playing in front of people with an audience, it's always going to be a question about keeping your nerves calm, you know, playing at a competitive level, and just think about your game basically, without worrying too much about what the people around you think. You need to focus on your task at hand.
Now, there always is a danger to a team that have just come together, not just, but very recently, I guess is the best way to put it. There's an unpredictability, there's a hardness to read, and I think we're going to see that maybe featured in this matchup. Now, your thoughts on these guys, because you've got to watch them a fair bit, you've known them quite some time, you know they're very active in the scene and the community.
Sure.
And vocal, to say the least. What do you make of these guys coming together as this collective?
So exactly what you said. A lot of people may look at the new addition of a teammate as potentially a weakness because they haven't had that cohesiveness that forms over time with the team. But at the same time, there is that unknown factor. People are used to seeing Legendary as a monster player, not on Assault. So what kind of damage does he bring? We're about to find out. Their intensity in that video, that was not.
They look focused.
Yeah, and that's not staged for that video. That's how this team is. They're very focused. They're very serious about this. They want this, and I absolutely expect them to take a game, or if not 3, maybe 4, off of Team YP.
All right, now I do believe the teams are almost prepared, but let's take a look at the picks they're coming into this with. We know the maps, but let's find out what they've gone for here. And looking at this one, well, okay, we've got the Kraken coming out. That's not too surprising, but outside of that, this is a bit of a different combination. What do we make of it? So we've got Torvald, we've got Sunny, we've got Val, and Maggie coming through. Now, there's at least 2 names in there that not necessarily surprise me, but I didn't think it would be coming out this early.
No, you mentioned YP and what they were going to bring, and we know that these teams, all 4 of them, have been playing in secrecy and have been developing potentially new strats. And of course, also, as you heard him mention, they are also balancing off of that new patch and how they need to adapt to that going into the finals here for the majors. So you're seeing a very strong Val. Val has finally got that love that she's been deserving.
I've loved her from the start, man. I was always gutted when people didn't pick her up. But
Me too.
It's good
she
to
is
see.
absolutely my favorite, and to see her being played here in the first game, it warms my cold, dead heart.
Your cold, dead heart. Fantastic.
So Maggie and Daisy. Is a solid pick.
That's a solid combo.
I always think it's a solid pick. Even if you're going to run into a sneaky monster, you do have the ability to find that monster with Daisy, and you do have those traps, which are very strong, especially if you get some high elevated traps for the Kraken here. The sort of X factor in this is Sunny. So.
I did not expect that.
Me either.
I said this. I was saying this yesterday. I can't remember who it was too. I think it was actually these guys out there. I was thinking before. I was like, I researched a lot of the characters. I was looking into them. I was looking at Sunny. I was like, no one's gonna pick Sunny. You know what I mean? Like, no one goes for that normally. There's so many better options overall, and now it's come to the finals. They're like,
so as far
okay,
as we know,
let's bring it out, right?
As far as we think.
What do they have up their sleeves here? What is this combination? Like, looking at this sort of, let's say, this mash of characters, this mash of hunters.
Yeah.
What do you see if you dare make a prediction?
No, absolutely. So this is the Sunny pick here. What the Sunny pick brings is the Sunny pick brings the potential of a shield, but at the same time high damage output. So they could potentially be looking to melt down this Kraken early on.
All right, it does seem as though we are actually ready for the game right now. So let's not waste any time. Let's get in here and see what we have kicking off the very first game. And already it does look as though we are into this. And take me through what you've seen so far, because I know you've been keeping your eyes drilled on this one.
Yes, here we are. This is exactly what we were talking about here. This is Wraith Trap in the middle. This is our observer mode in Evolve. And as we mentioned in the last couple of streams, we do have some adjustments, some improvements to the observer mode, and you're going to see that right here. This is the main thing that we need to focus on early on, and this is the character perk selection, which you can now see immediately here in the game. So abilities recharge 20% faster, so recharge, reload on the monster. So what you're going to be seeing is those coming back and being able to be used at a quicker pace for the monster. Increased battery or clip size, the capacity bonus on Torvald means that he's going to be able to use those abilities and have them deal out even more damage than they normally would. And then you see jetpack recharge on both Val and Sunny, so that's going to help them maneuver, keep up with the monster. And as you can see, the monster Trank there, that's what Val brings to the table, keeping the monster slowed and visible for the rest of the team. The jetpack recharge is going to help them keep up with the monster and be able to drop that dome. As you can see there, they do get the monster in, but unfortunately a little room to wiggle for the Kraken.
We said this before, taking these engagements correctly is a massive factor in this one. Now, Conduits is doing well. He's dodging, he's juking, he's keeping them back at a fairly decent pace, but Nightwing's well aware of this. And what is this initial focus going to come out in? It looks like they're not getting too much damage done just yet, but they're keeping fairly close tabs.
Yeah, no, they need to be careful. Kraken is not a monster to be taken lightly. As you can see, they're slowly moving in. They're getting traps down with Nightwing. As we look at Nightwing,
look at that. He got a little bit of a beat then towards Spanners. It seems Spanners gonna have to back away a touch, play a little bit safer, maybe keep that in mind. But the armor has now been removed away from the Kraken, so pretty much true damage essentially is what's going to be coming in towards him. So Conduit's got to be a little bit careful here because this is going to start hurting a hell of a lot on Rune. He's not messing around this time. He's got himself right up close and personal. The sneak attack buys a second, but that dome's be going down soon. But this is a good initial engagement.
Absolutely, this is a great engagement for the Hunters. As we know, this is permanent damage. The only way that you're going to see a bigger health bar is if the monster stages up. So any damage the Hunters can get early on is great for the Hunters. Nightwing, he took reduced incoming damage, which means that he's going to be able to stay up and healthy longer in that arena, because when you see these early engagements, a lot of times the focus is going to be on the Trapper to try and get that mobile arena to fall.
Yep, and already it looks like Conduits is getting fairly close towards stage 2. And looking at this map, when they go for the evolution, is there a common spot do you think they're looking for? Do you think they'll understand Conduit's roots here? Has he got something in mind you can maybe imagine?
Absolutely. So we'll put the mini-map on, and as you can see here, there's this platform in the top right-hand corner. The monster's making his way along the edge of the map, and will eventually get to this point. As you can see, he's ready to stage up. He's got a full evolve meter. So if he gets over to this platform area, there's a lot of cover over there that monsters like to go underneath and stage up from. But right now, he is on the move. He's actually going to move back through them. As you can see, the mobile arena is up right now. It is able to be thrown, but the Trapper, though, as you can see, the split that they're taking on the mini-map there, the Trapper was actually not close to the teammates and is not able to get the dome. Clutch Tranks coming in from Val, and that's what I love to see and why I love to see her being played.
It was my favorite feature, I kid you not. Just the beauty of being able to keep such a good beat, such a close eye towards what any monster is actually doing. It's always incredible to see. So Conduits is not going to have an easy time getting that distance, getting that room to breathe. He's always going to have these guys fairly close behind, but he is getting some room here. And he's desperately looking for somewhere to look for that evolution.
So this is the other perk of the Sunny pick, which is the jetpack boost, which is going to allow Sunny to help not only Val get up close, but also the Trapper as well.
And bearing in mind, Nightwing is the in-game leader. We are going to see the Kraken going towards stage 2. Does he have much room here? They are closing in, but he should be able to be back up and running. But, of course, so little armor there to go for. This could get dangerous here, and that dome is available. If they get some early damage, he could be in trouble. Lightning Strike and Vortex gone for. Trank Dart comes in. Are they going to be able to get that dome down? It does look he's caught in there. This could be disastrous for him.
Absolutely. They also get it with no infinity loop, so they do manage to get the side of the dome on the pillar there. He is locked in here and needs to fight right now, and at the same time, try to mitigate as much damage as possible. There is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide in this arena.
Team YP are about to bring the pain. This is going to get real dangerous for Conduits. He's already down to just around the halfway meter there on that HP overall. Good little bit of the personal shield and the shield immune pop there by Rune. He's keeping himself safe. He's keeping himself doing the damage here. And Conduits is starting to struggle already, trying to dodge it away, try and get away from the damage coming towards him. But there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's down to those final 2 bars almost. This could be over.
Yeah, Sunny got down a shield up top, and that shield was just destroyed. So that entire fight, they did have shield help from Sunny, which is what makes her an important pick here, and why we could see why they decided to pick her is because not only does she bring that damage, but she also brings the defense as well. Team YP takes game 1 with their Hunter squad.
Now this is the dangerous start I was talking about. If they get off to a good beginning, if they get confident, God only knows what they can now do going forward.
Absolutely.
I almost want, it sounds harsh, but I almost wanted them not to pick up that first round to see how hard they could then fight.
Sure.
But they came out, they caught that stage 1 to 2 evolution, and it just spiraled off the back.
Absolutely. Yeah, very strong play right off the bat from them. I think if they had had a similar dome in the first dome with nowhere to hide behind the pillar, which is the best way for a monster to mitigate damage when they're stuck in a mobile arena, it could have been even quicker at that point for the Hunters.
So let's kind of turn it around then
Yeah.
and look at the other side of things. It wasn't the worst performance I've seen from a Kraken before, but do you think there's a little bit of nerves coming through there for Endurance Gaming? Do you think we saw maybe not the best of starts, of course, but do you think they can recover from this, or how's that going to go? Because that's got to be in the back of his mind, because he's going to play the tiebreaker at the end if needed.
Well, we're playing potentially 7, so there's a lot of games left in this match.
There is. It's not
and
over.
this is just the first. So that said, that was a pretty dominant victory. And so that said, that can go either way for a team, right? I think the true mark of a champion is being faced with adversity and then pushing back through that. As they say in the Batman movies, you know, why do we fall? So anyway, here we are in
The
game
movie
2
quotes
in
are
just a
coming out.
moment. We're going to get here into game 2. I'm going to leave here and get in.
Yeah, so we will be getting, obviously, the other side of it now. We've
Yeah.
already seen the Kraken, the monster coming through for one of the sides already, but now it's the big dog himself. It's Source going to be playing out with the Kraken, no real surprise there. And look at what we got picked, Hyde, Val, Hank, and Abe coming through. Something maybe a little bit more towards the normality, something that maybe is a little more normal, I guess, if you want to include Val now after, she's had that little bit of a touch-up, let's say. But
Sure.
outside of that, quite a standard-ish pick. What do you think they've got in mind in this one?
So the beam team of Hank and Val is very strong, and it's a very safe choice. And I think, as we discussed earlier, regardless of that first monster game, the Hunter team still needs to think about what they need to do, regardless of if they have a win or a loss at this point, right? They're still going to come out and potentially try and play a safe, conservative game the first way, size up their opponent, which is what I think Evolve comes down to a lot of the time. Is it could be comparable to a boxing match. You don't come out, unless you're Mike Tyson, you don't come out and try to KO somebody in the first 30 seconds. You come in, you throw a jab here, you throw a jab there, and you try and size up your opponent and see what they're bringing to the table. And then you can see if you can wear them out in the long distance game. So a lot of that applies to Evolve. So right now, regardless of where their team's at, they're still going to play their game that they came here to play. And they're going to bring that with the beam team of those two, which I think is a very strong choice. Abe is a great trapper. I like the damage that he brings, as well as being able to constantly track the monster with the tracking dart. And Hyde, although some would argue that Markov is a better choice here because of his lightning gun and being able to work against the Banshee mines there on the Kraken and also get that locked on range. I love Hyde in any situation. He's my absolute favorite assault. And that flamethrower, you just need to conserve your jetpack. You just need to be able to get up in the air and get in that Kraken's face. And some of my favorite moments playing Evolve are when I'm up in the air having aerial battles with the Kraken with that flamethrower.
Well, it's a lot of pressure going on towards Legendary as well. This is, a chance for him to show what he's got on Assault. Everyone knows him as the monster player. Everyone knows him as that. So we're going to find out if he can bring maybe a little bit of fire coming in towards this matchup. But Source, I'm curious to see what he can bring here because, there's a lot been said about him. He looked confident in that video. He's been talking pretty loudly. So I want to see how well he can come into this one and if he's going to have the big performance. Already his team stepped up to play. Now he has to do the same. There's a little bit of pressure there for him too.
Absolutely. Maybe even more now with that win. They won so strong. It's up to him now to try and push it and really try and close this out. Because, I mean, as much as we want to see this go to Game 7 and be a really tight series, I can guarantee that these teams, they want to sweep if they can get it, right?
No one's going to turn that down. Unless you're absolutely insane. You want to get it done and dusted. But it does look we are almost ready to get underway here. And we are into this. So, as said, Legendary, we're going to be on that Assault. Red Panda coming in on towards Val, Domi, and Cowtail to close it out on the other two. But now let's look at Source. What do we expect to see from him in the early stages?
Similar play. We are here on Race Trap again, of course. They're both going to run on the same maps. And so what you're seeing here is the path that he's taking, and we'll pop the mini map open. You can see the drop zone and where the hunters are coming from. the path that he's taking right now, look at where he is with his evolve meter already. There is Mammoth Bird after Mammoth Bird after Mammoth Bird, and then some Reavers, and he's almost ready to stage up at this point. It's a very fast path, and then at this point, he is on the far edge of the map here in the lush forest area where it meets the desert. What he needs to do here now, as he is just about ready to stage up to stage 2, is to push towards the other end of the map and get a safe evolve off, which is what we didn't really see from Conjugates. Although he did have some great speed going, Val kept him trank the entire time. They had the boost from Sunny, so they were always very close. When he staged up, he got caught with just a little bit of armor, and that was it.
It certainly
That's all they needed.
That's all it took. But we are going to see them starting to close in a little bit here. You can see the trank darts are coming through. Val's going to be doing her duty there. And Cowtail, of course, can do just about the same. So these guys can really keep track of this Kraken, but at the moment he's keeping ahead of himself. He's not being able to get away too comfortably, though. They're keeping him fairly close, and they've actually got the dome down here, but how much room to move is there in this moment?
There's a good bit of room. It looks like he may even have a couple loops that he can take. If we look at the perks here, you have increased damage from him, so he's really looking to close this one out. Absolutely. Jetpack for Legendary. Red Panda going with reduced damage on her end. That's going to help mitigate some of that Kraken damage. You're going to increase clip size for Hank, who's trying to get in here and help shield as the Kraken goes to work. And then, of course, the Trapper running with movement speed, which is going to help him keep up with the monster and get those traps, or rather the stasis grenades and the tracking dart in.
Yeah, and always, as you noted, the initial focus, especially at these stages, may be towards Cowtail, just to get that dome down if possible. But good work coming through from Hank there, and already it does seem as though, I've got to say, Source is doing a little bit of a better job here, not taking any true damage just yet either.
No, he's mitigating very well, and that's going to be the difference maker, I feel like, today. Because both of these teams are great at playing both sides of things, but it's all about if you can come out of the dome with the least amount of damage done to you as possible. And as you can see there, he escapes with under a bar of health loss. So that's good for him. He does keep getting tranked by the medic Val, which so far has been huge in these two games.
It's been a massive factor, something you don't often see, or at least until Val kind of got put back to her position amongst one of the more prevalent medics. So it does seem as though he's getting a little bit of trouble kind of losing their track, and as you mentioned, Val doing a valiant job of that one, but he is going to be looking for that place to evolve. He's trying to find a safe position here, and do you reckon he'll head towards where we predicted previously in that last matchup?
No, he's going to go
he's going right now.
Potentially right here. And as you can see, they are very close.
This could be a disaster. Source might have just dropped the ball here because they are right on top of him, and there's going to be so much damage coming towards this guy. He survived so well in that initial dome. Sure, they can't put down another at this point, but he's playing a risky game going for this, just waiting out that timer. And let's see how much damage he takes on the way through. He's still sitting fairly pretty, but that was not the engagement I can imagine that they wanted there, but the dome only just becoming available. Oh, they got him!
They did get him. I was surprised there that it didn't come down and that they held it. I wasn't sure about that. It looks like someone's in a Tyrant. That is a Tyrant pull right there. That was Legendary. The Assault player caught, but he is freed by his teammates. Here comes the Aftershock. As we could see here by the monster picks, 2 in Aftershock, 2 in Banshee Mines, and 1 in Vortex.
All right, so you got to live up to what you were saying in that video earlier. These guys have done a fantastic job thus far, getting so much damage done, and that flamethrower you were talking about is roasting that Kraken alive down to those last 2 bars of health. Source might have just been a little bit too big for those boots, as already MDG are doing a stellar job. Now, sure, Val's taking a bit of damage, but that AoE heal is going to come in at the best of times. And it looks like Source is done for here. I've got to say it. Val's down, but there's nothing left for him.
Yeah, he's on a sliver of health. Val goes down, but she did paint some weak spots on him. Here comes Legendary trying to finish it off. Just a sliver for the Kraken. Kraken goes down, and the Hunters win.
NDG, these guys, Endurance Gaming, finding a little bit of form here. That is not what I expected to find out. And you can see the look on their faces. They are pleased with that one, and my God, do they have the right to be. I can imagine Nightwing's looking over at Source like, yo, come on, buddy, let's pick it up. But let's break down what happened there, because as much as that is just beautiful to watch, seeing a team picking up a win, not letting them get away with it, not letting them run ahead, get that confidence building early, What actually happened there? Let's break it down step by step.
Sure. So it started out very strong for Soares. So he got a great feed early on.
Yep.
His evolve meter, his energy meter, whatever you want to call it, was practically full within the first, minute or so of the game, if that even.
Yeah, it was within seconds.
Yeah. So he continues on. He's ready to stage up. He gets the first dome, but he's in there with some great areas to mitigate damage, and he keeps moving through. He gets out of there with less than a bar of health loss, but then you called it. You actually asked just a second before he went to go to stage up, where's he going to go to stage up? And I would have assumed it would have been back in the bushes of the forest. As we mentioned, it's a very lush area, or underneath that platform area. He actually, what the kids in the chat would call a YOLO evolve there, I believe, over in a very unprotected area. The dome comes down, and they're able to melt him.
Yeah, really risky stuff early on that just didn't pay off. But just to keep you guys updated, you can see it, of course, at home. Team YP up next now. Nightwing's going to be picking up Maggie, Hyde, Sunny, and Val coming through for those boys. I don't think that's too surprising by now. I think we've seen that they like to work with this sort of setup. It's something they've shown work before. And the kind of theory crafting behind that sort of composition paid out perfectly. But the thing is now, you've seen the other guys get a little confident. Now, and Conscious could be looking there like, all right, well, Legendary did his job. I better start doing mine. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be that confidence boost now. It's 1-to-1. They're keeping up.
Yeah,
this could be a big game.
It's huge. And as much as we discussed, as much as these guys would like to just close it out and move on to the next stage, this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see it go back and forth. These guys fight toe-to-toe and really give us a show. And so far, they have not disappointed. Two very solid, very impressive Hunter wins so far. And when it comes to practice, and these guys have mentioned they're just practicing constantly and they're getting prepared for this. It's one thing to think about. The Hunter squads, they're practicing together, and part of their practice is communication. And the Monster, while you have the joy of not having to worry about anybody else, at the same time, you're really alone on an island and you need to take care of business on your own. So it's a big role to play. And these guys, they're not small fish. They're very good players, but at the same time, it's going to be, it looks like, up to them to really be the difference maker to send their team on.
It is. It's going to be huge. One of them needs to find it here. It does seem as though the teams are almost ready, though, so we can turn our attention towards that right about now. I think we're actually going to get maybe an introduction to this map. Maybe not. They are actually ready. Back up on the Kraken, and this time let's see if he can pick up the slack. He dropped the ball first and foremostly. It wasn't the worst we've ever seen, but I want to see a little more from him. But let's keep in mind what he's got to come up against. It's a new map, it's a new environment, and this is a new place to begin.
Yep, he is going with the Kraken again. Rune on Hyde, Savvy on Val, Spanners on Sunny, Nightwing on Maggie and Daisy. You see Conjugates going for the free meats up top and then going to work here. He does startle birds. They will know exactly where he is. You can see that here on the mini-map, and they will be heading in that direction. This map here, as you can see, it's an hourglass shape. It's got a very tight middle area, and in fact, you can actually cover this entire middle area if you're playing Griffin with one sound spike. And also the mobile arena will cover that as well. It's a good way to lock down this map. As you can see, while the rest of the team, the medic and the assault, they're going to split. This is a very standard split between the teams. They are going to pursue, and you can see they are pinging the monster successfully. They have eyes on him as the trapper and the support. They're going to cut this map right down in half so they don't have to run as far and try and get this mobile arena. Oh. And there it is early on.
These mobile arenas have been so on point already from these teams that we've seen coming out, but then again, Conjugates does have a lot of armor here. He's not in the worst position in the world.
No, this is a good area for him to mitigate damage. It's a massive pillar here in the middle, which he can fly around. Here comes the lightning strike. If we look, again, you're going to see a different split for him this time. One lightning strike, one Banshee Mine, and one Vortex. I believe that is a different split than he took previously. believe he went with Aftershock.
Yeah, and looking at the damage coming through, that armor's being melted down pretty quickly. He could be in a little bit of trouble coming into this one. Let's see if they can get any more damage done here. It's going to be down to just that pure, true damage soon.
You do see the shield come out from Sunny. She's able to protect herself and others with that. As Nightwing is focused, here comes the boost to get him in distance. He's going to actually help do damage right now as Hyde is chasing Rune on Hyde. He does get sneak pounced there, or rather pounced in the action. And the monster, while visible to the team, does finally manage to get out of the dome, and not as much damage taken this time as the previous game. Here comes Lightning Strike on Rune. Nice dodge, but he is going to run right, or fly rather, right through that Toxic Grenade. As you can see, that took it down, plus the firefight between, down to about half health.
Yeah, he's not in the best position in the world here. Let's bear in mind, last time he took a lot of damage off that initial engage, and once again, he's kind of in the same boat here. Now, bearing in mind, last time he got caught out thoroughly going towards that stage 2. He didn't even really get the opportunity to even get up and rolling towards it, but this time, on a map like this, it's even harder to get away, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only so many places you can go on this map, and you do have to go, again, as we mentioned, through that very tight middle area. Right now, he is just trying to move on and get enough energy to stage up to stage 2. So caught very early to where he comes out of that dome successfully, but still has a lot of work to do ahead of him if he wants to get back in this game.
Yeah, he does, and he knows he's got an uphill struggle against him. That's the thing now. You know, Team YP already looked confident in their first attempt. Now they've had a great start towards their second. This is going to have to be a very tough one for Conduits to build back in, but he's not thrown it away yet. He's not made the same mistakes as before by just kind of thinking, well, I guess I'm done for, making, well, not necessarily errors, but being caught out so quickly. And he is right in between them at the moment. Nightwing.
Yeah, Nightwing's fighting off a little bit of wildlife, but it looks like he also may be waiting, holding the dome for a more advantageous time to fight. As you can see, Conjugates does have full armor, so this is not ideal for the Hunters right now. They do want to try and catch him potentially staging up, as NDG was able to do to Source. And I think really that's the difference between the first two games we saw. The first game against Conjugates was just really strong, really aggressive Hunter play, while it looked like the game against Source was potentially a mistake on his part, and it could be that extra pressure getting to him.
Yeah, and I'm hoping Conjugates can then obviously come off the back a little bit better, but he did cancel out Evolve out, and right to do so. Rune was right on his tail.
I really like that, because what that does is it does make the Hunters sort of want to fast forward and get there as quickly as possible, because they hear that. They know that you're going to be vulnerable, and you could potentially pull them into a trap that way.
Well, he did actually almost catch out Rune, then he went for the sneak attack, didn't quite pull it off ideally, and then backed away. But all in all, losing nothing and just kind of buying a little bit of time for himself to maybe make some more room to find that place to evolve. He's still looking for that stage 2.
Game, or match rather, tied 1-1. Both Hunter wins so far between Endurance Gaming and Team YP here. Conjugate's on the move, trying to get out of here. And right now, they have his general direction in mind, but I don't know that they know exactly. Well, it looks now like they do, as a matter of fact, know where he is. Coming in with the damage on Assault there. It does miss. And right now, Hyde being able to stay safe in that cloud of Toxic.
Yeah, and Rune, I've called him out before. Sometimes he has been called out on his own. He does sometimes get a little ahead of himself, but right now he's in the perfect position, doing a little bit of damage, getting his team in the right place for him. And it looks like they're maybe considering a fight here if they can get maybe enough damage done, but they've got to be careful themselves. Yeah,
looking to take out support potentially there. If you take out support, you take away not only that shield, but you take away the extra damage that she does with those mini nukes.
And they certainly do start adding up there. Conduit's doing a good job, though, keeping them at a fair bit of distance. Not really encouraging that engage to come down anytime soon, that dome not put into place. Still looking for more of a better position to take this fight, or maybe just work down that armor a little bit more, because Conjugates is still taking this fight here.
Yeah, no, the Hunter team doing very well to keep each other up. Yeah. As you can see, no strikes, and nobody is even missing health right now except for Spanner. It's just a small sliver. Val doing a great job with the heals, and I love seeing that. I love seeing Val come to the table and bringing the heals and being a very strong choice here. Ooh. Finally does get Spanners down to very low health. The shield helps, but the shield gets caught outside of the mobile arena.
Oh god, that could be such an error, and already Conjurers wants to make the most of that. Doesn't quite get the in-cap down though. There we go. Finally gets him down on the ground. That is the support removed from this one, but he is out of armor as well. This could go either way here. He's making the right target, so he's going for the medic. He almost gets it done then, but he's taken so much for this. He's down to the final bar, still going in on Savvy, but I don't think he's going to have the time for this one. He's got to put it off perfectly at this point, and it's too little, too late. But that was an opportunity that he just let slip.
Absolutely. Another Hunter win for Team YP. Conjugates takes the loss there. And what a... man.
These games, I swear to God, it's just 10 times what we see online.
Absolutely.
Everyone's playing so hard right now.
Absolutely. What a rough break with the shield there. So
just outside.
The thing with Sunny is that Hank has the shield projector that he brings with him everywhere, and he you know, he could shield his teammates. Sunny needs to place that down, and you really rely on good placement for that. So not only do you need to think about your team placement on the map, you also need to think about where you're going to put that shield. And so the shield's out there, as you could see early on in those engagements, as the monster was kind of dancing around trying to figure out what to do. The shield was keeping them up and healthy. As I mentioned at that point in the fight, nobody had any strikes. Nobody even had damage to look at. And so once that mobile arena came down, it locked the shield outside. Sunny didn't have time to put another one down, went down immediately, then went Val, and that's where you see the domino
was like,
effect.
okay,
yes,
this might happen. But
and it would have if he wasn't so low already.
Exactly.
He absolutely would have won that fight, in my opinion, if he wasn't so low already. But the early damage by them sets them up for the win, even though they don't have their medic or support there in that dome.
Well, it does seem as though Team YP are keeping things together for now. They are currently in the lead, but not by much. That still can be changed in a blink of an eye. So let's see what's going to be coming in towards that next matchup we have coming in here. And the picks are up. So Hyde, Val, Hank, and Abe coming through. And Source back on the Kraken. Looking for redemption maybe this time. Or at least we hope in this one for his sake after such brave words before. You've got to hope he finds a little bit of this performance. And I want to see a monster find a win here because we've been getting very close, but just not quite close enough.
Yes, it's been very intense.
It has been incredibly intense so far. These two teams are playing very hard. Now, let's once again remind ourselves, Endurance Gaming are still a fairly new collective. They're not exactly, you know, the Team YP are your favorites. They've come in here as, you know, literally the best team people are looking at. And still, Endurance Gaming are putting up such a big fight. Now, the man who has to do well, though, who's on the screen right now, is Source.
Yeah, Source really needs to take this for the his Hunter team if they want to push this to a point where it's not going to go down to the
that
tiebreaker. Yeah.
Well, I guess if you're Team YP, you'd be looking at this going, well, going into a tiebreaker, I guess we're confident in a way because, well, we've already seen that we do well when we're playing on the Hunter side. We're doing good. Whereas the Monsters thus far are having a real tough time of it. But even at the very core of this game, let's take it away from the esports perspective for a second.
Sure.
When you're a Monster, you assume when you watch this game, you feel powerful, you feel big, you feel massive, but actually you feel so pressured. I've never felt like I had so many people breathing down my back constantly. These guys, if you play it at home, feel pressure. You feel like they're right on top of you. But you take it to this environment when there's thousands on the line, when your team is next to you, watching you.
Yeah.
This becomes such a mental game for these guys. And once they start building that confidence, I can imagine this game is going to start becoming a little bit maybe the Monsters can pick up a little bit more. But initially, it's been such a tough task for these guys. And as you said, I don't think it's necessarily just player mistakes. Source's initial one was maybe a little bit too confident coming in.
Yeah.
But looking at the other side, Conjurer's been playing pretty standard. He's just been caught out unluckily sometimes there. But for Source, do you think we're going to see a bit of a toned-down version of him here?
I don't think it's going to be toned down. I think he's going to learn from that. And he definitely seems like the type of player, the type of competitor that is going to figure out what happened there, whether it was a mistake or it was overconfidence. Whatever it was, something needs to be done differently when he goes into this game now. And I feel like if anybody on this team is going to do that, he's the guy to do that. And this game here is going to be the one where we see if it's going to be business as usual for the Hunters or if it's potentially going to pull off. And as you mentioned early on, it's a slow start. We see a win and a win. So very even so far. But now this could be the part where Team YP pulls ahead, as
It could be. It really could be. But
mentioned.
the one thing that stood out to me was the fact that he actually stood up after the game and he went away for some fresh air. He literally just walked out there, saw him go through the studio, head down, looking focused. He didn't look mad, he didn't look angry, he just literally just took some time out of it.
Yeah.
Maybe just to reconsider, you know, what happened in that game? Did I mess up? How did I, you know, maybe I need to make this choice better. So he's a thinking man's player, even though he comes across fairly cocky sometimes, he's got that confident side. He's clearly keeping in mind what happened then, and I can't wait to see how he comes into this. Kraken again, so it's going to be beautiful to watch here. But you know, Endurance Gaming, I don't think I'm saying enough about these guys, because they've come out and they've shown that they really do have some bite to their bark, because
absolutely,
no one expected this sort of scoreline this early.
No, and it was a very, very powerful performance.
It was.
And, you know, as I mentioned, we saw a Hyde instead of a Markov, and it didn't matter. They were able to do enough damage to melt him in that situation.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem as though. Well, this is the thing. This is the one beauty to Evolve that I always find, that you know these characters, these hunters, these creations have a skill gap, you know, a cap to a degree, but these players can play them to such a phenomenal level that it can be negated to some extent. It's like, even statistically, you may argue that, well, actually, in that situation, this hunter may be better, but you put it in the right player's hands, they can find ways to make it work just beautifully, and we're really seeing that here today. So I'm hoping we get to see more of that going forward, but it does seem as though the teams are almost ready, so don't worry, you'll be finding out how this one's going to go very soon, you guys at home. But I've got to say, so far, I've been very impressed with how organized, how calm the hunter teams look at the moment.
Yeah. This could be the most important game of this Majors Finals right here, because this could be where they continue to push and pressure and do send that to tiebreaker, where it's anybody's game at that point, or where Team YP they get through whatever they're going through as a team right now, break through and really just take off.
All right, I think enough of us. Let's turn our attention to what we really want here.
Yes, let's do
is
it.
Another game, and we want to see if Source 1 can find redemption for that first rather shoddy attempt to his standard, or can Endurance Gaming do the impossible? These guys have been playing out their mind so far. This is the test. This is the stopping point. And here we go already. Let's have a little look and see if they're running anything different. They've looking fairly similar to what we saw before, though.
Same path. He's going to get these Striders here, so that's going to be 4 more meets beyond the free meets that he got up top. And then he is actually, it looks like, going to take a bit of a different path here from the get. He's going to be going down the middle of the map here, which is the route we saw the Trapper take in the last game. This is Armory. And as we switch through here, we're going to see the abilities he took early on. He actually switched it up this time. He went 1 in Banshee and 2 in Vortex. And he's actually passing up these Striders here. And I'm excited to see where he goes. It looks like what he may be doing is, as you can see, birds were startled, is luring them away from this area and then potentially getting somewhere where
so close right now.
Yeah, where he can actually keep moving on and get that safe evolve off. Legendary does find him, and he is sneak pounced though away from the team. Personal shield is popped, so the monster does need to run, although he does not need to worry about the dome right now because Abe is not anywhere close at the moment. That said, though, the lineup for this Hunter team, Legendary on Assault, he does go again with Hyde. Red Panda is on Val again, and of course Dami on Hank, as we saw before, and Abe here in Cotil is the same lineup that they went with before, and I don't blame them because they proved it to be a very strong choice.
Yeah, I cannot doubt what they were bringing in those initial matches, and we are seeing them keeping a really good beat towards Source as well. He did try and pull off that little bit of a sneaky play earlier, but Legendary just moved around at the right time, so they've been able to keep fairly close to him ever since, and I'm very interested to see how he gets himself out of this one. And Source still going for that feed up here, still trying to get that biomass built more than anything, so maybe he can start looking towards stage 2, but he's going to have a tough time losing these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like already they are right back on him. I believe he's tracked by the tracking dart right now, as you can see that. So that's one of the reasons why you pick Abe in any situation, really, is you get that tracking dart. They know exactly where he is. So even if he does manage to get ready to evolve, which he is right now, they could potentially get him in a dome. That said, though, right now, this is a point where they may potentially hold the dome and try and get him to stage up like they did in the last game. And that's where they're starting to build confidence as a Hunter team, right?
It's gutsy because they have an opportunity to a degree. It's something they're starting to play better to, and this is what I wanted to see from them because they are a good team, they are a good collective, and if they can get that mentality set to play this very high-tier style game, sure, it's a little more risky, but you get that reward off the back of it. So Source is still struggling to find somewhere safe to evolve. If you're going to hazard a guess, maybe. Last time I asked you, he just did it right there and then, so maybe, hopefully he doesn't do that. But where would you assume on this map?
So if we look at the map, if he wraps back around, a lot of times you'll see people, monsters stage up where he is right now, but he knows that they're right behind him, so I doubt that's what he's going to do. A lot of times you'll see them wrap back around. The area where Conjugate's staged up, they're pretty close, but this may be just enough time. Unless...
this is not good. Again, Source, we've doubted every single time he's gone for these evolutions. I hope he's got something in mind here because last time he did this, last time they caught him in this situation, he didn't survive. Now, he had a little bit of armor to start with, then a touch, but now he's taking the true damage already, and they can get fairly set up well for this. He's going to have to take the fight here, or at least try and find a way to juke him out, because he's not in the best spot at all. Yeah,
what I would like to see him do right now, and of course I'm not the monster player playing in the majors, but because of the last engagement, and because he's got caught here again with no armor, I'd like to see him go after the Trapper, which is now down to half health. You get that Trapper down, you're able to get out of this dome, get out of here, and get some armor up, and start to feed towards stage 3, which at that point may be your one chance on getting a win. Although he does get the medic down here. Trapper is healed up first, but Assault low as well as he comes in. No heals for the team at the moment. And he does get the medic down and dead. But as you can see, he's on a bar of health.
I don't think he's got enough to work with here. He's honestly down so low by this point. He's taken so much damage. Sure, he can run away just, but a little bit of damage, a little bit of something, and he's done for. Red Panda Folly might have been the saving point here that maybe gives him a touch of room to breathe. Maybe he can get away without those trank darts slowing him down, but still, Source is going to have to play from the very baseline in this game. If he wants to even stand a chance here, he's going to get a little bit of food. He's going to get a little bit of that armor built back into it, but my God, did he leave it till the last second.
He did, and it's a tiny bit of health to work with here right now. But at the moment, it's enough. And we've seen monsters come back with less health than this and win. So we don't have a Crow in here, so there's no potential of getting that charge shot and going through the armor to the health. So right now, he can actually potentially re-engage. As you can see, a minute on the dropship before the medic comes back in, which means they have no heals. Right now, just a tiny bit of health. He is going to re-engage with full armor just about. And here he is focusing on the Trapper. Here come the shields from Hank. And right now, it's a good target on Legendary, who is down to about a third of his health.
All right, he's got 40 seconds and maybe a bit to make this count. He's slowly but surely chipping away at him. Should I say. Legendary is looking vulnerable. Domi doing a stellar job trying to focus down where to put these shields down, try and keep these people healthy, try and keep them up, but here we go, counter. That's perfect, sneak attack comes in, he's down, he may not be out just yet, but now he can focus the others before they try and make a run for it.
Yeah, line of sight was lost as the Trapper went over the pillar there with just a bit of health. Nice aftershock to take him down, a big lightning strike before that hit, and that was the difference maker there. He is tracking his footprints right now. That's how he knows how to follow him there. Here comes the orbital barrage. It's a defensive orbital barrage, but it is going to miss. He's smart for that one. Lightning strike misses though, unfortunately. He is going to get the pounce on him. He's going to be down as well, but the dropship is coming in right now. The medic will be back in the game.
But Domi's going to have to wait the full time now.
Somehow the Trapper didn't make the dropship though. I'm not sure why that happened, but Domi, the support, is out of the game. So right now, Legendary on about a third of health, and Red Panda, the medic, back in the game. She'll be able to heal him back up. But that said, the difference here is you do have strikes on 3 of the 4 Hunter players right now, which is going to be good for him going into this potential stage 3 fight, which now he finally has some breathing room. Even though they do have the tracking dart on him, the difference here is they're not even close because of that engagement and the fact that one of them had to come back in the dropship and the other 2 are out. He can feed and get up to stage 3 right now, get that evolution off without having to deal with that pesky mobile arena.
He's basically just staved off the walls for now. That's the thing, and he did it well. That's starting to look like the source that we kind of know by this point, someone who can deal with these almost impossible situations and bring it back to something you can work with. But let's bear in mind, once those other 2 players come back in here, he's going to be struggling a little bit, but he's got the evolve off. He's safely up towards stage 3 now. So he regained some of that HP. He's got a little bit of health back with him in a way, and now he can start building up safely that armor again. So this has gone from the impossible to being maybe the first time now. Yeah.
And as you can see there, if you're an aspiring monster player, what he did was he killed some wildlife before he evolved, set that up so he could eat it as soon as he evolved, which is going to give him instant armor. Now you can see he's working with 3.5 bars of health. He's going to be full armor now, and now there is the power relay factor. This relay is an objective at stage 3 for the monster to destroy, and so what that does is it puts pressure now on the hunters, because not only do they have to fight the monster, they need to watch the health bar of this power relay here in the middle of the map. Drop ship in 40 seconds. Here comes Assault all alone, looking to potentially push the monster off, but he might get caught out here.
He's going for it. Val's not all that close by, or Red Panda, should I say. Legendary could be in a little bit of trouble. Let's see what he's going to go for. Going to ignore the assault for now. Just kind of keep a beat on him, see what he's doing, see what he's up to, see if he can get him down, maybe after that dropship as well, but going to go on that sneak attack. Just get a little bit of a glimpse. Red Panda still waiting patiently in the background, though.
I think what he's trying to do here is he's going for that sneak
pounce.
He's
going 2-2 almost.
Yeah, so he's trying to lure Red Panda out, because if he gets that sneak pounce out and she doesn't want to lose her damage dealer, she's going to have to come in and shoot him to do damage and push him off.
And now so he's going to be on the dropship for the full amount of time, so they're going to get the assault down. He may be able to catch out, maybe Val at the end, but for now, this is smart play. No personal shield to be popped by this point. That is one done Legendary here. He's going to be frustrated with that. He knows there was nothing he could have done. He had to make a move towards that power relay. And now here we go. So Domi's going to be coming back in. Got Countil coming in. And Red Panda still staying alive. But Source is looking dangerous here.
Yeah, another great point. So not only did he potentially lure the medic out by shooting him to get him off of the pounce, he sends him to the dropship for the full 2 minutes, while the rest of the time now has to deal with the Kraken with no damage dealer. He's going in, he's got full armor, and this is going to be tough for the Hunters to come back from.
That is absolutely savage play coming through from Source. He's looking like he means business now. We are going to see at least a little bit of that kind of heal going on. They've got a little bit of sustain still here with Domi still in this and Red Panda, but it's going to get dangerous once he makes up his mind. Already Red Panda's going to be on the receiving end of it, and brilliant work coming out eventually from Domi, but it doesn't seem to matter. Red Panda's down and taking a lashing at the moment. Finally, Domi has to come into the action, but this should be another one sent to the dropship very soon here.
Yeah, that was huge. So what he did there was he pounced the medic, and while the support player had the shield on the medic, once you pounce the medic, it forces him to take that shield away and do some damage, and that's where it just turns into a hunter win, or monster win rather, right there. And that's going to be 2-1 for Team YP with a monster win there. So this is exactly what you were talking about. We see a quick 1-1, very even, or what looked like an even matchup.
Close,
and now Source learns from that first game, and while it wasn't the cleanest affair of getting out of there, he definitely did learn from that first game and used what he learned here in the second game to take that win, and very smartly played. I think the play of the game there was that point when there was 40 seconds on the dropship, and you had the assault and the medic still out in the field, and they were separated. It's a smart move, right? Because they know if they're both taken out, which there's no reason to do that at that point, then they lose the game. So Legendary is the one that he moves forward to try and move the Kraken off of the power relay potentially, gets caught out, and not only is he potentially trying to lure the medic out, but as you noticed, he is forcing that 2-minute dropship on the assault, which means no damage, so they just have to sit there and try and survive. He catches them in a really awkward place where there's a lot of elevation changes. They have to try and use their jetpacks to get away from him there, and at that point, it was, you know, fish in a barrel, blood in the water, and he took full advantage of it.
He certainly did. Like, unbelievable play coming through from him. I honestly shouldn't write players off like that. I do tend to kind of forget sometimes. It's like, oh, you know what? Surely you can't do it. But then you think, you know, the game's called 4v1 half the time. You know, that beautiful hashtag has been around for a while. But he was like, yeah, I like 4v1, but why don't I make it 2v1 twice? Because that's the easier way to do it. And that's exactly what he did. So just a great display coming out from Source. And I'm glad to see we've seen at least one of the monsters pick up a performance here now. And I kind of hope we see more of that, if I'm honest, especially towards that caliber of play. But let's bear in mind, we've still got a lot more games to go. So this is just a taste of what we've got coming up today. This is going to be a very long day, I can imagine. But let's remind ourselves of the brackets so you guys get updated on what's going on the other side of things. We're covering one half as the other is going on. But it does seem as though Team Potato are actually picking up 2-0 already.
Wow. So as you can see here, and I was wrong. It's 3-1 for Team YP. That is correct, right?
Yeah,
my math isn't the most brilliant math on the planet. But in the other bracket there, 2-0 for TPA. And I do want to point out, for those of you that watched my predictions video yesterday that I recorded before I came to Poland, I actually picked them to move on and play against Ninja Penguins, Team YP in the final. So far, and you know, that was based on their recent majors play, but also just the team in general and their overall attitude towards the game, towards competitive play. It's very serious, very strong, and I said to them, are you going to come away with an upset? And they said, what do you mean upset?
Okay, so they've got a little confidence
what do you
there.
mean upset?
Okay, well, maybe there's a little time more. We'll have to keep getting the updates through on that game. Of course, that's going on at the same time here. But back to this one. All right, Endurance, it's your time to shine. They had a good start. They had the 1-1. That's what they wanted. They've been putting in good performances. They've looked well-rounded. The problem is that now we're coming to the fact that Team YP's Hunter team was always the stronger part here. They started off very strong. And now they could go towards the close on their stronger foot here. But let's find out, as I do believe they've actually got their picks in for this one, so we can see what they've gone for. And YP, okay. Wow,
so we have two changes here. We're going to see Griffin from Nightwane on the Trapper, and we're going to see Parnell from Savvy on Assault. So it's going to be, man, I like this. This is so as you discussed earlier, what I'm trying to say here is...
Go for it. Run it down for me.
Yeah, so in the early games, and this is something you touched on, is will we see conservative, careful play from them early? I think that Maggie, Markov, Hyde are very, even Torvald at this point, from the Torvald play we've seen recently, are very safe choices.
They are.
Griffin and Parnell are... They are not just hold the button down
and hope for the best, right?
No, these are, you need to have precise aiming with these two characters to get the most out of them. So Griffin brings his harpoon gun, and if this is hit well, this can be the most devastating ability in the game. The first time, and I played mostly with either console players or with people playing with controllers, you know, in the early days of Evolve. The first time I played against a PC Griffin, I was not only wrecked, I was absolutely embarrassed, and I was never more frustrated with the inability to move around the map. Parnell, on the other hand, it has the potential of massive damage, but against this flying Kraken, this is going to be aerial assault versus the anti-aerial weaponry of Parnell down on the ground, and this is going to be one for the ages here. This is going to be a very good game. We're going to see it on Distillery as well. So going to Distillery, mentioned before, it's a pretty flat map, so you're not going to see a lot of that crazy elevation change. So you should see some really good fights from both sides here.
All right, guys, it's time for that map video and get ourselves prepared for Distillery. So, looking at this one, as you said. Very stoic in nature, but the calm before the storm, it seems, as we are getting ourselves prepared for this one. And maybe Team YP finally getting that confidence with them. Finally getting ready to do the big damage. This is what I want to see. Now they're going to test themselves here. They started off safe. They played it, played it smart, played a couple of rounds as they should. And now they've gone for the big guns. But bearing in mind, Conduits is getting a little warmed up. He's starting to look a little good in this. He's starting to find maybe a little bit of form now. And once again, he will beat the Kraken. No surprises there. As Team YP are still leading 3-1. A best of 7 though, so this is not over just yet. There is still room for redemption. We saw that if Source can do it, maybe Conduits can do it as well. But already we are going to be seeing them dropping in. And as said before, Rune, Savvy, Spanners, and Nightwing going to be hot on the heels here of Conduits. And what do we make of the route thus far?
Yeah, so far he is taking a very predictable route. You see him get those mammoth birds there, which are 3 meats each, and a lot of other wildlife lurks in this area, including the Tyrant here, which is a nice 4-meat snack. He's going to get this basking cephalodon right there.
As if you know that name.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nailing it. All right.
And here's another mammoth bird, so another 3 meats, and he is feeding a lot better than he has previously, and that has to do with the map and the route, of course, and the fact that when these guys jump down, Distillery, and we did see him sneak from the beginning, so Distillery has a lot of different ways that you can go. So really, you see this sound spike here in the middle if you're looking at the mini map, and the monster can go either north, which could end him up either in the caves or down in the beach area where he is. He does startle birds, and now the sound spike is alerted, so they do know where he is. But the path that the monster could take is really 4 different paths. And as he snuck from the beginning, he did a great job of getting to a point where he's almost ready to stage up, and they haven't even seen him yet.
Yeah, he is doing a wonderful job of actually not giving away the game here at all.
Yeah.
I don't think they've actually even still got an idea of where he is at the moment.
Right now, they are split as well, which is another dangerous thing for the Hunters. I know these guys know how to do proper splits.
Yeah.
I know that they know how to communicate their locations so that they do it safely. But at the same time, they're only human. And while they pursue this monster, if you get to a point where the monsters hit stage 1, potentially stage 2, and you haven't even seen him yet, that's when anybody, even a competitive player, is going to start to maybe even panic a little bit.
You're going to have to. At this point, you're thinking, God, you know, come on, guys, we're better than this, but it looks like they're getting set up well for this. I think Rune's got the beat on him there. He did actually ping him out. So Conduit's, the jig's up a little, but he has got full armor. He's got full feed on. He's got everything ready to go towards stage 2. He just needs to find the room to do it.
Yep, and he's trying to find that room here without getting caught in the mobile arena.
Yep.
Although at this point they may hold it from what we've seen in the past.
Oh,
they
they've
do
gone
not,
for it.
though. They are going to go for this right here, right now. They do have the confidence that they can go in and take this armor down and then potentially do some damage as well. Although this is a very awkward dome for the Hunters, I feel like, because there's a lot of places for the monster to run and hide. He can go in here. He can defend this hole, as you're seeing right now, with the lightning strikes, the vortex blast, and banshees. And let's take a look, because he has all 3 of those are very defensible abilities as well. And now all he has to do, as you see a great harpoon coming from Griffin, is fly out and move to the other side, and he's able to mitigate a lot of that damage.
He's done a marvelous job.
Although, look at that.
But then again, it's just gone. We know this composition works perfectly well, doing a lot of damage. He needs to be careful now. If these guys get set up well and he takes a bit of an extended fight, he could take a lot of damage. However, Savvy's keeping his team pretty much ready to go and keeping track of them as well. So Conduits isn't going to be able to find much respite, but there's a lot of room to breathe here for him.
Yeah, the damage between Parnell and Sunny is massive.
Yeah.
The harpoons from Griffin can just lock a monster down, especially here in the pursuit. It's a great time to interrupt a lot of the monster's traversals and movement. And right now you're seeing the shield at work as well. A nicely placed shield from Sunny.
They're chasing so readily as well. And I've said it before about Rune. Sometimes he goes a little, not necessarily ahead of himself, but he does get caught out sometimes. And sometimes those splits aren't always perfect.
Right.
But he seems to be playing on point here, and they are chasing so readily.
No, they're
so
playing
willing.
really well. This Hunter team is playing really well. For those of you that have just joined us or caught up with us just recently, this is the Evolve ESL Major Finals from Katowice, Poland, and we are here with a 3-1 lead for Team YP against the NDG Endurance Gaming team with conjugates on the monster, trying to take one back for his team. But this YP Hunter team is just relentless right now.
Look at this. They know exactly where he is as well. He's going to go for the evolution, but look who is right there.
And the
Rune,
Super Soldier
He's
pop.
knocking on the door, and he's going to get so much damage done. I don't know if Conjurers can survive this one. I don't know if the dome's available yet. I don't think it is. So he's just about to be able to get away. No! The dome comes in. They saved it perfectly. And now this spells trouble. He's down to about just around half HP. And we saw how much damage was done with the instance that he showed his face before and under that first dome.
I do like the target here, though. He goes directly for Nightwayne. That would bring the dome down, but great shield placement and healing from from Savvy. It comes in and keeps him up and alive. That is a great target. That is who he wants to try and get, but right now he needs to shift as the Trapper is being well taken care of.
Yeah, he's not taking too much damage just yet. He's staying fairly well alive, but it can all go down very quickly. As you noted, Nightwayne was that first target. That's who we wanted to try and take down that dome, but Val just going to back out of that. She got a little too close to those front lines then. Adjust round well accordingly. And Conduits is going low. That damage is starting to pour in. Rune doing what he does best, just pouring the damage towards him. And it looks like we're going to see another victory coming in for Team YP. Conduits has nothing left to work with. And that Kraken just got broken down.
Hunters win, which means Team YP wins as well. Best of 7, that is the 4th win for Team YP. And they may come out of this and, with the win, say business as usual.
Oh, it was not.
No.
It was not. No one can say they weren't tested.
Absolutely.
That was a tough game.
Absolutely. I do like how you called basically how it was going to flow, and it makes a lot of sense. And you yourself have competitive experience, and so I think that's a huge thing for these guys, is not a lot of them do. So to be able to come in here and to have a bad first game and to be able to, as you said, he went outside, collected himself, come back in, push through that, actually get the win to put his team in a position to win, where his Hunter team is playing for that final game.
It's massive.
Yes, huge.
That is the difference between a good player and a great player. Someone who can collect themselves after a loss, put back together the pieces, and find the form that they're known for. And we saw that coming through from both sides.
Yeah.
We saw finally the Team YP found a little bit of confidence, went for that slightly more risky, let's say, pick going into that last game, or last two kind of matches that we saw, maybe characters being picked up and hunters especially being picked up that you don't see unless you're feeling like you're ready for that win. So I'm glad to see
right?
They did. They got there eventually.
Yeah, even though Source had a couple hiccups and he had a couple moments where, it could have gone either way against him, even in that second game. The Hunter team, though, looked strong right out the gate, which allows them in that, that fourth game, third game, to actually turn it on and maybe pick some other picks that they didn't necessarily want to gamble with at first, which is what you're saying. So awesome play from them, and it looks like we're actually going to talk to the team captain, Nightwayne, the shot caller of that team.
I'm so excited to hear from Nightwayne as well. I think it's going to be a nice little interview. I'm sure he is going to be absolutely chuffed with that result. that result. So, Alex, please take away. Nightwayne, tell us how it went, buddy.
Yeah, I think I have a very chuffed Nightwayne joining me. Thank you very much, Pansy. You just came to me. The first words out of your mouth were, well, that's a lot of nerves gone. 4-1, that's a big result for you guys.
Yeah, that's a really nice result for us. So we were really nervous at first, but then after the first win, it all just went smoothly after that. It was,
I'm not going to lie, there wasn't too many evidence of nerves in your play. Was it the safe picks, you say, that was your kind of nerves, or was that maybe not the reason?
Just the pre-match nerves, It's like before the match we were like, okay, just calm down, and then after the first win, it was all gone. After that, it was really
smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing.
The first question I need to ask really about your picks was the Griffin and Parnell. Is it Parnell? Yeah, the Griffin and Parnell picks, because Lauren said it, DB said it. That's a little bit of not a cocky maneuver, but something a bit different, moving away from the known. Was that to throw them off, or was that more for you guys?
Actually, it was already a known comp for us. Everybody who knows enough our playstyle knows our Parnell is a pretty confident one, let's just say.
Okay, confidence already from Nightwane. More towards then your opponents. Coming in towards NDG, how were you feeling about them? Do you feel like they were playing up to par? Do you think they've got, you know, a little bit more luck maybe to be found in the lower brackets, or was that a weak NDG?
This is definitely a stronger NDG than what we are used to, because normally it's just go force, and now it seems like they were very prepared, and I'm pretty sure they'll give a good fight against whoever they're fighting next in the losers bracket.
I'm seeing hands shaking over there. We haven't quite got confirmation on who picked up that second game, so your opponents will be determined very shortly. I will congratulate you though. I think you should go celebrate with your team. Not over yet though, as a much more confident Nightwane. I'll see you later. Good luck, mate. All right, so nerves out of the way then for YP as they pick that one up. But now we're going to head back over to the analyst desk to see what DB and Pansy have to say.
Well, there is a lot to be said about that interview, but let's get away from that, because we just heard the result coming in from that other game.
Yes, so in a clearly dominant performance, which I cannot wait to go back and watch.
I've got to.
TPA takes over Eyes on You 4-0.
What on earth, man? Like, I get there's theory to be had there. There really is. And taking nothing away from TPA, but 4-0?
Yeah.
Man, you know, Eyes on You, they're such a great team as well. You know, they're such good guys. They're such a great collective of players together.
Yeah.
What the hell just happened?
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Although, as I mentioned before, that was my pick, and I didn't just, you know, throw a dart at, you know, a picture on the wall. I was absolutely just so sometimes absolutely just so impressed by their play throughout the majors, not just by their monster player. So their monster player Nimp playing the Wraith, just completely dominant. And when I say dominant, I mean he's winning with a tiny sliver of health, but he's pulling it off every time. So for him to win those is huge, but at the same time, watching their hunters play as well, they're not just the one-trick pony. They are the real deal, and I think they just showed it right now.
They've shut every critic up. If anyone said, you know what are they going to do here? Come on, you know, are they really up to par? You know, with Eyes on You, a prolific team, people know this team for a long time.
Yeah.
They've just shown that they can compete with the best of them.
Right.
Now they've got the real challenge ahead, though.
Absolutely.
That is not going to be easy. So I don't know what they're going to have to do to be able to create. I don't know, not a chance. I think a chance is a harsh way of putting it, but to be able to do it 2 times in a row. Do you reckon they can?
It's going to be close. It's going to be a lot closer than the series we just watched. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
That said, I mean, you know, so many people could say that teams, and as we said all day today, you know, we would love to see it go to the Game 7. Obviously, the players would love to close things out as quickly as possible so they can move on to the next target. But that said, if you win 4-0, there's nobody out there that can say you were carried by your monster or you were carried by your hunter team. They're clearly bringing their game to both sides of the table because, as you mentioned, it's Eyes on You. It's no easy task for them. So we're going to take a quick look at the updated bracket here for those of you at home watching here on ESL_Evolve and, of course, on Twitch.tv, Turtle Rock Studios as well. Up top, Team YP versus Endurance Gaming. You can see they took that 4-1. There was the one win versus Source, which we saw, but he came back strong after that, learned from his mistake, and even though he had a rough time on that very small hourglass-shaped map, he still made it work.
Exactly, and I think that was the most defining part, but then you've got to look at the games we've got coming up here. They're pretty damn big as well. I think that, you know, the night is certainly not over, and I don't know which way's going out so far. I think you've got it correctly so far, though.
Yeah.
Every result so far has been correct.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to like make a mental note of all your results, and then I can pretend I said the same thing as well. But Team YP against Team Potato Aim, now that's going to be one hell of a matchup. But of course, the lower side as well is going to be another factor. But just in case you didn't get enough of Alex or Nightwane, we've got both of them chilling out on the couch, so you can head over to those guys. They can have a good little chat about what just went down, so maybe some more in-depth questions, and I'll take it over to them.
Thanks very much, Lauren. Yeah, we're hanging out, we're chilling. I've got to talk to this guy again, unfortunately. Oh, I thought I got rid of you. I just interviewed you over there, but
Really?
we're gonna have a chat as well. DB's gonna come over and hang out with us as well. In fact, he's here already. How you doing, DB? Yeah. All right, the party's getting started.
Awesome.
All right, it's not over yet, right? You got a lot of work to do, but
That's right.
Impressive so far.
Yeah, he gets to take a break of his busy preparation for the next game to have a chat with us, which is very kind. I think the first thing I want to do with this is take this opportunity to both pick both of your brains. You guys are pretty kind of saturated into Evolve now. And I know there's going to be new viewers, new players out there.
Sure.
This is how I want to start this, is because I'm talking to you, assuming that's the right camera. It is. Talking to you over there. If you're watching this, you're thinking, damn, this looks good, right? I'd like to know from a player's perspective what they should know, what are the reasons they should look to get into Evolve.
I mean, I fell in love with Evolve since the big alpha. I played that, and then I just saw the game and played it, and then I just said, "Oh my God, this game is going to be so much fun to watch and play." There's literally no other game that has the same kind of teamwork that is needed and cohesion to just defeat one strong monster player. And then as a monster, you can really have the thrill of outsmarting 4 players, and then you'll just feel like a beast after that.
So it was the initial appeal of something you'd never seen before.
Yeah.
And of course, on the other side of things, for you, DB,
Yeah.
something that's never been done before. So I
Sure.
mean, surely there is an intimidation around that.
Yeah, well, that's how it started. And that said, our goal from day one, or even day 0, day -100, whatever it was to get the game in people's hands. And, you touched on that, the first time you saw it, it looked like something that you would want to play and something you would want to watch. And that was really our goal from the very beginning, was to get the game out there. Because you can talk about 4v1 all day and this concept of one monster that's player controlled versus these 4 hunters. But until people get the game in their hands, it's hard to see how amazing and how deep it can really be. And so, as part of the production team from 2K showing this game off, our job was literally to take it around the world, get it in people's hands, and show them from a basic, very beginner's level of how to play and what they need to do to be able to survive as hunters versus this monster, and how they need to be able to take down this team of 4 hunters who has these different kits to keep each other up and alive and doing damage. And then at some point, we were, the best in the world for like 2 days.
Yeah.
And then these guys come along and they start becoming so amazing at the game. Now, my hardest part of the job is keeping up with all this craziness that they do and all these different comps that they bring to the table. And it's been a joy, absolutely every step of the way.
I think that must be, for every developer of every game, the most exciting part is when players here like Nightwayne gets his hands on it and falls in love with it, because immediately you get this, like, you're never gonna see the possibilities of your game until the general public. That's what you're suggesting. When you first got your hands on it, you said you got it right at the start. You at the big alpha.
Yeah.
Was it a case of love at first sight? Did you immediately want to play Trapper, or did you try them all? I mean, surely there's a lot of appeal to be the monster. I mean, I know as soon as I got my hands on the alpha, I was like, why would I want to be those 4 guys? I want to be the guy that's shredding them and flying around and murking people. Did you immediately have the appeal of that particular class?
Yeah, Trapper for me, when I was watching the tutorial videos and everything, everybody's a noob at first.
Of course.
I've always liked to be the guy that, the underdog that clutches the big guy, clutch a win against the big guy, and that's Trapper really allows me to do that kind of thing, because the game, basically 50% of the game is the Trapper versus monster thinking. Outthinking each other.
Actually, that's kind of leads me quite nicely into the next question I was going to ask, because it does feel, watching these games unfold. First of all, we haven't seen a missed trap. Every single bubble has been on point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So far, like, there's so much reliance. Like, if the monster gets trapped, you are on your way to success.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot riding on your shoulders. When the other classes are kind of coming in behind that, like, do you feel like there's a bit of a reliance on a good Trapper, or do you think that the backbone doesn't necessarily lie with him?
Well, catching an early monster is really important, so that's where Trapper's most important job there. But after that, Trapper is basically like the early carry. But after that, it's really depending on the support and medic to sustain the team. And Assault, of course, is also an important job, but it's pretty straightforward for the Assault just to make sure the damage is dealt.
Well, we saw a prime example of the power of a support just in that last game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Trapper is a very key position, but also a very interesting position as the Trapper, you know, in a typical scenario, the medic or support are going to be your primary targets, right? Because you want to take the heals away, you want to take the shields away, or what do you have keeping them up? But a lot of times, as we talk about it, if the Trapper goes down, the dome comes down as well. And so in some of these situations here, that's when, you know, the Trapper can become the prime target, especially when these guys are, you know, holding the dome till the monster's evolving and has no armor. Then the monster really needs to get out of that mobile arena and is going to potentially try and take him down. So at that point, it shifts, and then you really rely on your medic and support to step up and keep the Trapper up as well. It's interesting how the ebb and flow of how it works.
Like that kind of the hunter becomes the hunted is something that I feel like is going to be a bit of a kind of running feature throughout these finals. Like already we've seen that stage 3 Kraken come out and it's just a little bit scary. Yeah. Like I feel like once you're the Trapper and it gets to stage 3, you don't want that you don't want it in your bubble.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that the case for it?
A little bit. It depends on how successful you were on the first 2 stages.
Right. So you kind of, can you elaborate a little bit on that? So let's go for a little imaginary scenario. We have time. Let's just chat. In terms of you've got all 4 players alive, you can still, as a team, deal with a level 3 monster, or is it kind of shield and health dependent?
Previous patches, yes. Now, not so much.
And is that deliberate, DB? You want level 3 monster to feel that kind of power that you've worked so hard for those 3 stages?
It's going to be in flux, but the idea, the shift in power from day one is that at stage 1, the monster's puny and absolutely does not want to be caught, and the hunters have the upper hand. At stage 2, it's ideally going to be a completely 50-50 chance for either one of them to take the game. And then at stage 3, it is intended for the monster to be a bit more powerful at that way, which is going to force the hunters to actually try and engage early. And as Nightwayne said, it depends on how you do early on, right? Because if you get a lot of damage early on, then you absolutely may want to try and get the monster in that dome. It really depends on the situation.
Actually, that's something I was having a discussion with Conjugates, who was just came over here after his performance. He had time to kind of better view of watching the actual game and talking about his team. And he was actually more interested in watching how the other monster was playing than his team. He was like, oh yeah, my team are doing okay. But did you see what he did there? Did you see what he did there? And at the moment, for you, Nightwayne, is there a learning experience in every single game you play, or has it come to the point now where you feel like you're kind of at the front of that?
I mean, every single game for every team has their own play style.
Okay.
So it's really important to...
Already teams have their own play styles?
Of course. Okay. You will see that TPA, for example, they'll probably not run the same comps as us. I mean, they're style-wise, they're the most similar to us, but there's always a slight difference. Like, Eyes on You does not have the same style as us at all, for example.
And you've touched on a nice little subject there. I am going to poke you a little bit about TPA. Of course, they are the ones that did manage to get in towards that upper bracket area, and they're going to be your next opponent. I have to ask you, they were kind of the most expected, you say, DB, the most expected to go up in the upper bracket?
I think was the only one that picked TPA to go on and play Team YP in the final. So I think people know Eyes on You, and they know Endurance a bit better than they know TPA. In fact, when TPA started pushing their way through the majors and we started seeing these crazy Nymph Wraith games, I think the guys like Nightwayne in the community that are very deeply involved in the community and know each other, it's probably not a surprise for them. But for those of us that are constantly just trying to keep up with the ebb and flow of the teams, the compositions, and how these guys are doing against each other, not just in this majors tournament, but on the weeklies as well, it was kind of a shocker for a lot of people. They came out of nowhere, but
that's awesome, right?
They came out of nowhere dominantly. Yes, it's absolutely absolutely amazing because, and I think if you asked any of these guys, you're seeing a lot of similar compositions come out, similar monsters being played, and then all of a sudden you have this Wraith out of nowhere, and he's playing it masterfully.
And I'm a big sucker for this. Like, changes to the meta are like my bread and butter. I love the idea that one player, like an innovator, can change the way the game plays. You already just were speaking to me off air. You were talking about him being a bit of an innovator with Wraith. Could you quickly touch on how is he suddenly becoming, like, he's breaking away from Kraken for a bit, and how's he getting away with playing Wraith? What does he do so well? Is there anything you can kind of say? Have you played against it much?
Well, first of all, about TPA, it's people say that they're pretty much unknown, but we've actually known for a while that TPA is a very strong team because we've met them on previous cups. It's just that unfortunately, they got basically knocked out by us on the earlier cups where they first joined. I mean, when you have a first seeding, you got a pretty good advantage. But we know that they're going to be a strong team, and that's why they are. We've been watching them. And Nimp is just one of the monsters that turned out to be a Wraith.
A monster, maybe.
Yeah, a monster. I mean, we have Goliath players, we have Kraken players. I mean, the most dominant monster on competitive is Kraken, but that's not really because Kraken is the best. It's really just because we have plenty of Kraken players here, to be honest.
Okay, and that's actually really good to hear that there is more room, maybe for you at home. Maybe you could be the next Goliath pro. You could be the Nimp of Goliath. That's a possibility. I think it is time for us to take a break. You need to take a break because you've got another game coming up. So best of luck to you, dude. Thank you so much for the interview. DB, you've got some casting to do, so you go chill out for that. Put your feet up for a second, and we're going to do the same. We'll be right back with more Evolve action. Stay tuned.
Sorry, I'm just really nervous.
Dude, that's fine. You did great. I'm DB Sinclair here with Scott James, and we're about to jump in a match of Hunt looking through the window of Observer mode.
This is really cool. I'm super excited to see what kind of features we've got, how this is going to enhance viewing the game.
Absolutely. Speaking of the game, we are jumping right in to the Goliath, and as you can see, there's multiple camera angles that you can use while you're looking at the Goliath. I love the look back behind. You can spin that camera around to look back behind the Goliath, see the dropship coming in as the hunters are as well. The rest of the HUD being popped back in there right now, so you can see the camera selection menu for the hunters and the monster, and even Daisy. We got a Daisy cam.
I'm really excited for that Daisy cam. Can't wait to see what she's doing. Looks like we've got Kyra popping the adrenaline burst, the adrenaline field. We're going to have them see if they can catch up to the monster here.
As Cabot gets the dust tagging on the monster is going to be visible to the team. Rest of the team comes in and they get a dome on the monster immediately. And you can see the hunters bouncing around from one part of the high ground to another as you see the traps being laid down by the trapper below. The hunter team doing a great job of containing the monster in the middle right now.
Yeah, you can see his odds going down as he's taking damage, as he's losing that armor. Things are swaying more towards the hunters right there. Cabot up there, get the glory for himself with that rail cannon. You know, he recognizes that Parnell is the guy who's going to take down the monster, so he's going to put in the assist for him.
Right, true support, playing a support role there, and helping the entire team do more damage, as we saw there. And the harpoons, though, just a nice job by Maggie to get the harpoons, anticipating where the monster is going to go and laying the harpoons down there so that they're waiting for the monster. As you can see here, you can go completely HUD off or the entire HUD on. With the HUD on and in the character selection menu area, we're looking at health, perks, perk timer, monster armor, monster energy towards evolution, and monster health as well. You even see what stage the monster is. Right now we have a stage 1 Goliath that is finally getting away. On our screen here, Scott, we can see that the monster is highlighted red. That's also a feature that you can turn on or off. You'll be able to see the opponents of the hunter or monster that you're chasing in the camera across the map and see what they're up to and where they're going.
Exactly, and you know, Goliath got a great bit of distance between him and the hunters right there. That's going to be huge for him. Looked like he was eating there. Maybe, you know, there are a lot of perks back there. I know there's the Tyrant perk, the health regeneration. Might have picked that up. we're gonna see when it comes back. But you can see him. He's tiny back there.
Yeah, he's super far away. The rest of the team, as we jump from camera view to camera view, from hunter to hunter, we're able to see the action and see exactly the path that the hunters are taking, the split that they're doing. You see a bunch of trap jaws here, potentially giving the hunters trouble, but they do a nice job of jetpacking around. I loved before that Daisy Cam and the Marsh Strider running parallel to each other. Amazing stuff can happen in this observer mode. As you can see here, here's the mobile arena as we jump to the Trapper. Trapper getting knocked around by the Goliath, and the rest of the team trying to do damage as Goliath goes in with the Fire Breath.
Exactly. Goliath stage 2 here. He made his Fire Breath a little more powerful. It's going to give him an advantage. Absolutely. I mean, these guys are super mobile right now. They've got a lot of range on their weapons. Goliath is going to need to increase the range on that flame breath if he wants to do anything here.
Absolutely. You see the Trapper went down, so the Trapper now has a strike that's reflected on the health bar of the Trapper. Before that, though, before they got the Trapper back up and the Trapper was incapacitated, we saw that familiar skull slowly bleeding out there, letting everybody know that the Trapper needs to be picked back up. And also notice Daisy's icon as well changes as it does in the game. Right now, Daisy has full view of the monster. Pointing at the monster now is why it's red and flashing with the monster paw and exclamation point. There it is again. Trapper goes down once again and needs to be revived. Is being revived as we saw there and comes back up with 2 strikes.
Yep. Now, the one thing we do notice, so we've got those little icons that indicate that the hunters have picked up elite perks. So most of the team, apart from the Trapper, has got the damage perk.
Yep.
Now, Goliath's got to be careful here because as you can see, his Mammoth Bird cooldown perk is very rapidly running out.
Yep.
As are his odds of survival. They just popped up there. 35 to 65. Now that's because the monster has such low health.
Yep.
As he gets more armor, his odds are going to increase. Maybe if he can take down one of these hunters, put somebody in the dropship, he's going to get an advantage. But things not looking great for this Goliath. He's lost quite a bit of his health. He's at stage 2, so he can get it back, but it's getting closer to the end of the game. It's going to get harder and harder for him to come back with such low health.
Yeah, as you can see there, you can also pop up the map. You can see the pursuit of the hunters as they are closing in on the monster. Also on the monster camera selection menu section, you can see as he was feeding there, his armor building up, his evolve energy building up as well. Right now sitting at about half health, but with a lot of armor to work with. This could be a good fight. As you see, he goes in and gets the Trapper down again. Trapper is down and out. Trapper will be waiting for the dropship, which we see the timer for in the top left-hand corner.
Exactly. I think that's going to help him a lot. He's been having a lot of trouble with those harpoon traps. Maggie has been on point with laying those harpoon traps down in just the right places to catch a Goliath mid-air. I mean, I can't count how many leaps and leap smashes she's stopped with those harpoon traps.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of mid-air, with Goliath here, and the camera pulled back as it is, you're able to almost get a bird's eye view of the action on the battlefield when you're in observer mode. And you can see the true spread of the hunters as they try and get away. We've got Daisy Cam here, which will show you exactly where the monster is as Daisy points to it, while the rest of the team tries to stay alive. Trapper down and out. Assault very low on health, the support on a strike, and the medic doing everything she can to keep the team alive. As she goes flying back into the wall. Assault is down. Daisy getting attacked as well. We see this is not looking good for the hunters. And look at those odds sway, Scott. You talked about the odds, the survival odds before. They are now in favor as the monster, as we have 2 incapacitations and 1 hunter completely down and out.
Yep, exactly. I mean, they were at 35, 65 monster, and they basically did a complete turnaround.
Yep. And that just shows how the ebb and flow of the game, how the game can sway in favor of one side or the other, and how it all is about forward progress and momentum. The monster came out of that first fight, that first dome, with no momentum and with lost progress towards its health. And in this case, turned it around in this second mobile arena and really took the fight to the hunters, swaying in favor. Stage 2 and some more powerful abilities definitely helped with that.
But not quite enough to clinch it. We come out with a monster win.
And that's Observer Mode, coming soon to the Evolve community from Turtle Rock Studios in 2K.
Hello and welcome back to the Evolve ESL Major League. We've already had our first game. Well, second game technically did play out over on the other stream. If you did miss it, there is another one going to be going on over at twitch.tv/Turtle Rock Studios as well. 2 streams, that's how much Evolve action we're bringing you this evening. A big game coming up now as our second. It's going to be a bit of a test now for YP. We say test, they did pass the first one in flying colours, being a 4-1 result up against their opponents. Eyes on you falling as well to the lower bracket. So it's all going down. And I think it's time to meet the 2 teams that are going to be battling it out here in our second game of the day. So it's without further ado, let me introduce once again the Team YP. You again. Oh, God. So we're gradually becoming best friends by slowly talking about Evolve. I have Nightwayne with me once again. Going into your game, we already touched on some of the topics about against your opponent, TPA. You actually expecting to see these guys in this spot right now. Could you maybe explain a little why?
Well, like I said before, we've known quite a bit about these guys. They are maybe unknown, but we've known them for a while, but unknown for the others. So nobody really expected them to win, but we did.
Okay, so coming into this one, you said already that you used to meet a lot in the Go4s and the other tournaments because of the seeding. They basically had to face you in the first round. Did that give you guys a good read on what to expect coming into this one?
I mean, they have a new roster as well, but we just know that they're solid. They're a very solid team.
So would you say you're going to give more respect, equal respect? Would you say there was any change to your play from game 1 to game 2?
We give equal respect to everyone. So.
Look at that. Good answers already from Nightwayne. I'll let you get back to your team. Good luck in your second game. That was, again, the team captain for Team YP. Already looking very confident so far in this Major League Evolve Finals. Now, though, their opponents, a team that managed to do it in a similar fashion, 4-0 their win against Eyes on You. It is going to be Team TPA, Team Potato Aim. Welcome to the stage. Hello, Bugs. Hey, let me shake your hand. This is our first time meeting as opposed to Nightwayne. Let's kind of catch up, because we didn't manage to see your first game. It was, of course, played on the other stream. How did it play out against Eyes on You, a team that a lot of people would have kind of favored going up against that, you guys?
It was really tough, as always. Every single time we play versus Eyes on You, they're really great opponents. I think they didn't expect our strategy coming up to this tournament. They maybe think one of the picks are weaker compared to the others, and that's how we got them by surprise.
So you're saying the only kind of deviating factor was your strats or your surprising strats, or do you think you guys are coming into this one with a lot of kind of individual skill as well?
Every single team which is competing here in Evolve has basically equal skill, because it all comes down to the team play and how you synergize with yourself.
It all comes down to the team play unless you're on the monster, and then you just have to kind of have 4 people step backseat playing. Does that ever happen? Do you ever have these people just kind of leering, watching the monster play?
Yes, I was a monster before for TPA and didn't work out very well.
I think enough is said. I'll let you get back and start warming up for your game. So guys, the upper bracket is about to continue. Bugs back away from the monster role, and we're going to see this one unfold. Team YP up against TPA. Let's head over to the desk and see what they have to say about this matchup.
Thank you so much, Alex. It's been a pleasure seeing these guys once again walking out, get themselves ready for this insane matchup coming in. And DB, like, I'm excited. I can't even imagine how excited you are for this one. And you predicted these 2 victories.
So far, yeah. I'm bummed that we didn't get to see exactly what he was talking about, because they clearly were bringing a strategy to the game that they, as he just said, they knew that Eyes on You might not expect. Worked out for them. And without seeing the game, I feel like the 4-1 victory in the match that we casted was potentially a lot closer than the 4-0, but maybe it's just 4-0 on paper, and they were all close matches.
I did get a quick chat outside of them. They were getting a bit of fresh air after their game because they were so frustrated, at least the Eyes on You guys were. And they were saying it was close, but he kept doing it like that with the Wraith. It'd go down to the last touch of HP or health overall,
Yeah.
and he'd still close the game. So
And he's
no matter
been
what they
doing
try-
that this whole majors.
That's what you said. So you were bang on with that. You were spot on.
Oh,
so
man.
that's gonna be one VOD to watch back
Yeah.
if there ever is one. But we have to talk about these map picks because now, looking at Team YP, or at least Nightwayne, he said
Yeah.
he expected this game. He expected this opponent, as did you. Now, the map picks, surely they're going to reflect that sort of style. Maybe he's already considering this when they came into this game today.
Yeah, Wraith, smaller monster, able to navigate maps easier, potentially, than the larger monsters. She's also very low to the ground while the Kraken's up in the air.
Yep.
Kraken is easily an easier monster to track than the Wraith. And his Wraith play, as Nightwayne was touching on, he said it's a bit different, but didn't go into too much detail. What we've seen from him is he uses the decoy a lot, and the decoy, while some people use it to try and get attacks or use it in specific ways, he's using it to mitigate damage, and then he's using it to go in and potentially try and pick somebody off on what could potentially be a bad split for the Hunters.
And I do recall, I watched Source play the Wraith. It was the first time I'd seen someone outside of TPA even consider it. He didn't touch the decoy once. He went through everything else pretty much. So it's nice to see a unique build coming through there, and hopefully we get to see actually put into practice this time.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. It's all going to come down to, I think, for Team YP to be able to play against that Wraith, counter that Wraith.
All right.
Because we know how Source's monster is going to do. I think it's going to do very well.
So looking at this so far, Team YP took out Weather Control, Orbital Drill, then for Team TPA, and then YP again taking out Barracks. So it's nothing too shocking, I can imagine, but I still want to see what that tiebreaker is going to be coming into.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see that here in a moment. The teams discussing that right now. And yes, this is who I expected to see, but for very different reasons. So as we mentioned before, Team YP continues to be dominant. They've been dominant throughout the majors. And what I love about our conversation on the couch was, and I touched on this a little bit, but I think Nightwayne sort of sealed that deal, is that while a lot of us were like, who are these guys? Who is this, monster player? I think more of the casual crowd that's watching.
Yeah.
The guys that are in the scene, the guys that are playing on a regular
basis.
basis.
It inside out,
he's
right?
like, no, these guys are the real deal, and they have been for a while. It has just come down to situations where they just didn't get to a place where
someone would notice, right?
the casual crowd would easily look at the bracket and be like, who were the top 2? Who were the top 4?
Right.
And that could be a huge advantage for them.
It is. They come in with, once again, we were discussing this initially, that kind of coming in as the underdog theory and how it pans out, and it could be a factor, but we'll come back to that because Team YP have just locked in the tiebreaker, which is going to be Armory coming through. So what are your thoughts on that one?
It's great. It's going to be a good map here for both of these teams to try and get ahead on either side. As we mentioned before, both of these teams are good with their Hunter and Monster play.
Yeah.
And don't make the mistake of calling them underdogs. I did that.
Yeah.
And I was told very differently, as I mentioned before.
For sure.
They're not.
They are
and they don't have that attitude towards it. And they're looking at this as like this matchup right here is what is meant to be.
They're 1-to-1. Yeah, they're where they expected to be. And to be fair, I've known Bugsy for a long time. I had I guess to his own mind, the misfortune of casting him when he was playing on the Monster. Not such a fan of it these days, of course, backing out of that role, but. I've known of these guys for a while. They're not new to this scene. It's just you just instantly, you never put them quite in that same bracket, and I don't know why, but this is the opportunity for everyone's story, their initial thoughts to be changed over. But TP have locked in another map here. Wraith Trap coming out, an ample choice, I can imagine, into this one as one of the regular time picks. So we're going to be probably seeing that one, I can imagine. But I don't know. Okay, I'm going to push you for a scoreline here between these two, because the last time we kind of got it right. We kind of theorized between it all. It's going to be a little close and then maybe break ahead. But these two are different kettle of fish for that first game. Where are you putting it?
Yeah, I think it's going to go to the tiebreaker.
You reckon it's going all the way?
I think it's going to go to the tiebreaker. and it's going to come down to those final decisions of picks and bans and what the final versus is between these two teams.
Okay, so another one coming in for YP. That is going to be MedLab. That's going to be coming out. We just need those final choice, and that's going to be Distillery. So there's our map. So Distillery, MedLab, Wraith Trap, and if required, DB says it's going to be Armory. So I'm excited for this one. I don't know what to expect between these two teams. There's so much that they can bring to the forefront here, and especially TPA. That's what I'm looking at. I want to see them prove that that reputation is wrong, that they aren't an underdog team. That when we first think of them, you've got to take them seriously.
Absolutely.
Because if Nightwayne and Team YP guys are already like, no, we've got to focus on these boys. We've got to be thinking the same here, so I'm looking to see what they can really create.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't as familiar with their team as I was the other three.
Yeah.
And but that said, though, I really, knowing that I was going to be here today, I made it my personal mission to attempt to study the game as hard as these guys do, and to study these teams as hard as I'm assuming they are studying each other.
It's going to be just
absolutely.
That's the point, right?
Yeah.
Is if Nightwing already predicted this game. Now I know TPA wanted to be here as well. They probably prepared for this. They know they were going to have to meet up. This bracket wasn't something that's only come around in the last couple of days.
Right.
They've known who they've been playing, so I can't wait to see the kind of counter strats, the ways they've worked out the routes the monsters take, how they like to build their compositions. Because, we said, a little bit surprised by, not maybe surprised, but a little bit kind of impressed with maybe the choices of some of the hunters coming through. It's like, it's a sign YPA looking confident now. But they were like, no, this was always our intention. We were always going to do that. But then I want to see the counter picks, how they think it into this, how much does the other team know? Is what I'm going to be so excited for. And these guys are just getting themselves settled down now. Map picks are done. Time to just talk through those last-minute strats. And I don't know where I'm putting my prediction as a winner. Actually, no. Who's your winner here? Are you going YP?
Yes, that was my prediction from all along.
Right.
Even though I am assuming that they are going to come out and they're going to give them a run for their money, and I'm thinking this is going to go to that deciding game. We are going to see Team YP take the victory, in my humble opinion.
Okay. I'm just trying to think, because I was outside and I had a quick chat with Source. We were just outside just between the games, getting a little bit of fresh air. And he was saying, I basically asked him straight up, what happened in that first game? I was like, Source, come on, buddy. What went on there? And he was like, I guess it was a mistake. I'm like, there's got to be something more to that. He was like, well, it's kind of this atmosphere. I'm not used to having my team beside me. They were just talking, looking at the game, moving around. Someone stood up to go to the bathroom. He was like, I got distracted. I made a mistake. I fell off a ledge and I evolved in the wrong place and I stuck with it. But he knew he could fix that. He didn't let it fluster him too much. But that's the thing, this is a different environment. You've got your teammates literally sat next to you, watching your screen, focused in on your every single move, let alone the people at home watching exactly the same thing. But it's very real and it's very different. So hopefully Source has got those kind of issues out of the way. And I'm very excited to see what TPA are going to bring to the plate here, as it's the first time I'm going to get to see them. They were playing on the other stream that's going on at the same time. So, you can get your Evolve action wherever you want. But it does seem as though these guys have locked in what they're going for in towards that first round. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're bringing here and what they've chosen. I'm not too sure what they're going to be going for into this one, but we saw that Team YP do have those varied picks. They can switch up depending on how they feel. The map, the monster, of course, is going to be another factor in this one. Not going to be quite as, let's say, obvious as the other choices. So I don't know. What do you think we're going to get here? Do you think we can see the YP that we saw originally with those kind of starting picks? Or, you don't even have to guess. I've got it here for you. So
you see kind of a mash of both of them. So
it's the in-between.
Yep. Yeah. So you're seeing Sunny and Val again. You're seeing Torvald, which has been Torvald's been making a very strong appearance in competitive play as of late. And then you're going to see Griffin. So we saw them later in that last match go from to Griffin, and then of course Parnell there. But this time they're going to go with Griffin early, and then Torvald on Assault. So again, it's a completely different setup. So not only is it refreshing to see, not only is it completely awesome to see for anybody out there that's playing and wants to get into competitive play, knowing that there are options available to them rather than just one very strong character.
This is the best character, right?
It's great to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a credit to the game that you can have this variety, that you can have these different builds, and it's not only just hard counters or things that work especially well against, let's say, monsters or terrain or the maps or the environment, it's also player preference. You see a lot of it, especially with the assaults, at least in my eyes, that you still see a lot of that player preference coming in. Some will kind of flourish, let's say, a little more in certain environments, but it's still very much down to the player, and you see so much personality coming through already. I don't know where this one's going to go, but the teams are almost ready. I can imagine they're just starting to get themselves built up. But let's remind you of who you're watching, of course, if you somehow missed the start of this stream. Team YP picking up their first victory already today. And that's going to be Nightwayne, Rune, Savvy, Spanners, and Source can be sat up on that monster, who we won't be seeing just yet. He'll be coming up in round 2. But who's been your player so far for them? Has anyone stood out to you?
Oh, man, I do want to point out that this is the first time I think anybody in the world has seen Spanner's face.
We did discuss this earlier, didn't we?
So Banana Pictures has been the norm for him, so we're seeing him for the first time. But to the difference maker on that team, I think it really... I didn't see any one of those 4 other than Trapper consistently doing his job. So while I don't think anybody stood out as completely dominating or being a huge difference maker, what I do know is that in practice, before those nerves were getting to one said Trapper player who actually missed a couple domes in practice because of that nervousness. But as we got into conversation about it here, not a single one was missed during actual play. So that said, even though that is the Trapper's job, and in this day and age, missing a dome is huge.
It's big. So, you can't get around that.
Yes. That said, and while that sometimes people would even consider that's his only job, which I don't agree with,
definitely not.
To not miss any, to hit them clutch in this situation, to push through to the finals, it has to go to him.
I'm with you there. Considering how nervous he was at the start to now how he's looking, he's certainly calmed down those nerves a little, but of course they need an opponent, and it's my first time looking at these guys, at least in this environment. Let's check out TPA. Team Potato Aim coming up there. Bugsy, a man that most people know by now. He's fairly vocal, let's say. Roy, Fav, Nimp, and EAX is how I'm going to say it, because I always butcher people's names when it comes up. I'm going for that one. Nice. Nicely done. But no, I'm excited to see these guys play. I want to see how they do now, because this is a little bit of a different stage. The other stream's kind of going off in a little bit more of a kind of chilled out atmosphere. It's kind of a little bit away from the lights a touch.
Sure.
Now you're up here on this stage. It's pretty intense, I'm not going to lie. You see your opponents, you can kind of just about make that eye contact across the table. You know who you're playing against. So I don't know how they're going to deal with this, but I want to see a big performance from them. I want people to remember their name and just go, okay, they're not a pushover. They're not the guys that YP just kind of push past. They weren't the guys who had a little bit of a surprise result earlier on. This is their time to really shine. But as it's their first time out here, we get the pleasure of watching that introduction. So guys, let's cheer it out from TPA.
We didn't really have much practice because we had internet issues and then Steam issues as well. So we didn't have much time to practice, but we feel prepared, especially after meeting each other. Key to win in the end is positioning and of course knowing your teammates. I think the stress will be the factor in the tournament, especially, but it's the new thing for all of us. We've never been in an offline event.
Go. Just do it!
They clearly seem prepared for this one, but they said they didn't get much practice. They didn't feel that good, but then they met up. They saw their teammates. They got that little bit of camaraderie going on. They started to feel better and clearly showing that they're ready for this. They've had a great performance so far, so they're going to be riding that high note now. Let's see if they can follow that up.
Yeah, dealt with some local riffraff last night.
That was
which
it.
I think
that was it. I don't remember
more.
that. I don't remember anything.
And now a 4-0 game against Eyes on You, which is not an easy team to beat, to get here to the finals against Team YP. And we're about to kick things off. I'm going to jump in observer mode here, and we're ready to rock and roll here.
I'm so excited.
With the Evolve ESL Major League Finals 2015 coming at you live from Poland.
This is a massive game here. This is the proving point. We finally get to see if someone can test Team YP. There was a good start. It looked like it was going to be close, but then suddenly Team YP remembered their Team YP and they decided to win the matchup.
Yeah.
But now I want to see someone push them. I want to see what they're like under pressure, real
Absolutely.
pressure. This could break them.
Absolutely.
This could be such a big game now.
Yeah, and that something that we touched on earlier, because the one loss was clearly a mistake, whether or not Source wants to admit to it or not, right?
Correct.
It was a mistake, and he was able to bounce back from that, and that was awesome to see. But at that same time, take away the mistakes, but add a team that's going to bring the heat, and then we're talking the real deal here, and this could be the difference maker here in this series.
Ladies and gents, it's time. Enough of us. Let's turn our attention straight in towards game number 1 here. Wraith up and running, and a very different beginning. And just bring me down the difference. If, let's say there's a new viewer here, what's the difference between the Kraken and the Wraith? They seem in a weird way similar in essence, but it's a very different beast altogether.
Yeah, so the Wraith is sort of the stealthy assassin character, has that decoy, which allows the Wraith to create sort of a phantasmical other self, which allows her to skirt around invisible to the hunters. Does startle birds here, so kind of going against that stealthy assassin
just because you said it, of course.
Yeah, does get spotted by the hunters and does get tranked by Val. So early on, the hunters already seeing the Wraith in this pathing here, but she does have the potential of losing the hunters at any moment. So what I want to point out here is the way that these games have been going, and that you noted that it wasn't much different here in that 4-0 win. Is that even though Eyes on You wasn't able to manage a game out of it, at the same time it sounded like they were still bringing Nimp down to a sliver of health, and he was able to continue to win, which has been his fashion this entire Majors. So don't blink. If you're at home, you need to be paying attention, because this is when things get crazy with this Wraith play. If you close your eyes for just too long, you may miss this Wraith providing the ultimate comeback for the tournament.
Exactly that, and well, you're already seeing the Wraith kind of being, let's say, tenderized. Val's just going to be putting in those beautiful spots of weakness for the Hunters, but that Wraith is going to have a little bit of a more troublesome time, and the dome is down. They're going to take this stage 1 fight here. The Hunter's going to be looking to maybe do some more damage, but as you said, this Wraith is so mobile, so easy to move around, to evade, to avoid, but already taking a fair bit of damage. That armor is being depleted, but lovely Jukes coming out, trying to get that distance gathered, but Nim's got to be careful here.
Yeah, so what we're seeing, Warp Blast and Abduction. No decoy right now, so it does not have the ability to try and sneak away with that decoy, but does have the extra traversal from the Warp Blast.
But let's keep our eyes on that armor as well. It's going fairly low, already down quite significantly. Good little in-cap there, but not good enough to take down the opponent, and now it's true damage coming in. This gets dangerous, this gets painful, and you can see the Abduct coming out, trying to slow this down, trying to hinder those hunters, but Nim's got to be careful in this. I'm not so sure he's going to survive this one too perfectly, taking a little bit more damage, but surely that dome's going to be down soon.
Yeah, it'll be down in a minute, and as Fab mentioned, the key to the hunters is all about positioning. He said that in that awesome video that we got to see there, and as you can see, the positioning of that shield there kept line of sight from practically every angle that the hunters wanted to navigate. So they did a great job of staying alive. You see the harpoon coming in from Griffin to keep Nimp here and close to the hunters, and he's on the move, but they have him down to half health.
And that's the beauty. When you get a good player playing Griffin with those harpoons that are man-controlled, you have to aim those bad boys. Being able to keep that guy in close check is impressive. That's not an easy feat here. Nimp will get away a touch. He's got a little bit of room now to breathe. He needs to start building back into this. He's got everything he needs to go towards stage 2, but we've seen so far that's been the downfall for quite a few people playing this monster.
So traversal perk is what Nimp went with, so that's going to help him move along and get away from these guys quicker. Increase battery clip side on Torvald, reduce incoming damage on Val, which is great to keep her up and alive. And you're going to see he's going to go 3 Warp Blasts, finally adds that decoy. I think he probably realized that was what was missing to try and get him out of there with the least amount of damage done. Val gets the Trank off, but it hits the decoy, and here goes Nymph. Right now being targeted by Torvald. As you can see, though, with getting that Evolve off and Nightwing not anywhere near to try and get the mobile arena, he could potentially get out of here with a good amount of health.
He could do. Let's see if he can manage that. He's juking them well. He's keeping them moving. He's not been trapped in yet, and that dome has not gone down. So they know he's close by, but there we go. The domes come in. He's maybe waiting a little too long. He tried to build up a little bit more armor. This could be a mistake, but let's see if he gets punished for this one already. Starting to evade, starting to focus down towards Rune, but that shield is popped. He's looking after himself. Rune's not in trouble just yet. And already, Nymph is starting to get depleted away from that armor he built up earlier.
Yeah, the difference here is that he does have that decoy, so he can pop that every so often to help himself get away from these hunters. They do, again, have a nicely placed shield up there, which is going to take away a lot of this damage he's trying to do, as long as those hunters are able to stay in line of sight. The way the shield works, if you're not familiar with it, is in difference to Hank's shield, this shield is going to shield whoever takes damage. So instantly when the monster hits a hunter, if they're in line of sight, it is going to shield them. But what you can do is juggle between hunters so that you can finally find a hunter without the shield on them. And he manages to do that with the Trapper. The Trapper goes down, and that's a strike on Nightwing. But that said, I think it was totally worth taking the strike on the Trapper, for he is down to 2 bars of health now as the Wraith.
100%, and I have to keep telling myself this guy pulls off clutch victories all the time, because if you look at it just from a normal perspective, look at what the game's given him, 18%, but you can't factor in this player skill. So I'm hoping, I'm hoping there's a little more to this.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's this math is factored by basically some pretty simple features, which have to do with health of of hunters with or without strikes, health, armor of monsters, and the stage of the monster as well. All that factoring into play, you're absolutely right. You can't factor in the fact that he has survived so many games when the odds were not in his favor, according to the game.
We'll see if he can do it again. This time, Team YP, you know they know how to deal with this guy. They've done their homework. They've done their research, and Rune already closing in. Going to try and get a little bit of damage done for free, but once again, Nymph doing well. He really does build out that armor perfectly in these instances, juking out with that decoy. They're just going to be getting himself out of this one, but they're so quick to understand this.
Does get a nice abduct on Nightwing again. If he could get him out of the game, it's going to take the mobile arena out of the game. That could be a very good take for him at this point. It's one less thing to deal with. Ooh. He does try and pounce out of there, but he does get caught. Full armor, though, so this could be a good fight. He could actually have this in his favor if he manages it well.
Yeah, sometimes you're trapped in there with the monster. Remember that, guys. It's not all the hunters locking this down. They've got to deal with him, but lovely jukes again. This guy's so fluid with the Wraith, just dancing around this map. Finds a little bit of a place to be able to do that, but he is going to start feeling this damage pretty soon. He's still got a fair bit of armor, not been completely locked down at the moment. He's kiting them around perfectly well. Savvy getting himself up towards that higher ground, getting positioned for a fight, but the jukes are still coming through.
Yeah, you know what I like there is when he popped that decoy, when the Wraith pops the decoy, most of these competitive hunters have an idea of where the Wraith was when he popped the decoy, and they shoot in that area, whether or not they see the Wraith. And a lot of times you'll catch the Wraith with that because it will make the Wraith flash out of cloak. What he did was he went vertical up, and so the areas where they were most likely shooting, he was nowhere to be found and nowhere to be shot. He actually manages to get out of there. Unfortunately, he hits a tree and gets caught by the harpoon, but
he took so little true damage there. It was almost nothing. It may have been like 1 or 2 shots there, maybe taking away a centimeter.
Nightwing is just nailing these harpoons now, though. So relentless.
So perfect. And everyone who's played against the Wraith will know what it's like to be constantly chasing, constantly feeling like you're being, juked around with. And you've got to say Nightwing was keeping a good tab here, but this is a chance, maybe. No, the pings are coming back out. There's not been a moment to rest, but it looks like Nymph should be able to make it towards stage 3 here, even though he is quite trapped towards the northern side of this map.
Lots of sound spikes out, rather. This is going to make it very hard for him to sneak around without them knowing where he is exactly. And if we look at these guys, they're closing in. They know where he is, and they are looking to get another dome, I can only assume at this point. The dome is up, and ready to go. And what we've seen so far is where the previous meta, and a lot of times you'll see these guys hold the dome for that evolution. Now I think they're so confident in their play, and they can go aggressive and actually get in there, take that armor down, and start working on health. They do need to be careful. There is a tyrant in that pool over there, and you don't want to give the monster any help by tangling with the wildlife.
I don't think he needs any help at this point, but there comes a little bit of a boost. So they're going to go for the trap in towards this one. Nim does have full armor, bearing in mind. He survived this before, but this might not be such a perfect location, but playing so cautiously. Nightwing knows where he is, though.
Yeah.
And these guys are waiting for that perfect setup here to do the damage.
I think this is a great dome for him. There's a lot of room to work, and this area that he has to work around is pretty massive. And he also has that decoy to work with, and he has a couple entrances and exits out of here, looks like.
Yeah, he's not in the worst spot in the world. He is looping around well, keeping these guys guessing him. Savvy might have just been caught out, but again, the harpoon coming in. Savvy's going to stay alive for a second, going to try and take down that shielding factor, but still, Nim might be in a little bit of trouble here, but again, being held up, being caught back. Those harpoons are relentless. The damages are coming in, and Savvy's still staying alive somehow in this instance, but this is getting a little bit dangerous for Team YP as well. The heal finally comes down. It looks like the attack's going to come in. He does get a little bit of damage done, but still, Nim's armor is getting shredded right now. He got down one. That's Savvy gone. That's what he wanted.
That's huge. So what he did there, and that's what makes him such a good Wraith player, is he recognizes that those shields are out. He takes them down as quickly as possible. But what he did was he popped his decoy around one side, went back around the other, took out the shield, and then continued to focus down the medic and was going after that medic target no matter what at that point. He does now have a strike on the medic, and it starts to be more and more worth it in his favor.
Slowly but surely, this guy is playing a beastly game. And bear in mind, he did take so much damage earlier. Oh my word, he's going back in for more. That is confident play if I've ever seen it. The abduct doesn't come off because Nightwing holds him back, just about saving Savvy by the skin of his teeth. This is insane stuff. Nightwing keeping his team literally harpooned together here as, well, Nimp has been playing out of his mind, but he's going to be able to get away again. He went for that cheeky turnaround, but it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, the other thing that he did at the end of that is he comboed it with the Warp Blast. He had that saved up. Instead of using that for traversal, he used it to go in and finish off the medic. So he's comboing really well between staying out of damage, mitigating the damage, sneaking around, finding a good entrance into the fight, which I think is so important because so many new monster players, even though they have the upper hand, they don't necessarily take the best approach into the fight, which allows the Hunter team to maybe do more damage than they should as you're trying to instigate.
But this fight is dangerous for him, bearing in mind, every time he's been caught in a dome before, he's had almost full armor. This time, he's down to 1 bar, and it's depleting fast. He's doing good damage, so he's trying to get the work done, but he's got to be cautious here. There's not so many places to juke around anymore. He could get caught in this point, but still going to look for that decoy, puts it out, still being caught off by Rune. Rune not going to fall for that one, but once again, Warp Blast comes in. Doesn't get perfect connection, but does catch out Savvy for a second. But he's buying time here, but slowly but surely, that HP is dwindling.
Yeah, I love seeing Val in here and holding her own like this. Every time she needs a heal burst, she has it, and she's using it very well. Savvy keeping not only his team up and alive, but himself as well, as he is clearly the target right now with 1 strike. He's going after Savvy again, gets the abduct, another nice harpoon, keeps him off of the medic, and they manage to finish him off. And that is a game for the Hunters of Team YP, and they take it against this Wraith that we have been gushing about since we first started the majors.
God, that was a big game though. Let's remember how much damage came in towards a monster of TPA. That was, that Wraith was down pretty low. That was what, 2 bars maybe for quite some part of that game. And he still got close. You saw the target. Savvy was just being black and blue, but Val didn't give up. Val held her own, which I'm very pleased at seeing. But your thoughts on that first matchup? You said this was going to be a good game, and I think we've just had a taste of it. So how does it look so far for you?
It looked as business as usual for both of them, and what we've seen from Nimp playing is he will potentially get very low on health, come back, stage up a little bit, get low on health maybe again, and it's not by any lack of good play. It's not by any mistakes. It's just that he's facing some really good Hunter teams that know how to play against this Wraith. But in the end, he just keeps winning and winning. And sometimes in competition, that's just what it takes. It doesn't matter if one team is supposedly better than the other or not. If you keep winning, then you just keep winning, and that's
simple
it.
as it is. Yeah, you've got to respect that at the end of the day. But we aren't going to wait on the other guys to get themselves prepared for their matchup coming in, and Team YP can take a good second to think that through again, because that was a very tough matchup. But, you know, looking at what we've got coming in here, actually got something a little different this time. We've got Crow coming out. That's with EAX. Bugsy up on Val, it seems. Sunny and Markov closing out the other two, and Source, no surprises, hitting up the Kraken there. But the Crow, I think it's the first time we've seen the Crow today. Or
today,
Crow,
yes.
should I say not the Crow?
The Crow.
The Crow, the one, the only.
Sure.
But what are your thoughts?
First time today, and then Markov.
Actually,
for the first time here on the stage, the main stage, I guess is the best way to say it. They could have played both of those earlier in their match, their previous match, but that's going to be potentially huge if they get him low on health, as we've seen a lot of these monsters be able to sustain with very little health. Crow has the ability to charge that shot, shoot through armor, and potentially win the game for his team with that charge shot. And then we're going to see Markov. So the Markov here is what we've been sort of alluding to as far as versus Kraken, because he's able to get that long distance locked range with the lightning gun. The lightning gun will also take out Banshee Mines very well, and he just does very solid damage as a hunter. So that's going to potentially be a difference maker for them in this game here. And then it looked like we saw Sunny and Val again. Yeah, so interesting that they're picking Sunny and Val as well. Those are two ladies that I absolutely love in this game, and we haven't seen enough of. And now we are starting to see them play a very important part in competitive play. So great to see, and potentially could be a great counter against Source's Kraken. Only time will tell.
Yeah, and this time no distractions here for Source. His teammates have left him. They've had enough of being next to him. But no, they've given him some solace here, some quiet. I think he's a little confused where his teammates have gone, but
I think he probably prefers it this way.
I wouldn't blame him. You
want
to stay focused. It's your moment. You know, when you're playing a team game, when you're in that team composition kind of environment, it's good to have those people beside you. You can talk to them, you can look at them, you get that team vibe. But when you're a Kraken, when you're playing that monster, whatever it is, it's on you. It's your time. You want to stay as focused on your game. You don't want to be distracted. So I can imagine that's a little bit of a point here. And Source just taking his time getting ready here, and we are almost ready to get this one started up. But
especially when you move from the comfort of your
own home,
own home, you're playing. You're not sitting there all playing together in the room. Monster is literally on an island playing by itself at all times, and so when you come here, I think it's probably going to help. And I think we will potentially see better choices in the location where he chooses to evolve, which I think was the only thing. Well, I don't want to say the only thing that kept it close.
I think it was a poignant moment there when he did get caught a couple of times. It was the only downfall we really saw coming out from him. He made some small errors, I can imagine, beyond that, but those were the ones we could note. But anyway, I think it's time to find out if the proof is in the pudding. So we are into this one, and Source underway here.
On Distillery, and what he's looking for, and you can see him already on this mammoth bird hunt. These are the most bang for your buck. Sometimes they go bang before you get your buck, as they do have that lightning strike. Some people think that mammoth bird should be the 5th monster, but more on that later. Not today,
we can
of course,
take that to the couch.
More on
maybe.
that at some point. That said, he is going to look for that quick and dirty 3-meat feed, which he is finding here early on, and he continues to feed. One thing that I've noticed, the more and more as we see competitive play, is that these competitive monsters, they obviously, and we mentioned it before, they're looking for the best feed route. But finding that best feed route means that they are going to be ready to evolve at record pace. And as you can see here, he's just a few meets away from being ready to evolve to stage 2. Charge shots coming through though. So as you can see, he has full armor. He does get the sneak pounce on Assault, but the shield and of course the heals there are going to keep him up and alive. Now gets the Trapper though.
Now
the dome comes out early.
That could be an error here. Let's see if they can keep EAX alive. He is in trouble. That Crow might be a very dead Crow very soon. Already the sneak attack comes out. EAX is just about being kept alive for now, but it cannot keep up at this pace. Source is going to town right now, but EAX just about makes it away. Keeps himself alive. You can thank Valve for that one and a little bit of Sunny Hell. You can thank your whole team for keeping you alive then, because EAX could have cost them so much then.
That was such a solid recovery. And that would have been an early lost dome, and he would have been able to go on his way and not have any worry about being domed there. But right now they have a chance to do some pretty great, pretty significant damage to him. We did see the charge shots coming through earlier, so even though he was full armor or just about, they were doing damage to his health. As you can see, they continue to do that here. And what looked very precarious for this Hunter team, now they're looking very solid as they are just about all at full health, and they've almost got him down to half health here at stage 1.
This is an outstanding beginning for TPA. As you mentioned, it went from
no,
a bit of an
Tyrant.
error. What? Who did that just catch out? Was it Roy?
Yeah, Roy's in a Tyrant.
Oh no, that could have been...
Oh, he's out.
He's
Oh,
just
man.
about, but my god, that could have been a real issue then. They had the beat on Source as well, so they might have to...
No.
God damn, the wildlife is giving him more chip than anything. I think Source has got some rivalry on this server being the biggest threat, but at least he's going to get away now, Source, in his eyes. But the damage so far, the way they dealt with it, considering the poor start to that engagement, was outstanding.
No, that was great, and that really shows how solid this Hunter team is. To be in that situation, I have gone in and prematurely thrown the dome because I'm pretty good at maneuvering the maps because I've played for so long that sometimes I find myself way too far out in front of my team, and I throw the dome and I'm like, yeah, I nailed it. Got him, and then I'm like, oh wait, I'm dead, and the dome's down
right?
immediately. Great. So to be able to recover from that is just the mark of a team that absolutely deserves to be here.
Oh, and Roy's got Source just banged to rights here. Source going for the evolution, trying to get it done as quick as possible, but Markov just laying down that damage. Aftershock can be piled in towards, but this isn't the issue. It's not whether he can make it any further, it's can he survive this one fight. Source knows he's in trouble. The dome is available. It's just gone down. He's got him locked in.
Wow, what a great
EAX
catch.
is playing big right now for his side. TPA are doing work, and Source is in trouble here. A bad position for to fight, and it's just one alley really and a little bit of cover at the side. This could be all she wrote for him.
Down below, tranked and slowed by Val. Here comes the lightning gun damage from Markov. Aftershock coming in. This should hit pretty hard, although they do have heals and that jetpack boost, which is going to get EAX out of trouble once again. Markov laying down those mines for some nice protective areas, and we did see the shield in there as well. Source manages to take it out. He does have a little armor here, but that said, they are doing work on Source TV right now, and this Hunter team is really stepping it up after watching their very powerful monster drop game 1.
Yeah, this is the recovery service in work, and my god, if they pull it off. Source is on the last piece of HP. If one shot hits, he's gone down, and that is TPA making an impression with their Hunter team coming out, just absolutely swinging. I cannot believe that sort of performance already coming from those guys, and that's got to feel good.
Yeah, especially now that you know, they're proving that their potato aim is not so potato.
It certainly isn't. If you're going to go for Crow, and you better be landing those shots with him. And they were. You know, everything was going right. We saw so much good, just big play coming from them. The domes were perfect. That early engage was a little shaky. I thought EAX made a huge error. They'd kind of thrown a little bit of the game then, but no, he recovered absolutely perfectly and made up for every single error and then some.
Yeah, that was great. Solid Hunter team. Solid Hunter play from TPA. And it is heating up in here. It's 1-1 here on the main stage with our finals here. But we do have an update.
We do. Eyes on You are currently up 2-1 over NDG. So, I don't know. I saw the state of the Eyes on You guys outside. They were livid. They were really annoyed. They were frustrated. You could see when someone's just let down by their own performance. It's not at their teammates. It was literally, I played badly. I should have played better. And I was hoping they could pull themselves together, take 5 minutes, talk it through, make sure they're ready for that next game. And taking a look at these brackets, you see they are ready. They're not going down without a fight. And this is exactly what I wanted from today. And you could already see it kind of, as it is, that will be updated going forward. But that's a great start for Eyes on You.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't, we don't like to see any of these guys in that state because, as we both talked about, we've hung out with them the last night or so, and they're all phenomenal people.
They are. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, so, I mean, even though we have predictions, we may even have favorites here and there. At the same time, there's absolutely no way I'm not pulling for all of these people to win.
Yeah, the community, I have to say it, and I'll say it time and time again, the community of players we have here is outstanding. These people love the game. They play it time and time again, and they're just good people. They love this event. They love just the fact they get to sit here with their teammates and just absolutely enjoy the experience of it. And it's been absolutely electric from start to finish. And it's brilliant to see these guys, but I do believe we actually know the picks coming into the next round of things here. Let's have a look at that. No surprise for TP8. We do have the Wraith back out. And it looks like a very similar picture as well coming through for Team YP.
And I don't blame them for running that Griffin again. And while, what's funny about that is, as we were talking about it earlier, it seemed like, they were holding Griffin for when they were warmed up, ready to go. And that was more of a, okay, we're doing well. But at the same time, we've been seeing these insane harpoons from Nightwing, which really were a difference maker in that last game. And so to continue to see Griffin in the lineup is no surprise. The damage coming from Torvald is huge. Sunny has proven to be quite the asset here in the majors.
It's kind of a background thing. It's like with Val as well. You don't realize sometimes how much of an important role they play. And even with Sunny, you see it in the damage coming through as well. Sunny not a pushover in that sort of aspect. But it's just been a beautiful composition from those boys. And you see the theory crafting coming out. But then again, the Wraith did get close before. It was not a one-sided affair. The HP was low. We saw that it looked a little shaky. But then they pulled it back so well, and I'm hoping we see something like that again. But was there anything you took away from that you thought, actually, there was a couple of errors here and there? Was there something that maybe could be adjusted going into this one, especially for the Wraith?
It's hard to say. It's for the Wraith right now, it's all about mitigating damage early on, because if he finds himself later on with even a sliver of health, he's proven that he can win that way, but he needs to get there. So it's those early engagements. It's finding a safe place to evolve. And that said, here on MedLab, there are some great places to evolve and stay safe. You can do it underneath this this structure where he is now. There's also this lush forest area in the back as we take a look at the map. The area he's moving to now. Not only is this a great place to feed, but there is also some great places to evolve and even fight back here as well.
So 1-1 is the current scoreline here between TPA and Team YP at the ESL Major League Finals here for Evolve. And we are seeing a good start coming out from Nim, getting his feet on, but it does seem as though the Hunters know exactly where he's going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to know where he's going. That said, though, we've seen Source with some really fast feed, and I think that actually could be what Nimp needs to get him further into the game with more health, is that he needs to just find a faster feed, a faster farm, and to move along and get to a place where he's ready to evolve before they can find him, before they see him. And so let's actually look at what he picked. No decoy again early on, 2 in Warp Blast, 1 in Abduction. The Warp Blast is going to give him good damage as well as an extra traversal. Abduction he can use to try and separate one of the Hunters, which is really the key to him having a victory here. He does manage to get a little bit of distance from the team, but it looks like Nightwing knows exactly where he is. And we'll check in with the Hunters here, see what they went with. This hasn't changed much from game to game. They do get him in an early dome, full armor. So the key right now is just mitigation and leaving here with hopefully some armor and some health underneath that.
Oh, nice work towards Nightwing as well. I'm going to pick him up real early, take him out of the composition there. But so far, negating all the damage done. No one getting a real beat on towards him. Finally, the damage is going to start coming through, but you can see the focus straight away then was on towards Nightwing, maybe the only initial target he had the opportunity towards. The rest now catching up.
Yeah, so you asked what could be the difference maker, or if there was potentially any mistakes or what he could do differently in this game. I think that targeting of the Trapper could be the key to that, because if he gets the Trapper down early, which was his initial target, I don't think it was because that was his only target. I think it was intentional, because if he gets the dome down here, then he is truly getting out of here with the least amount of damage done to him as possible. Otherwise, he's just going to struggle between the shield from Sunny and the healing from Val. As you can see, which is happening again here, he does get out of here. If he can manage to not get harpooned and to not get shot while he's fleeing, as you see bullets flying past, it's going to help him get away with some significant health, which could be the difference maker here.
My God,
and that's how you counter that Griffin harpoon.
Again, this is an insane play from both of these players. They know it's exactly how. Again, another one hits up. This guy's not missing. I think we need to check this guy's PC, because what the hell is he playing with right now? It's just relentless.
And Wraith is a small target too. Wraith is not behemoth.
Wraith the Goliath. Hell, this is a different creature altogether, but this guy just ain't missing. Nightwing again getting boosted up. Can he land another? Yes, he can.
Wow.
This is beautiful to watch. If I could check out his accuracy after this, I will lose my mind, because they are so good right now. And he's keeping him close enough that the dome becomes a possibility very, very soon. It's still on recharge right now. Rune's going to get pushed up, get a little damaged on the way out, get him spotted.
Yeah.
Keep such a close eye on where Nimp's trying to run to.
And so here's the thing, too. What I was talking about before is how quickly can he get that full energy meter. And we've now been in the game fairly long enough to have a full dome and that he's fought out of, but he's still not even full and ready to evolve yet. And I think that's pretty huge, because the longer that takes, the longer he's going to be in the game, and the more opportunities for the hunters to catch him in a dome are going to happen.
Yep.
And that dome happens right now.
That's 2 domes connected, an incredible amount of harpoons landed, but he does have a chance there. Called out Savvy before, he's done it again. He's going to go for the damage to get done. That could have been a lot worse, and this looks like it could be final here, but look at that, just about at the end. He does get at least kept within safety.
As I was describing how the shield works earlier, as soon as you hit a hunter, it's going to shield. What happened was he hit that hit to incapacitate Val, so then the shield shielded Val, but it was too late at that point. So that was a nice take. He managed to get Val before she got into line of sight of the shield, but great placement of the shield again from this team here, from Spanners on Sunny.
Yeah, Spanners is showing us quite the masterclass in this one. It's a subtlety that you don't always notice until you realize that there's just been a constant shielding factor, and there's no Hank on there, so it's not someone actively looking towards it. So it's a very impressive feat
there. It is again. As you can see, the Griffin harpoons are pretty obvious when they hit. It's just going to hold the monster there, and you know it's happening. But like you said, the subtlety of where you place the shield is huge, and another harpoon catches the warp blast there as Nimp tries to get away. It was actually pretty good mitigation of damage there, and now he is ready to evolve. I think what he's doing here is, at this point, most people would say, why are you bothering eating? You're full of energy. He wants to keep that armor here because he doesn't know how hard they're going to pursue and if he might end up in a dome again. He wants to get a little bit of that armor as he tries to get away and ready to evolve. The place where he's heading right now, and Nightwing is just relentless on these harpoons, is this area here. We can see it on the map. There's a lot of caves and overhangs here that are good for evolving, as well as I described underneath here. But then again, there's also this lush forest area, which have some nice, dense canopies and bushes and things like that where you can get in a good evolve off. And he is just doing everything he can to move. And as we noted before, he took stamina traversal perk, and this is the same thing he had before. And even with that stamina traversal recharge, he's still struggling to stay away from these guys.
It's beautiful, and this is the composition that Team YP didn't want to show off. They know how they wanted to play is by boosting players, whether it be Nightwing to land those harpoons or not, but they have got him caught now in the dome. Nice little abduct does come out. That's been Spanners caught up for a second, but Spanners does get caught again, and that could have been dangerous, but no. You're going to see Val to the rescue. Savvy there keeping control of that situation, but Nimp desperately trying to find a little bit of armor, a little bit of respite. And there's at least a little bit of high ground that he can maybe run towards, utilize the terrain as best he can. Again, the abduct comes out, but not so much effect.
I like this little area that he can move through back here. He also has underneath that he can work through as well. Does manage to get the shield down with that warp blast. And I believe that Assault already popped the personal, unless that was the shield from up above. So this would be potentially a good time to take Rune out of the game as well. But right now, I can't imagine what's going through his head. It's got to be very frustrating because these guys are just so on point.
Yeah, they are, and I think this might be all she wrote for Nimp in this round, unless he can make a last-minute run for it. No, the lockdown comes out, and Team YP close it down again. This Hunter side is looking flawless so far.
Yep.
And I'm not going to lie, those harpoons were mind-blowing.
Yeah.
You saw the shielding work coming out. The placement of that was pixel perfect. There's no disputing how good that composition works with those guys. It's a real factor. But then we look at the Wraith play then. It was, once again, the same kind of issue. Got out a little early, kind of caught in these moments that just chipped away at that health overall, and he just didn't have the time to recover.
Yeah, it's taking too long to feed and to stage up, and getting caught in multiple domes without even having that full energy meter, and that's at no fault of his pathing, no fault of his farm. It happens to be that these guys are just so relentless, as you mentioned, with the harpoons, and then of course the boost from Sunny as well, putting him constantly in range, slowed by Val, sniped by Val, and then the damage coming in, and significant damage coming in, not just from Sunny, but obviously from the Assault player. But the Assault player at this point is the least even discussed player on this team, because the rest of them are so clutch right now with their gameplay.
It's beautiful to watch. You're seeing exactly what you can achieve with a team comp like this, and not everyone can do this. Let's be honest here. This is a team comp that has been kind of toyed with. I've seen them try this during, whether it be a Go 4 or a smaller series, maybe just testing it out, seeing how it felt. Does it work really? Because sometimes you can theory craft ideas like, okay, maybe we can use Sunny to kind of like boost these guys a little further forward, get the damage done, get the harpoons in, create this kind of, this trap almost.
Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, but practically does that work out?
Yeah.
And now we're seeing, the hell it does.
Sure, and I'm no expert, and these guys are clearly the guys that are playing every day.
Yeah.
But this is not a team comp that if you asked me, hey, how's this one look? I would maybe switch one or two characters out and be like, well, you could use a little bit more of this here, or a little bit more of this there.
Yep.
But they're clearly making it work.
And that may be just player preference as well coming in. You can see the idea. You can see what it's meant to be shaped around, the skeleton structure of this kind of built team of hunters. But as you said, there could have been switches there coming in that may work against others, but they're seeming just so confident in what they're doing. But now it's time once again to see the TPA side. Now I'm excited to see that, and we get to see their hunters going head to head with Source, who had a little bit of a disappointing this is what I wanted. Here we go, Source picking up the Wraith up against, and we got Hyde coming out to play. Crow once again being featured. We've got Sunny here and Val. Val, I think, has been like the most regular pick we've had throughout all of this. But still, I'm so pleased to see Source picking up the Wraith. Now, I've had the pleasure of watching him do this once. I've seen him watch it once, and it looked not necessarily one-dimensional, but it looked like he had an idea. He was toying with it. He practiced it a little bit. And I asked him afterwards, like, hey, were you just messing around? Were you that confident? He was like, I've been putting in some hours to this. I want to actually see if it's something I can depend on. If someone removes the Kraken away from me or anything like that, I want to be able to have something to go to and feel comfortable. So
yeah, of course.
This is a real spanner in the works. So I'm excited for this one. What are your thoughts on this pickup?
No, absolutely. I don't want to say it's just because of the recent dominant Nimp play in the majors. I'm sure he's been wanting to have a secondary go-to because you absolutely need to, especially when the way the competition is set up, you have that ban at the tiebreaker. You need to have a second go-to. And I've actually, I host him a lot when he's streaming, and I actually have been seeing him play a lot of Wraith play. And I'll be honest, I didn't know exactly what was behind it. I didn't know if it was practice without showing your full hand, or if this was the actual hand. I just noticed that he wasn't playing Kraken, that he was playing Wraith, and it definitely interests me to continue to investigate and see what's going on here. So not a surprise that he's going with it, but that said, the Kraken, as far as I know, is his primary and best monster.
Yep.
So to play it here, this is the risk reward of this.
It is.
Are you playing a monster that you are gambling with here, or are you pulling something completely crazy out of the bag, which is going to flip the script and change everything that we've known about today?
And the best part is he's doing it against the one team who always plays that sort of Wraith character with their Hunter, their monster, excuse me. I am so pleased to see that, and I'm curious to see if it actually works out though, because if any team's gonna be aware of how to counter a Wraith, it's gonna be TPA, who's whose monster player plays this on a regular basis. So this guy's gotta be confident as hell. Source needs to bring out something beautiful here, and he's capable. There's no two ways of saying it. He's a capable player, but it's not his main. We know it's not his main. He likes to dabble it. I know he tried it a bit, but whether or not he can actually pull it off right here, right now, in such a high-pressure situation, we're going to find out very soon, I can imagine. The teams are just getting themselves ready, and you guys at home, I can imagine, are just absolutely enjoying this one. Of course, they can get involved as well. Send us your tweets and your thoughts on this, and I can't wait to find out how this one goes. Your prediction on this round, do you think he's going to pull it off?
Absolutely.
You reckon he's got this?
Yeah, no, I think this is kind of what you were touching on earlier, where we're going to see a slow start. It's going to go head-to-head, and then they are going to just use what they've learned in those first couple of games to pull ahead from there. But I'm actually hoping I'm wrong. I want to see these guys take another Hunter victory.
So it goes 2-2.
Yeah, their first one was not only because of that, but because their first one was so impressive, and they fought back so brilliantly and really showed that it's no fluke that they're here playing against these guys for first place.
Well, let's see if anyone can pick up more than one round against Team YP. That's the next challenge here. Is we saw the first game having one round against them.
Yeah.
Can someone make it
that was
two?
history in the making, right
exactly.
there.
These guys had a flawless record for a long time. Maybe people pick up a round or two, but no one defeated them for the longest time. They had a great team comp. The updates came out the way the monsters kind of, were balanced, let's say, from stage 1 to 2. They felt the gap got a little closer, like, I'm pretty sure they've just nerfed us. I'm pretty sure Nightmare was like, I'm sure they're onto me, and they know what I'm up to, but they've recovered well, and they're keeping themselves in check. But this is what I'm waiting for. It's going to be the one, the only, the man with the legend, Source, picking up the Wraith here. It's such an important game up against TPA, who just come out and surprised us with an outstanding performance already. But can they replicate that? It's already 2-1. Will it be 3-1 or 2-2?
Well, yeah, so that said, he did drop that first game, right?
Yep.
So going in and making a change is, not necessarily a bad thing. It could turn out to be an amazing move here. Realizing maybe, my crack and play, they're on to me. They know what I'm bringing to the table. Let's switch it up and see what they do against the Wraith here. He knows that he can make this decision, gamble on the pick here. And when I say gamble, I use that loosely because this is not necessarily a gamble. As we mentioned before, this could be a very strong play for him, a very strong decision. Oof. But at the same time, he does know that he has a strong Hunter team to get his back.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy matchup. I'd assume that there is calculation to this and there is method to the madness, but Source is taking a little bit of a burn there off the back of Roy, and already a lot of damage coming in. This is the thing, the Wraith is so fragile. It is such a delicate creature that if it gets captured at stage 1 without full armor, this could be dangerous. But he's got space to move, space to breathe, and TPA are catching up now. Roy's still there. You got Fab there as well. Bugsy not too far apart either, but there we go. So EX is going to spot it out, and it will be a little bit of a missed opportunity then for Source, and this is going to start getting a little dangerous. They're going to get the beat on him this time. Source is going to have to be so careful now. He's out of armor and down to that true damage, and he cannot afford it at this stage.
Here he comes on Val. Catches her pretty well, misses the abduction though, and has to back off. This is a good dome for him though. Although that said, they are doing great work in this dome and already back to health damage right now. Roy gets caught out, but there is a line of sight from the Trapper. EAX gets him off of Roy, and Source is forced to move again. Half health now as the dome goes down. Great engagement from TPA, and they are showing again that they are very strong on both sides. of the game, Hunters and Monsters. He's moving along now, and I'm interested to see if he re-engages here as they don't have the dome, or if he does try and move on. There is a Tyrant on Roy. He's caught in there now. Is he going to be able to get out? He's getting death rolled right now.
What? Just about saved at the end. My God, that was a little too close for comfort. And this will give Source a second to get the hell away. So he's been saved by a little bit of the map life coming out to play in this one. And I'm just worried about this because you can tell it's not his most comfortable choice. The missed abductions are not a great sign. And it's a terrifying monster to play. This guy is so fragile. He can do so much damage, but here we go. EAX going to get caught out a little here. This could be dangerous. EAX is out on his own, and there we go. Sneak attack comes out, and he's going to follow it up. Oh,
yes, nice
perfectly done. There we go, locking down one of them. That's the trapper gone for it. He might not be able to get the full kind of gib onto them, not be able to take him out fully here, but he's going to take a bit of the fight, and he's got armor to work with. He just can't outstay his welcome.
That's a tough one because you do want to take that Trapper out of the game at this point. As you can see, the mobile arena is up. If he was able to remove the Trapper, he could have then moved on, done what he needed to do, even staged up to stage 2 with no real threat. But they are on the hunt again as Val gets the Trapper up with her med gun. And a strike on the Trapper once again is definitely worth it for the damage that they've done so far. I definitely would have wanted to see the Trapper down and out in that situation, but he did make the right move to flee because that was not going to be in his favor at that point once they got the Trapper back up. Very close to the Tyrant here again. Let's see if anybody gets caught. Oh, scary stuff.
There we go. Well, if Roy or...
See a plant, kill a plant. Sap cap, they call it. That's a Sacriel original, I believe.
Oh, the good old 42nd. Alrighty. You can't get away from it. Warp Blast, Abduction, and Decoy gonna be
couple. Speaking of other people, a big shout out to Meg. I gave you a shout out on Periscope earlier, but a big shout out to Meg for chatting with me the other night, late at night, as I was putting social medias out, kept me sane in my state of jet lag.
That's always quite a tough task.
Yeah. Another huge take. That was actually a great take from Source there. He manages to get in and get out again, get a strike on EAX, and now this is going to be down and out for EAX if he is downed again, and we'll go straight to the dropship.
Now, we're going to have to see if Source can do something we saw a little bit earlier, that even with the Wraith being a little low on health, if you place yourself right, if you play the game to the kind of capability we know that certain players can, it's a real viability. You can do this. It's not the end of the world, but he's got to be very careful now. That Decoy not going to be fooling anyone at this rate. He's going to be able to just about adjust away, though. And he's playing a dangerous game, but he's keeping control of this. And I need to keep remembering the Source, even though this isn't his initial focus, he's played so many hours of this game, relentlessly learning.
You know, I don't even know if it's like what we can call an initial focus from him anymore, because this is really solid play. And if he uses this Wraith to turn things around after losing on his, main, air quotes, main, then this is going to be very impressive from him. Another shout out to Mazel from AmyBot. Wishes you were here, and it's been great. We wish every competitive team could be here for the finals, and every competitive player who's been not only supporting Evolve but supporting esports with Evolve as well. Big shout out to all you guys. And for those of you hanging out in the chat, shout out to you guys as well. Thanks for checking out the stream and hanging out here for the Evolve Major Finals from Poland. That's that charge shot coming through from Crow. You can see it from way downtown, and it misses. Some nice jukes from him here. He's going with a voodoo skin on Wraith, which I absolutely love.
Skin. The voodoo skin, just generally, I think it's absolutely beautiful, and I think it's one of the nicest looking ones. I went crazy the first time I saw it, so apart from maybe the meteor, but it's still up there. But let's keep our eyes on this one. I want to see the next opportunity he can maybe forge out of this. If he can catch out EX again, he's going for it. Here we go, and they know it. TPA understand exactly what he wants here, but there we go. The dome's gone down, and Source is now in there with them. Can he make anything out of this?
Yeah, I would call that a mistake right from the get. He went in there with the Warp Blast, 2 jukes, completely negated any damage that would have done. By that time, they had already gotten the shield down and the dome, and now they're working on that armor. And he has done absolutely nothing to this team so far in this engagement.
Yeah, he's had a couple of tumbles, I guess, with Fav, but it's not the end of the world for them. They can easily keep Fav alive with placement there from the shielding coming through, and
Yeah.
really Source needs to be so careful here. He's
He
already
really
out of
does.
armor, and oh my god, he's stuck in a corner. This could be disastrous. Roy is on the way. He knows what's coming, and Source can do nothing but wait. Can he set out the trap? Can he get the job done? Roy's waiting for backup, and this could be a real end of it all. He misses the abduct again, and I think that might be a lot of damage coming his way.
All he wants to do right now is just get out of here, and he did a good job of that. If he can get up the wall and get out of here, down
There
goes
we
the
go.
dome, and now he can get out of here without much health loss.
That's surprising considering
yeah.
the situation he was just in.
Yeah, nicely done by him to get out of there. He does pop the decoy there, cloaks him, and right now he's going to re-engage. No dome available. He could potentially take EAX out of the game, as we mentioned, and have him waiting for a drop ship. Scares birds there, but no biggie. At this point, he just wants to get out of there.
Yeah, and he's not that close to stage 3 either, bearing in mind he's been trying to do so much work at stage 2. He's not really being able to kind of live off the fauna just yet, or really kind of get any of that biomass built up. But
that's what he wants right there, though. A bunch of mammoth birds. He manages to take at least one of them out with the warp blast. The toxic grenade, very close to interrupting that feed, but not close enough. He's going to get 6 meats there from the 2 mammoth birds, and that puts him very close to stage 3.
and then this could turn around. Still bearing in mind, Source going to go back in for more, and EAX looking vulnerable, but not going to have the opportunity. Going to back out of it. Keep on.
This is going to be close. That dome is up here in just a second. And they are close. They do have Sunny as well, and there it goes.
Denied. He tried to get out of there, but not going to have any of it. TPA
Great
going to
catch.
take the fight towards Source here. Perfect play coming through from EAX. A dangerous predicament he's in, and you're going to see, no surprise there, Source trying to focus him down, but it's not being an easy task, and he's playing well, EAX. He's dodging left, right, and center. Finally, the damage comes in, but that shielding is prime place again from Fab.
Yeah. Supports today really using that shield well from Sunny. And making her just such a viable pick here. Nice damage from the Warp Blast. Another shield comes out. There's the healing as well. And just as soon as he starts getting significant damage, in come the heals. He's back up, but down goes the AX. He's waiting for the drop chip. 2 minutes and down goes the dome. But under 2 bars of health for the monster.
Let's see what he can do. He needs to make it to stage 3. There's nothing else to be said about that. He can't take any more fights at stage 2, if I'm completely honest. At least in my eyes, it gets way too dangerous by this point. Even if EAX is down, the damage that we know Roy can put out there with the combination of Fav coming in, Source needs to find that evolution point, and he's looking for that right now.
He does need to get the last few meets to get ready to evolve. And as you can see, they are very relentless in their pursuit. No mobile arena right now, though, so he's going to see what he can find here, see what he can pick out. If he can potentially take down the medic, that's a win as well. Gets her sneak pounds, in comes the shield, clutch shielding from the shield drone, goes for the abduction, misses on the medic. Warp Blast, though, is going to take the medic down. That's a nice catch, although he's out of armor. He needs to get out of here.
But he utilized it well. He took his time with that.
Or does he?
Yeah, that's a big question here. Let's see what he goes for. He's going back around for more. He's not done just yet. He's got the option here. It's going to be Roy who's going to be up, but he doesn't get the abduct again. He misses that one. He's got to be careful, but that personal shield just got popped. And Fab is looking desperately vulnerable.
Catch.
Perfect play coming through. And now just one man standing right now. It's going to be Roy. And Source might have just done enough, but this is still dangerous. Source is so low. Both of them are.
Wow.
But wow, in the end, just pulling it off. It's Source, the big man himself. It was a risky pickup, but my God, he made that one work.
He did indeed, and that's the kind of Wraith finish we've been seeing throughout the majors. A sliver of health going in, and at that point, as you said, what do you do? And that's the difference maker of someone who's going in and getting the win versus Joe Casual at home.
Better back away.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Doesn't see that opportunity. Even I thought,
even before he even got into that situation, while there were 2 left, he had Assault, actually 3 left. One was down, but he had Assault and Support up. I thought now is the time to get out of here and stage up. But he did see Sunny very low, went in and got Sunny down with a great Warp Blast. And that was another thing we saw, is the thing with Sunny, and I've mentioned this throughout the day today, is that shield is not going to engage until you do damage. If you are on that final hit that's going to incapacitate you, the shield's not going to shield you after it's too late.
right? So there is of course downsides. That's the thing. If there wasn't, everyone would be on Sunny. There is
Right.
those small downfalls that work in certain instances, but as you said, most players, even I was like, surely he's not going to take the fight. 3 players alive, he was solo, but even his management of the armor was so perfect. He knew exactly how much damage he could take, how long he could withstand that fight, and he took it, and it worked. Even just the focus on who he wanted to target down as well was brilliant, but that's got to be devastating towards TPA there. Let's be honest, you got to flip the coin. Great performance from one, but they had such a close game. How many good domes, how many good engagements did they have? And at the very end, he was down to, a slip.
Yeah, it literally could have gone either way.
Yeah. I don't know if I can recover from that game, let alone those guys, but it is going to be back on for another round. It's currently 3-1, though, in favor to Team YP up against TPA. I don't know what to expect from the rest of this game, but let's check in with the bracket and see how this is going down. So there we go, Eyes on You up against NDG, are currently tied at 2-2. So that's getting a close game as well. So these games are all being beautiful. I think that's the best thing here. As we know, Team YP and TPA currently around 3-1. So that could change, though. This isn't the end of the world. It's just a really big performance is going to be needed.
It's the beauty of a best of 7 is that moment there. He's on a sliver. Assault's on a sliver, and this is either going to propel them to this what is now a scary 3-1 for TPA, rather than the 2-2, and then continuing to just go back and forth head to head. It is now, as we've shown there, in Team YP's favor, 3-1, and now they not only have an opportunity to pick up a win with their very strong Hunter squad, but to close it out right here, right now.
Well, this is the thing, right? So Team YP just saw how good, Source just did. That was just like, all right, there's the gauntlet. Now we need to do the same. We've got to play that same perfect sort of game style. Now, don't get me wrong. The work coming out from Nightwing was brilliant, but let's take a look at the picks this time coming into the game. We got a surprise before from Source. We're not going to see it from Nimp. That guy is a Wraith through and through. And once again, the same picks coming out from Team YP, and why not? It's worked so far. The theory crafting is correct, but can they execute it, or can Nimp finally pull off that big performance we want to see? This guy is talented. There's no disputing it, but he's just seen a player who doesn't main the Wraith taking down his own team. If there's anything that's going to piss you off and make you want to play even better, it's going to be that. So he's got to find that fire now coming into this game.
Absolutely, and that's been his game throughout the tournament, is getting to a low state of health, but just powering through and taking those opportunities where you or I may vanish at that point and try and get to stage 3 and then come back in. But these guys, they smell the blood and they go in for the kill. And that's been the difference maker in this series. So hopefully for his team, he can do the same and turn this thing back around.
What a pressured moment to do it in. It's all down to him pretty much. I know he's infuriated others. I know the Eyes on You guys were kicking themselves about that game. So it's time if he can take the pressure coming through to him. I know the teams are almost ready now, but this is a big predicament. Now, I thought it was going to be a close game. And I'm still hoping it's going to be. I think this can still be close. But it's so hard to doubt Team YP's Hunters. I've got to say, it's so hard to doubt them.
Yeah. No, they've been completely solid. And as we mentioned multiple times, there is this crazy Griffin harpoon, which it has such a strong factor in the game, not only slowing the monster, not only allowing your team to stay with the monster, but also the head games that you're playing. When you're that monster and you're just continuously being harpooned by a relentless trapper, it is devastating.
Let's see how they've recovered and what a fitting map this is going to be. 3-1 current scoreline. Team YP looking dominant, bringing the pain towards TPA. But Nimp, let's see what he can bring here. We've been saying before we want to see him feed up fast. We want to see him go for that fast build-up. So far doing well, getting the armor pretty, fairly underway. And he's got a good bit of room to start with. But bearing in mind, Team YP have been pretty damn flawless with catching up to him as well.
So he gets 6 meats from 1 warp blast there. That's huge. That's the best way to continue to feed at a quick pace. He did have 2 more mammoth birds in his sight there, which would have put him very
close.
near stage 2 ready, but he's forced off of it by the Relentless Hunters.
So, gonna have to keep his options open here. Gonna go for another feed. Very close now. He's got the full armor. He just needs that touch more to get to stage 2 if required. And there we go. This is what we wanted to see. This quick biomass build-up, going straight in for that field, going straight in for it. But he has been caught in this one. Let's see how long he can withstand Team YP.
Yeah, nice catch by them. No more waiting on domes. No more waiting for monsters to stage up. These guys are so confident in their hunter play and the damage output that they can find with their hunters that they just go in stage 1 here with full armor on the Wraith, and they are going for it now. Rune does get caught out, as you mentioned. He does like to go all in with his assault play. Catches him out there. That said, though, the Hunter team is very good about keeping him safe.
Yeah, it's almost putting him out as bait sometimes, and then they will back him up. He knows that they've got his back in this instance, and Nimp is getting in some real trouble. Already that armor going. That Dome's still got a little bit of time on it as well. This could be quite painful for him. He needs to be cautious here. He's looking for the options. He doesn't have many. He's trying to pick him up, trying to dodge around. But there we go. That's Nightwave making his appearance again, showing him what he's got. And that sneak attack just going to send him flying for a second. But Nimp is going down to around half HP. That is Torval coming in. There's another one of those harpoons landing. Is there any more? Or does he just about make away? Look at this play. He's not got a second to even think in. Nimp is in trouble, and Nightwave is the one holding him back time and time again, just lassoing him around and dragging him back to this one. And Nimp is going to have to consider options. He's not going to get an easy stage 2.
I think we'll just stick with Nightwave.
Yeah, why not? Why not? It's basically the
game,
human aimbot, this guy. It's unbelievable what he can achieve here.
Yeah, it's been nasty with that harpoon, and he's really kept his team dominant here at the end of the series with those nasty, nasty harpoons, keeping the team up and close to the monster, and also helping himself out, getting those domes. You're not going to get those domes if the monster gets away, especially the Wraith. The Wraith is notoriously sneaky and hard to keep up with, but this combination, and as we looked before too, the Wraith is using traversal stamina recharge. So not only is the Wraith already sneaky and good at getting away from the hunters, he's also taking a perk that's going to help him do that. But this hunter team is countering that with the boost there that you're seeing from Sunny, and then these crazy harpoons.
And Nimp hasn't had much space to do anything here. And the dome's back up, it's available. Nightwing can put that down when they feel it's the right option to. He's got it in hand. Stage 2 is coming in, whether they like it or not. He's committed, and they are close by. Nightwing knows it. Dome goes down. This could be all she wrote. Let's find out if he can even stay alive here as Nightwing gets ready to start landing those beautiful harpoons again. Decoy's going to come into play, and it's Spanners who get a little bit of attention initially, and then going to switch up towards Savvy, but good damage coming through, and Nimp has to be so careful.
Yeah, nice Warp Blast in to take out the initial shield, which allows him to get Spanners to half health. He's going to get healed up pretty quickly by Savvy, though, as the Wraith is forced to back off. And you see he goes for the traversal to try and get up and around the pillar, but he's locked down by another harpoon.
Yeah, Nightwing just denying that one, and again, he's looking for more. He's going to be boosting around. He's going to catch him out, and this guy is just doing work. He's setting it up for Rune to be able to do the damage, and now keeping tabs on him as well. And that Wraith is such a slippery creature, just dipping left, right, and center, but it doesn't seem to matter right now as that damage will be coming through. He's negated it perfectly at the moment, but it's a matter of time, it feels, at this point. Going to try to go for the engage. It looks like Spanners is who he's going to try and take down, but the dome will be depleted, and it will be time to run for Nim.
Rune finds himself in a Mega Mouth.
That's where he went to.
Yep. He does manage to escape with the help of his support player, Spanners, and they are on the chase again. That was close to being finished right there, but Nimp manages to get away. It's not over yet, as we've seen time and time again. He could pull back from this, so definitely do not discount him yet. There's no need for GGs or anything else of that matter. This is definitely not done yet. This is an opportunity for him to get away. But as we mentioned before, his initial feed to stage 2 was fairly quick.
Yep.
It's going to be a big factor here as he tries to get up to stage 3. He's got a long road ahead of him.
He really does, and they've already caught on to what he's up to. The dome's not back up yet. They can still do a little bit of damage if they feel like it. No true damage going to come through, of course. And he is going to try and string his way out of this one.
Yeah, 3 immediate dashes but then the Harpoon comes in. This is going to put him in range of the dome. This could be another catch
it's
here.
back up.
And
Let's see
I
if
would
they go
not
for it.
see them hesitating.
Oh, who's been
Although
caught out?
It's Roy again.
Again.
Roy is in the wildlife once again. Tyrant is on his case right there.
There we go. That's the
get
dome
him.
coming down. They got Rune back up. He's now back in the fold, so he can actually do the damage
Rune, not
that
Roy.
was missing.
My bad.
That's the other team.
Yep.
Don't worry. But still, he's back now with us. That's the biggest factor that was missing before, and you can see that difference. Nimp's armor has just been depleted, just melted away then after one engagement, and he knows he's got to be careful. This man is renowned for staying alive on so little, but now he has to prove it again and again, and he's been slowed, he's being held, he's got damage coming through, and they are being relentless in this chase.
Yeah, just nasty. Oh man, here we go.
Nimp,
He gets
let's
the
see.
abduction on support.
Let's see what he can do.
Oh man, this is where my mind starts to melt.
I
at this
think we're
point.
all like this. Nimp is fighting for everything he has at the moment. That's the biggest thing. He's trying every trick in the book, but it doesn't seem to matter because Rune is waiting down there with a big grin on his face. Like, please,
That's it.
just come to me, buddy, because I have got this one. And once again, Team YP looking dominant. Those boys are outstanding in these situations. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're so much better, but they just don't look that phased. They don't look like they're up against some of the best there is out there right now, because that was another excellent performance.
Yeah, super solid performance. Led by the Trapper, led by the Harpoons,
Yep.
and the constant domes. And it really comes down to whether or not the monster can feed.
It's been an issue throughout that we've seen, especially with Nimp there. It started at stage 1 when we discussed the idea that, well, you know, maybe if he got to that stage too fast, maybe he got that armor built a little faster, he could be in a better predicament going forward. And I've just seen the note has come across here. And Eyes on You 3-2 currently above NDG. Wow. These games are pretty insane. Like, don't get me wrong, that scoreline, the scorelines we have don't look that close, I guess.
Right.
But in those matches, the play we've seen, Source's game just then was unreal on that Wraith. We saw how close that one got, the damage they've done, how hard Nightwind had to work with that. You know, let's be real here. TPA came into this as an underdog. In my mind, I'm certainly not going to be thinking about them like that anymore. They have proven more than their worth in this matchup.
Absolutely. Well done by them. And as you can see here, this is not for TV. This is not for the internet. This is these guys being part of a community and embracing each other, embracing their play. And regardless of who's walking away with the win, it's great to see these guys. Hugs, smiles, and love all around. Choking up a little bit.
Oh, it does. I'm not gonna lie, it got me as well this morning. Especially, we just hung out with the guys yesterday, getting to know them all, and it is a real community of people who genuinely love the game, who genuinely love being in teams together, and you see it time and time again. Even if those games look ruthless, there is a lot of love behind the scenes. But wow, what a absolutely brilliant way to describe these two teams. I think we've just seen that. You know, maybe Source is a little prepared for that ban coming out later on. We'll have to see if he gets maybe tested on that one. I want to see the Wraith coming back out if that's already what he's showing, but I can't wait to find out who their opponent is either.
Absolutely. Big things to come.
Oof.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep talking for a bit.
We are. There's a lot to be talking about, to be fair.
There's a lot to be talking about.
Who did you predict in the finals?
In the finals, so this is where things get a little different. Because this is double elimination, right? So we could actually see this matchup again. And that's actually what I have for the finals.
Oh, okay. So you reckon this is going to be repeated, basically?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep that in mind. I kind of like the idea of that. But then again, you know, the commentator in me wants to see the underdog come through the lower bracket.
Of course, especially after the two matches that both of those teams had, their reactions to those matches and how they must be feeling battling out to push through from the lower bracket back up again to be able to face these guys here.
The Giants, right?
Yes. So they could become they could be coming up very hungry. And that could be a difference maker.
It could
and
be.
as I'm sure you know, one team going down, one team going up, it could be a complete reversal because of the momentum that each of those teams are feeling, going back up to the winners, going down to the lowers.
There's a lot to be seen and a lot to be said about the games coming up today, but we can break into that in just a moment's time, because right now I think we need to hear from the man who I'm pretty sure won a couple of hearts after that video introduction we got to see. And I'm not talking about Alex, I'm talking about Source.
I'll win some hearts of my own sometime, but right now the man of the moment, it is Source. Thank you for joining me. You know what I'm going to talk about. It's very obvious. There was an incredible moment, and the preface of it was DB going, I think he's running away now, or is he? Let's talk about that moment there where you went absolutely crazy with Wraith.
I would definitely say I didn't think they would be expecting my unpredictableness, and it paid off huge, actually. You know,
I mean, for being so low on health, was that a well-calculated risk, or was that I've got no other options? I mean, what were your options in that situation?
Some people considered me as an all-in player, and you know, when I play poker, I just like to shove it all in. So when I feel like it's the right time, yeah, I'll definitely go all in, go for it.
And was what you did there, was that something that's only possible with the Wraith in its current state? Or is that something that you can see with all of the monsters?
You could do that with all the monsters, but Wraith is the, you know, he's the ninja. You know, if you mess up, he could destroy y'all. And like I said, in that, when I put the trapper on the dropship and they decided to chase me, that's when I decided it's time to go all in and finish the game. You know, win or lose, you know, somebody's going to leave standing. And this time it was me.
You did actually lay the beating, you touched on it there, you laid the beating down on EAX. The trapper just got beaten down. But that was your priority, that was your primary target, right?
Not necessarily, it just happened to go with that map. And I got a lucky pick off, and then I just decided to focus on him for the rest of the game. But EX is an extraordinary player. He kept hitting me with all of his station shots. So I was, you know, once I had him down, I was like, I need to keep picking on him.
You definitely selected your target well, but I'm going to once again congratulate you. It's not over yet, though, not out of the woods, so yet, yeah. A big congratulations and a good luck to the further echelons of this tournament. I'll let you go back and join your boys, and we're going to talk a little bit about what's going to be coming up next. So we're going to be hopefully seeing a little bit more of the action unfold, considering there is another game playing right now. I think last I heard it was 3-2, so we're going to be seeing Eyes on You up against, I've just completely forgotten their names, Eyes on You versus...
Eyes on You versus Endurance Gaming.
EDG, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. NDG are going to be killing me when I get off this one. But it does look like the U-Porn boy, the YP boys are going to be preparing themselves. But for now, stay tuned, guys, and we'll be back with more Evolve.
Alex is getting a real seeing to after that. Once we get him over to the casting couch, I'm sure you can give a little talk to him.
Yeah, Team YP going all in.
Team YP, yeah. Source really nailed that interview, though. We're just going to get it all out of the way now. All right, there we go. That was our little time to, you know, enjoy the moment. But it's over now.
Regardless of
Alex,
who they're, well, sure. They came here to play.
Yep, they did.
And we talked about it before. They have a lot to play for.
Yep.
Even though, and I mentioned this again, but I think it's absolutely worth, you know, repeating, is that regardless of the fact that they, up until this point, haven't dropped a round in majors, they still want to win this. Like, it's not over until they have that championship under their belt as well, right? They're not gonna be satisfied until they have that.
No.
So there's still a lot to play for from all these teams. There's still a lot of gameplay coming at you soon. But it's, I believe, time for the couch here.
I think it's almost time. I think Alex needs to calm down for a bit. I don't know if he's all right anymore. He seems a little flustered.
Yeah.
He gets a little bit, you know, shaky around, you know, lights and cameras. You know, Source one more hearts than him. He might just win his job after this as well. Who knows what's going to happen, but still, there is a lot more to be seen. There's a lot more games to be played out. And as you said, I think the biggest point here is that, you know, people look at Team YP and they're like, oh, you know, but they just coasted. They haven't coasted. There is nothing coasting about these games. You've seen them pushed on every single level, whether it be as hunters, whether it be as the monsters, as individuals. Every single one of them has had to up their game to just the next level here, and it's brilliant to see. And it reflects that the community is outstandingly getting better and better and better. The competitive scene is growing, and everyone learns from each other, and that's what I love seeing. Because at the start of it was like, back in the I think it was just like Penta was pretty much dominating everyone. Very early, kind of like the kind of initial esports tournaments coming out for Evolve, especially on PC. It was like, here's your 2 dominant teams. They're just gonna go head to head the whole way through.
Right.
But these days, anyone can pick up these
Which is
victories.
awesome, because it's going to encourage
perfect.
more people to play, more
Exactly.
teams to form. And also, I think it's really easy for people to be like, you know what, these guys are winning all the time. I'm totally going to root for the underdog. You know what I mean? But when they play like that, it's absolutely, it's very hard, almost impossible not to be fully behind them in their gameplay as well. So
yeah, you've got it's hard to deny it. But anyway, I do believe Alex has calmed down. Hopefully he's taking a breath. Are you good? He's good. Okay, I just had to check. I worry about him. He got a little flustered there, but still, guys, let's head over to Alex and Source chilling out on the couch.
Thanks very much, Lauren. When someone tells you don't say something, your brain is straight away going to be like, you need to say this at some point. So it's been said. The elephant in the room is gone.
It's been said.
It has been said. I'm not going to say what it was, but great to have you back with me, Source. We can kind of chat a little bit more casually, get DB in on this chat, and just kind of dig a little bit more deeper into Evolve as a game, because it's still, I don't think I'm wrong in saying it's still, a new game to a lot of people. There may be a lot of people tuning in now that haven't seen too much from Evolve. And I wouldn't mind following the same structure I did a little bit with Nightwayne in terms of his thoughts on Evolve. Like, what was it that caught his eye? What was it that caught his eye to Evolve? So for the same kind of transfers to you, what was it that immediately kind of caught your eye with Evolve?
I would definitely say I'm a monster player, so I play by myself. I am on a team, and we do have our teamwork, and we have our practice, and we work well with each other. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to me. And I love pressure, and the competition is really, the competition is so high skill that just playing a game like that and, actually winning, just kept me going,
And Sneaky DB has joined us now.
Yeah,
Welcome
hello.
back.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to our casual Evolve chat.
Yeah.
So first of all, were you the same case where you basically were like, I'm going to play this game, I'm going to play Monster, or was it a slow process of trying them all out, or was it an instant, I get to play solo and shred faces? That sounds great.
You want to hear the story?
Go, let's hit us with the story.
All right, so I was always keeping my eye involved, and I was like, should I get it? Should I not? And, there was some people saying, no, don't get it. And then I decided to get it. And a couple of my friends were like, yeah, come play with me. And I was like, all right. So I played with them, and I was a new guy, and everybody knew what they were doing except me. And I was playing Trapper. And, man, those guys raged on me so hard.
It's a crucial role.
Yeah, but, they were hardcore. So after a while, playing with them, I was like, I don't think I'm meant to, play Hunters. Let me try the Monster side out. And then once I started playing Monster, I never went back. And, and to be quite honest, the Hunter side for me, I suck. You don't want me to play.
So that's actually interesting, considering you have some players who've transitioned between the two. We've got Legendary, you said already, who's moved between the two and has been kind of transitioning. You, however, you're locked in. You are a monster through and through.
Monster, I'm all in. That Monster is my,
What about you, DB? What do you dabble in?
Oh, I'm absolutely the opposite. And part of that is not having the skill to be competitive as a monster player anymore. As I mentioned before, as devs, as publishers, there's a point where we're the best in the world. It's a very short period of time.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Until these guys get the game in their hand. And so we dabbled in kind of everything and was good at it. Now at this point, though, my heart cannot take playing the monster anymore. It's just absolutely so intense, so exhilarating that I can't handle it. That said, though, I absolutely love playing as part of this team of 4, and I dabble in a few different roles, but my main role is support. And it's just something that I latched onto. You asked Nightwayne about his transition, did he start with Trapper and move on from there? And it may have to do with my experience with the game and having to play all the characters and having the opportunity to play all the characters. But I've gone through stages where I was at first a medic player, then support, and then when the game launched, I was like, dude, Trapper's cool as shit. So let's check that out for a while.
Yeah.
And then now I'm back to support, and it's really been a transition through a period of time, but Hunter through and through. I love the team aspect of positioning, communication, and trying to take down guys like this who on their own are just clearly true monsters, and such a challenge to take down, as you have to, as a hunter, coordinate in so many different ways to be competitive.
Yeah, so that kind of leads me into the question to you then. As a Monster player, you already said that you see the appeal in that solo play.
Oh yeah.
I was just going to kind of inquire as to whether or not there is how much can you prepare as a Monster? Because hunters, you've got strats. How are you going to flank? How are you going to spread yourselves out? How are you going to structure your trapping?
Yeah.
As a Monster, what are you doing before a tournament like this?
I'm just mentally prepared.
Blasting it.
Yeah, just getting mentally prepared. The thing about Evolve is like every team plays different, and that's beautiful. Like how we were talking about, like, do you like playing Monster or do you like playing the Hunter side, where there's like 4 different classes, like anybody that plays Evolve is going to find something that they like. It just happened to be me with Monster, but down to being prepared. It's really studying the other team and knowing the team that you're playing against and what are their high points. Like. Say for instance, TPA, they run a really like devastating Val Sunny comp. Like right. I shake in my boots playing against it. They made me play a monster that I don't even play that much. I mean, I practice with Wraith, but I felt like I can't even beat them with my main monster as Kraken. So I had to try something else out, and that time it worked. And definitely you just got to know the other team and their style, because there's so many styles that there's not really one way just to go at it.
Yeah, and you say already we're seeing these styles. Do you think there's more to come? There's a lot more growth in both the meta and these styles?
Oh,
or
yeah.
Has someone already found like the formula?
No. People. It always happens. When the meta is figured out, everybody thinks, okay, this is the meta. Then somebody brings out something new. And I actually think TPA were the ones that brought out the Sunny Val comp, and they brought that out. And some people, they like to stick with the old ways. With the support shield, shielding Hank, but I personally, I feel like that's the new meta right now, and now basically probably all the teams are going to be running that, right. Probably here on from now on, even tonight.
So already things are changing and teams are bringing something fresh to Evolve. Yeah. We're going to actually have a little look at what is coming towards Evolve. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back here, but first let's have a little look at what Evolve has to offer.
One, 1002, 1003, 1004. Ready or not, here we come.
1001.
Behemoth looking badass there. That's we were just talking a little bit about what we can see from Behemoth, of course, one of the newest monsters added to the game. Before we touch on new, we have to talk about the old, and that's, of course, Source, you and your pretty insane Kraken play. You said already you're a Kraken main, straight through and through. This is the one I consider myself best at, and I'd love to take the opportunity just to talk a bit about that. We had Nightwing talk a little bit about trappers and what they should be looking into doing. I'm new. I want to try and play a monster. You're good at Kraken. What was like the learning curve like? What did you need to learn fast in order to be a good Kraken player?
The main thing is having a route. There's food all around the map, and there's priority food where you run a route to hit from one food animal to another to fill up your evolve meter. And you need your evolve meter to actually evolve to stage 2. So you really just want to look at it. Stage 1 is just trying to eat as much as you can. You're at a buffet, you know, and you just want to eat as much as you can before, you know, the restaurant owners come in and kick you out. Because that's basically what's happening. But once you get to stage 2, I mean, well, stage 1, and you're ready to evolve, you got to think about, all right, what do I do next? The hunters are about to be on you, and you should definitely prioritize to having a full evolved meter at stage 1 when you meet the hunters. When they meet up with you, you got to think about, you know, safety and mitigation. They're more than likely going to throw a dome at you, and an arena dome is when they throw this big old globe around you, circle dome, and you can't get out. So you're trapped there for like 1 minute. So the best thing to do, you want to have loops to where you can go in and out certain small little crevices and cracks and just keep just running around and try not to take as much damage as possible.
So we're talking 0 confrontation when you're sitting level 1.
Yeah, the only time you can is it's risky behavior and you'll get punished hard. You want to definitely, you know, look at your health bar and, you know, treat it, you know, like as cherish it as much as possible. So once you do end up getting out of the dome, just run off to the other end of the map and evolve as quickly as possible. And by that time, the hunters will be on you, but they won't have the dome back up to throw down. So you just keep running and just keep eating. And once you get armor, and you may have lost like a bar of health. Once you get armor, that's when you want to fight.
You've been a little kind of secretive with that. Once you get armor, like, are we talking about a different route here? Because you need to be getting armor safely. I see you getting it in little increments. Like whenever you get a slight chance to breathe, you're getting the armor.
Yeah.
Is that something that's not kind of obvious to a new player? The importance of that armor mid-game?
Yeah, the importance of the armor in the mid-game is that's what makes you decide, do I want to turn around and fight or do I want to keep running? And, you know, when I have armor, I get really confident. When I don't, you know, that's when the panic kicks in and the pressure. So anytime you can eat without them stopping you, go for it, you know. Like I said, it's a buffet, you know. You got to keep going.
And DV then on the other side of things, as someone who prefers the hunters, then when you know you've got a Kraken like this charging towards you, as a new player, as a new hunter, I'm just sitting there wondering, when I see him, he wants to kill me, and when I don't see him, he's getting stronger and stronger and going to kill me even more so. Like, I mean, I would, from my perspective, I was always just like, felt like I was 4 steps behind the Kraken when he was roaming around. It wasn't actually in the alpha, he wasn't there. But even just with any of the monsters, I always feel like I'm 5 steps behind a monster.
I think going back to what Source was talking about as far as the urgency to feed and to get that energy meter up, I truly think that was the main. I mean, we did see some phenomenal individual play in that last series, but the main difference maker was the speed at which he was able to feed versus the speed at which Nimp was able to feed. Nimp had a hard time feeding consistently at a quick speed, which allowed these guys, and that was back to the individual. The relentless harpoons from Nightwayne, the boost from Sunny to keep him in range, while Source is able to stage up, sometimes even before that initial dome. Nimp was caught in 2 domes before he even had a full evolve meter, and that was like truly for me the difference maker in that series and why he was able to close it out and why Nimp wasn't. So that said, though, and then going back to the Kraken and how you approach that from the hunter's perspective, the beauty, and I think Source touched on this a little bit when he was talking about hunters, is that there are 4 different classes. Yeah. So what that means is within that hunter squad, so you're either a monster player or a hunter player for the most part, but within that hunter squad, you also have 4 specific classes that are unique to them. And as you'll see, most of these guys, the hunter players, they stick to that specific class and they own it and they learn it and they tend to dominate in it when they sit in that specific class. And what that allows you to do is to focus on what your job specifically is. And the huge thing is you need to play to your class. Like if you're the medic, and we see like a lot of times with newer players, say with like Val, for example, they need to spend more time with that med gun healing their players than they need to do with the trank gun and the sniper rifle. Once you start getting to a point where you're healing everybody really well, then you want to move on to that next thing in your kit and so on and so forth. But that said, being able to focus on one specific role means I don't need to worry about what everybody else is doing. Of course, we want to communicate what we're doing and make sure we're on the same page. But take, for example, Assault. Like, Assault, what I've seen is successful assaults are successful when they are confident in the rest of their teammates. When you see an assault that's not doing very much damage, it's usually because he doesn't have the confidence to go in
okay, I see.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, he's the front liner, right?
Yeah, and if you trust in your medic and your support to keep you up, you go in sometimes blindly and go in and just try and do as much damage over time as possible with, in the back of your mind, I don't need to worry about anything because obviously we're a team for a reason. We're here together for a reason. They're going to take care of me. Yeah. And if they don't, well, then that sucks. You need to recover and figure out what happened. But it goes for every class that way. When you're playing medic, you have faith in your assault to do damage, you don't need to worry about that so much. You can help them out here and there, but then that allows you to focus on your primary goal, which is to keep your team alive. Same with support, same with the Trapper as well.
Yeah, or tracking as well. I mean, Val was hitting some crazy shots as well as that med gun. We also saw the importance of the support class in terms of the shields. The amount of times you were getting players down to a fraction, like a millimeter of health, and then the heals and the shields came in. Like, that must be so frustrating from a Monster's perspective. Like, if I'd have had just an ounce more damage, that would be completely negated.
You know that's funny because those guys, they are they're one of the best teams out there. And just like how some people will say, this monster is the best. I mean, everybody has their class, and there are certain hunter that this person is the best Val. This person is the best Trapper. And everybody's, I think every team is like, yeah, we got the best guy.
Right.
You know, and, it's not just the monster. Monster gets a little bit more airtime because he's by himself, but the teamwork involved with these hunters and the amount of teamwork and timings that they have to do with heals and shields, it's extraordinary. And like times like that, it just makes me frustrated because I'm just like how you said, just one more shot, you know?
Yeah.
And,
So there's two very kind of different elements going on in Evolve from my perspective. You've got the kind of mental fortitude of a monster where you need to be able to control your nerves, control your decision making in very small time frames. Like, you have to make a decision now, split second decisions. Yes. On the other side of things with the Hunters, it's more about this team communication. Both of you have been talking about communication synergy. How much does communication factor into this? Because I feel like that's something that's not going to get mentioned too much, over on the desk and stuff like that, because we don't have a way of hearing how the Hunters are communicating. But, when you are in your team practices, you hear how the Hunters are doing it. Is there a very well-structured, leadership framework?
Yes. You, especially with a Hunter squad, you have to have a well-structured leader. And with us, we have Nightwing, and he's a great leader, great captain. Fills his role perfectly. The communication has to be on top because one misplay can spiral down to where you lose a game. So you have to communicate. You have to know where everyone's at and know what everyone's doing.
And not get caught by tyrants.
Yes. Yeah, that was
it. Was it Roy? Yeah.
It's actually really refreshing for me, as a viewer, because these guys are so good to where they're talking about specific routes on the map, right? And they've gotten very good at avoiding wildlife. So when I actually get excited when I see one of these top level competitors in wildlife, because I'm like, it can happen to anyone. You know where you potentially know where all the plants are. You know the pools that the tyrants sit in, but there's so much going on at some points that you just can't help but get caught up. So I think it's also probably refreshing for newer players too, that maybe get caught in wildlife a lot, to see these guys.
I can raise my hand for that one.
You know what? They get caught in wildlife from time to time as well.
Maybe that's a factor that separates the good from the great. All these things going on, they're still aware of that wildlife. That's when you start seeing that real high echelon start to evolve.
I think the huge part of that, though, is the recovery factor. So, you can get caught in wildlife all day. As long as your team doesn't panic and they recover from that, you can get right back in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, talking of comebacks, how regular has it been for you? You guys have been playing for however long now, through the Go Force series, through all the cups that have been available. I'm always interested, whenever I look at any game or any esport, I'm always interested into how viable, how possible it is a comeback. Not necessarily in rounds, but in round deficit. Is it something you see regularly, or is it there's a clear leader and it's going to stay the leader?
No, comebacks happen all the time. You know, I consider I consider
That
myself
was,
as,
I mean, I was going to say,
I'm
you saw a
comeback
prime
guy,
example
you know?
of that, yeah.
Like, I don't consider myself like I'm gonna win. I just like I gotta find a way to come back because that's just the way how it happens with me. Yeah, most definitely. Any team could take this tonight, and even if it's 3-1, you'd still win. Matter of fact, that game with NDG versus Eyes on You, they were down to 2-0, and they made it back up. I don't know what the score is now, but they made it back up to 2-2.
Yeah, we just heard some cheering, so
I'm looking for a result. I'm looking for somebody to come and
tiebreaker. Wow.
Wow.
So down 2-0.
Yeah.
And I think it's not just unique to specific players. I think this game in particular, we in the scene in. Just in esports in general, there are some games that could just snowball out of control, and I don't think this is one of them. I've seen so many times people prematurely say GG in the chat and say wrecked and so on and so forth, and I'm just like, dude, you need to wait till this one says somebody won, because nobody's ever down and out.
You don't celebrate it till it's over.
I think that's a lesson for everything in life. That's probably a good way to approach it.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's definitely relevant in this game. I've seen more crazy comebacks than I ever thought I would.
And it must be a joy for you then on the kind of the Evolve side of things, the developer side of things, just to be able to see these situations unfold. Now it's in the hands of everyone, seeing this game. I need to stop using the word evolve. Seeing this game develop and evolve. Well,
it goes to show that like it comes down to skill at that point. It's in skill and split-second decision making, like you said, that are the difference makers. Because you get to a point where he's going against the damage dealer of the team, and it's Hyde who has the toxic grenade that he can throw out, which is going to melt, and the flamethrower at the same time. He can combo both of those together as he is coming in with that sliver of health, and that could have gone either way at that point. And he just managed to get in there a second before and make the decision to go back in.
Yeah.
Where, like you said, I was like, oh, he's out of here. He's going to go get this safe stage 3. But then I looked up and I saw Sunny, and I was like, I think I actually know what he's doing here. Because that's Sunny. That's when you taste the blood in the water. You see that, and like you just drooling. You lick your chops, and you go in for the win.
Absolutely. We have very exciting news because it's in a tiebreaker. We are going to take full advantage of this opportunity, and we're going to head to a very quick break to catch this tiebreaker on screen for everyone at home with the analyst desk. So we really get to dig our teeth into this one and see who's going to be meeting Team YP in the finals. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be back with a very exciting final game.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Of course, we could not miss out on the incredible action that's going down, and it won't be the premium crisp quality that we've been doing thus far, but for this caliber of game, I think we had to make the difference. This is the tiebreaker that we were discussing just a little bit earlier, And we are restreaming this, so there won't be any audio in-game. That is going on the other stream right now, so if you want to check that out, do feel free. But you guys who are tuned in here, enjoying that couch segment where everyone's chilling out, having a good discussion, we thought you guys should enjoy this. So why don't you take us into what we're seeing so far?
Eyes on You, Endurance Gaming, tiebreaker of the best of 7. They're 3 apiece, and Eyes on You.
Sorry, we're up 2-1.
Yeah.
Earlier on. Came back a little closer.
I believe they
Trying
were
to find the notes. There's various notes around these days.
I believe they were up 2-0, and it's been a complete comeback from Endurance Gaming to tie this up 3-3 of the best of 7. This is for the opportunity to face Team YP in the finals here, as Eyes on You Cyril is taking his team on his back, and he's done that many a times before. He is playing the Kraken here, as you can see, and I'm going to move that mouse because I can't do anything with the screen.
Yeah,
as
you are hands-free right now. You're not allowed to touch
completely hands-free.
Yeah.
We have Legendary, of course, on Assault, Red Panda on the Medic, going with Kyra, who we personally haven't seen at all today, and then going with Hank on support. So a couple change-ups there from what we've seen so far today. And, of course, Griffin on the Trapper, who has been making a very strong comeback in competitive play. And after the Harpoons that we've seen here today, I would expect that we're going to see a lot of Griffin from aspiring competitive Trappers out there. Going in right now, Cyril teasing them with the Lightning Strike and the Vortex Blast follow-up. It looks like he's going to try and get Liquid Duty, or Legendary rather, here, caught out and alone. And this is one monster player to another monster player. 1v1 me, bro, he's saying, but it's not going to go down like that. He does have a team behind him in Endurance Gaming.
Yeah, and I actually really do want to see Eyes on You do a little something here, if I'm honest. We haven't had the chance to see them really on the main stage as such.
Yeah.
They've sadly kind of been shunned away with slightly tougher performances for themselves, and they were so frustrated. I was behind them watching that final round.
It's got to be
livid.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, it's got to be a big boost in their morale to be here right now playing this tiebreaker. And so far, so good for Cyril. Full health and
very well.
Just about ready to evolve here to stage 2. The difference, again, is going to be whether or not this is a safe evolve or if he gets caught out by the team. So far, we have seen Hunters take full advantage of monsters getting caught out in that evolution.
Yeah, and this is when the nerves really start to show as well. Let's remember, because at the start of the day, we theorized about how players and individuals may slightly tone down their play style and how they may adapt, but this is real pressure, and he is going for the evolution here. You're so desperate to try and move that mouse around.
I am. I'm
going to have to like tie your hands behind your back and just be like, no.
Give me control.
Go, please.
This is a great place to evolve. He's got cover here. We do have Hank in the game.
Has he been trapped there?
Yeah, he's definitely trapped in the back, I think.
I think he's still in that dome. We're going to find out real soon, though. Legendary would have been hot on his heels, and no, I think they put the dome down. No, they've cancelled out the dome, and Cyril got away. There we go. Cyril's made it stage 2, completely unscathed, really, in true damage terms.
That's huge.
That's massive. We've not seen a lot of that. That is something very rare, and considering, I know Eyes on You, their Hunter team was just having the toughest of times in their matchup just before this and lost out, sadly, in their eyes at least, and got brought to this point. I can imagine Cyril slowly but surely just getting that pressure built towards him, going, guys, please don't drop this. Come on, you could have had this. You're on match point. But it looks like he's taking a little bit of an engagement here. Going to try and go in for a little bit of a sneak attack. And why not? He's got armor to play with. He's in the perfect spot to do these sort of engagements. Try and get the damage done while he can. He doesn't need to commit overly for it. He can just play it smart, do a little bit of damage, see if he can catch someone out and make the most of it. That dome's not even back up yet, so he's got a little bit of time to play with.
Yeah, he's in great shape right now. An ideal time to either take advantage of that, go back in on the Hunters, or just keep pushing, keep on trekking, keep feeding, and just get up to stage 3 or somewhere close. A lot of times these monster players will get that full evolve meter ready, and they'll get that full armor, and then they'll go back at that point, because then you're setting yourself up. If things go well, you
win.
You're sitting pretty. If things don't go well, then you're ready to evolve and maybe get a bit of health back with the larger health bar.
Yeah, and Cyril, he's put in a good performance so far, and I've seen Cyril for so long now. It's good seeing him on a stage like this, or at least at an event like this. And it looks as though he's performing very well to this point. I'd like to see what his record was like up till now. The Hunters have caught up to him by this point, and the dome's gone down. They're going to try and make an engagement out of this, and stage 2, Kraken, full armor. This could be a dangerous engagement here just for the Hunters as well, so let's see how they deal with this one.
Yeah, this is a good place to fight, and so far they are taking full advantage of this dome. Melting his armor right now. A nice harpoon followed up by the flamethrower from Hyde. That's a good combination. You see the toxic grenade coming in as well. That adds a nice safe spot for them to work out of, and a very dangerous spot for the Kraken to try and fight in. He does get a pounce on Legendary, but the relentless flamethrower takes down his armor, and now they're working on his health.
Yeah, this could be a problem. Cyril was doing well thus far, but as you said, this well-placed dome is certainly going to put the pressure towards him as he is now up against it. He's not got the armor to fall back on. He doesn't have a lot of room to juke in, and look at that strike coming right down on top of him. That's going to connect somewhat. That's a whole bar of HP just depleted. Nice work there coming out from Domi, or at least Hank, as he is now clearly noticed as. But it will be time, though. The Kraken to think of their options. Cyril here, does he take the fight again? Does he try and go back in, get a little damage on the way out? Or does he just turn tail and run? And I think he needs to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, what a great fight for the Hunters.
Yeah.
What looked like everything was going to be in his favor, and we were just talking about this on the couch, is that you were never down and never out. And just when you think things are going super well for somebody, things can change based on well-positioned Hunters, a great placed dome, and they are right back in this game where it looked like he was cruising to a free stage 3.
It did, and that's a brilliant game more than anything. It's a game that allows players to be able to achieve that. That is a brilliant thing, but still, you can see Caltil just backing out of that one.
Yeah.
And it looks like Cyril's getting close towards stage 3. It's been quite a tentative build after that initial real fast run from 1 to 2 and then straight up back towards the armor, but he has slowed down a little. Biomass clearly slowing down a touch as he is going to be hunted down relentlessly by these guys, and after that engagement, of course, he needs to be a little bit more cautious here, but they are keeping tabs, they are keeping up, and he's not getting away just yet.
Yeah, nicely done to get away, and he could re-engage, potentially get a dome that's more in his favor here. As the dome is up, and this is that point that I was referring to, yeah, where he's stage 2, he's got full armor, full evolve meter, and right now the game is his to decide on what he wants to do. A lot of times monsters don't want to force the stage 3 because then they are potentially forced to fight by the power relay or somewhere near it, because that objective now becomes a serious issue. And while I described it before, it's tough for the Hunters because they have to manage both the monster and the monster destroying the power relay. At the same time, it could be a pain in the butt for the monster as well, because then at that point he's forced to try and do damage to the power relay as well.
Twitch, please.
Yeah, Twitch, please.
Come on. Come on. Come on. But we can discuss what you're carrying
and
about.
Yeah, and that power relay is something now that is almost a 5th Hunter that he needs to take down at that point. So a lot of good monster players are going to work on both at the same time, go back and forth. Right now he's perched up and looking to either take the fight to them or mitigate damage. Right now he's just taking damage.
Yeah, it did kind of turn into the gargoyle for a second, just perching up top. But he's going to have to come down from there eventually. As you noted, that damage was coming through. I think Hyde can take a little bit of credit for that one. But as you can see, that flamethrower going to work. He's going to have to put himself a little further up in the air. But look how much that just shredded down the armor. It's already below half. And the others are sitting fairly pretty. And I've got to say, Cyril might have done well before, but currently he's starting to struggle to get this damage actually dealt. NDG really negating that overall. And it's just brilliant positioning. And it was something they were saying in the videos we heard from them that is a big factor to them, and it sure shows.
Yeah, and Legendary proving himself as a Hunter player as well so far in this tournament. The damage dealer for NDG, and really putting the hurt on Cyril so far. This is actually not a bad engagement for him, as he does get out with a little bit of armor still left.
Yeah, he does at least get out with his life, so he's not in the worst position possible. As you said, this is the point of being stage 2. And with that full evolution bar, he can take the option of actually going for the commitment towards evolving if he requires, if he wants to regain some of that HP, or he can just try and take the fight right now, do the damage, maybe in-cap a couple, and here we go. He will be going up towards stage 3, but I don't know how far away these hunters are. They don't seem too far away, and I think they're going to get a bit of a beat on him right now, but then again, they might want to just set up for the relay. No, here we go. They're going to take this fight. They've got a great idea where he is, and this could be the end of it. Cyril is in trouble. He's been caught out with his pants down pretty much, if a Kraken War pants that is, and this could turn deadly.
No.
It looks like he's got away. The dome's
cooldown.
not down, so that's why he took the moment then to do it. That makes sense.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to set up the harpoon gun to hold him there, slow him down, and then throw the dome. But right now, his dome is on cooldown. And he's going to have to try and get him here before he picks up too much armor.
Yeah, it does seem as though we are back in this. Just double checking it's all working. And it is, so apologies for that. Once again, we are just piggybacking off the other stream just because it has gone to this sort of map. It's gone to this extent. It would be foolish to miss out on that. I definitely don't want to miss out on this action. So we thought we'd bring it here to you guys on the stream who are waiting so patiently, and give Alex a break. But outside of that, looking at this one, we can kind of discuss what happened with Cyril there. He got caught out a little bit, but he took the time to get the evolution down after the engage with Cowtail, knowing that that dome would not be able to come back into play. But he did take a little bit of damage for it. But was that worth it in your eyes, do you feel?
For the monster, I mean, I feel like we haven't seen much progress either way for the last 5 minutes or so. And now they're going to be dealing with the stage 3 Kraken with full armor by the power relay. This is a tough place to fight. There is a platform there that they can set up on. A lot of times they will set up away from the power relay on some of the raised up places to get better positioning so that they can knock him off the relay but not commit to that spot.
That's a good
as he does get support down. That's huge.
I don't know how the hell they let him get away with that. That is a massive takedown to remove the active shielding Hank can provide. This could be a huge deficit for the NDG side. As you can see, he is just staying airborne, trying to get that damage down, making sure that Domi is not getting back up anytime soon. Going to just pounce down in the end, maybe finish off the job, but not have much luck with it yet. This is a chance for Legendary to get some damage done, but still, Red Panda from afar with Kyra just going to be trying to keep Domi alive, but
yeah, support is out. That is the shield gone. Any orbital barrage action as well. And it's worth noting, as you can see here, the dome is up as well, which means that they're not going to have it again for a period of time once it's back on cooldown. And Red Panda getting focused now. Here comes Aftershock in. Actually, a nice harpoon keeps him away from the rest of the team. And this could go either way right now, as he is struggling to focus these 3 down here now.
Yeah, it looked like a real struggle in the end, but as you said, taking Domi down straight away was such a big help in that factor, and Red Panda was so low as well, and you can see Red Panda still is low. Those Banshee Mines are going to work, and with these 2 players down, the 2 supporting players, specifically those 2, this is going to be such a problem. Legendary's still got a personal shield he could use, maybe, but Cowtail, he can do a little bit of damage, but this is looking like Cyril's got this one in the bag, and look at that lovely little combination coming in. The personal shield was already popped right about now from Legendary, as Cowtail is going to be on the receiving end, and Legendary is not far away. This looks like a close down from Cyril. I hated calling it a little earlier. You know, the previous game was over and done with, and the source proved me wrong, but this one looks like it's you can't run, you can't hide, because Cyril is certainly following you. Look at this guy just chasing him down. That is a horrific sight to have following you, knowing that your team is done for now after the back of this, and Cyril taking his team through here, or at least to my eyes he will be. Being chased around, being led around, back and forth by Legendary, but in the end, nothing to be done here. That is all she wrote, and there we have it. Cyril, in the end, coming up good for Eyes on You, as there we have it. Finally closing it down, and NDG just crumbling a little under the pressure in the end of that one, but we can't say too much about that game, because we didn't see all of it. But the one thing I can say, I can imagine that meant the world to the Eyes on You guys. They've been struggling the whole way through. If you wanted an underdog to root for, there is your team.
Yeah.
They had a bad start. They went down, what, 4-0.
Yeah.
They got completely whitewashed. And now they fought their way back into this. If you wanted someone to put your faith behind, or someone to, you know, find that little bit of hope in, it's these guys, and they've had to work damn hard for this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see him back in it, and really forcing the fight there in the end was Cyril. which in the end does not pay off. They or it does pay off rather.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yep.
He did something there at the end, which was great, and it's a subtle thing, but it's worth picking up if you're an aspiring Monster player, is as he was left with Assault there, and then he baits the personal shield out with a drop of a lightning strike and then refocuses. So by the time he's done with the first target, he goes back to Assault, and Assault is helpless.
Beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. Really nice higher tier play. And let's actually check with the bracket to keep you guys up to date, because we kind of went a little off course there by keeping you updated with everything we can. And now it's down to that lower side of things. So as we saw, Eyes on You now doing well. They've had to fight so hard for this point, and their route has been tough. It's been extraordinarily tough. They've had to work like dogs, literally, to get to here. And on the other side of things, Team YP just sitting pretty for a while. Those guys have just, a well-earned break now, I think is the best way to put it. For a second, they've been able to sit back, kind of take account of things, think about their opponents possibly coming up. And I'm sure we'll find out soon how they'll fare in those finals. But still, it's been a good day so far. I think we can say we've seen some beautiful variety, some great individual player skill. But I think we're going to give ourselves a very short break. And you guys at home, because you guys have been inundated with Evolve action. And hell, we'll be back with some more very soon. So guys, don't go too far away. Maybe get a little cup of tea, maybe a beer if you're feeling, a little bit out there. And get ready for those final games coming up, because they're going to be incredible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ESL Major League Evolve Finals. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, and we have already seen a whole plethora of 4-versus-1 action. It's been going up and down, topsy-turvy, and now we've got our consolidation final. Always a tough word. Managed to get there in the end. And looking forward to finding out who is going to be meeting Team YP in the finals. That's the real exciting factor. They've managed to secure that now. They've managed to acquire that position where they get to sit back and watch this game now. This is the kind of the joys of going through the upper bracket, is they just get to put their feet up, chill it out, and watch both of their potential opponents playing out. So that's kind of the beauty of YP. They players are just getting themselves ready so we can meet them. So we're just gonna go ahead and remind you guys some of the numbers coming into this one, because some of them are quite outstanding. 140 matches were played online just to get here in the qualifying stages over the course of 8 weeks. Pretty damn crazy. And of course, players and teams from over 18 countries participated as well, to boil down to just this. And already we have had to say goodbye to one team, a team that started so very well in the previous final, where we saw them get the first 2 games in a best of 7 and then proceed to see them all slip away and have to watch them. The opponents that bested them now walk out onto stage. I do believe that we had an injury, actually. We had an injury. One of the players, just to make things interesting, has managed to hurt himself right before, while moving about, I can be honest with you, about 50 meters. He's somehow managed to acquire an injury on his mouse finger. So we like to keep things spicy and exciting here, and that is why I'm continuing to talk to you guys. I mean, it's quite an achievement, and I think we need to make that clear. Someone who, quite literally a 50-meter walk, he walks it quite regularly, and I am being told he has managed to find some aid and he is going to be able to participate. Fortunately, it's time for us to meet our teams. So without any further ado, let us meet our first team in this consolidation final. It's going to be Team Potato Aim, TPA. All right, Bugsy, thank you for joining me. After quite a bumpy ride, I heard, over on the other side.
Yes, a little bit.
Can you maybe walk us through what happened? What did we miss?
Versus Ice on You, or?
In your previous game.
I don't know, it was just miscommunication, I think.
So a bit of a slow start. So you lost the first 2 games, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we won versus Cyril's Crack in the first map, and we lost versus his Grave on Medlab.
So far, you guys have managed to get yourselves this far. Again, a team that have been regarded very, very highly by Team YP, who are, of course, the favourites, now sitting in that grand final position. For you now, how do you rate your opponent's eyes on you? Did you manage to see any kind of smiles or any secret tactics that you're expecting to see from them?
I mean, we played versus them, we won 4-0, but we're still going to respect them just as much as in the first series.
So nothing's going to change in your game plan. It worked 4-0. Why would you change?
No, we're not going to change anything. It's just play our game and hopefully come up with the same score.
All right, well, best of luck. I'll let you get back to your team and see if you can repeat what already took place. 4-0 last time these 2 teams met. Now, though, let's meet the team that's going to look to redeem themselves. It's Eyes on You. Hey, I'm joined by Riku then, who I haven't had a chance to talk to yet. This is your kind of opportunity now to prove what Eyes on You can do. You feeling how confident are you feeling?
After the first game, like we didn't expect it to go this bad. So we are hoping to do some small adjustments now. And like we saw how Nimp likes to play, maybe we can take some games and eventually go with a win. Yeah.
Is Nimp a terrifying factor for you guys? I mean, he's always been a bit of a threat from the people that are watching it. For you, though, do you consider him a big threat?
Yes. His playstyle is something different. So, like, we have been practicing a lot against our own monster, like staying hidden. And now we face a Wraith that plays like Nimp.
It's completely different.
Yeah. So we have like familiarized ourselves with his playstyle a little more. Maybe we can fine-tune something that makes us take the win.
Is there any kind of predictability in Nimp's play? Surely, you've seen him play enough.
Like when you know his build, and we have seen like what other what YP did, like we can try to like adapt according to that.
Quick adaptation needed then for this one. I'll shake your hand once again, see if you can do better than that 4-0 you're currently residing on against these guys. So best of luck. Thank you, Riku, for spending the time to talk to us. So as the guys do get ready, make sure everything is working accordingly, including that slightly injured mouse finger. I'm going to head over back to our analysts, Lauren and DB.
Welcome back to the analysis desk. I think analysis is a strong word sometimes for me. It's more just Phil and then this man talk about the real in-depth stuff. But, excuse me, I will take some credit for it.
Yeah.
But this is the first time we're going to get to see Eyes on You actually on this stage, properly.
Yep.
I'm excited for this one. I want to see what they can bring here because really we've not seen that much of them. I've caught a couple of their games. I saw their Hunter side before they went towards that tiebreaker. And the communication breakdown was worrying. I'm going to tell you right now, they were hardly talking, they were frustrated, angry. I'm hoping this little bit of time between has cleared their minds because, let's be honest here, TPA, the team, were pretty relentlessly focused up here. The Hunters were primed, they were looking good. And coming into these vetoes, what are your opinions on these two teams head-to-head?
Yeah, at this point, we've talked today about whether or not TPA is the underdog or not. Right now, they're the team to beat. So it's going to be up to Eyes on You, like Riku said there, to learn or take what they just learned by watching NIMP play against YP and take that, add that to what they already know about this team and try to formalize the strategy. The thing is to try and formalize a strategy at this point, you need to be able to talk to each other about it. So I think right now is the time for them as a team to, and you know, as we mentioned before, we've hung out with these guys all weekend. It's been amazing, and everybody's attitude this entire weekend was great. And I know that each one of these competitors has it in them, you know, to really look that adversity in the face and, you know, pull away from that, get back to playing their game on their terms with, you know, that communication that we're so used to from these teams.
That's it, and you see the difference with them now. I'm just looking at Eyes on You specifically after that game. They were so frustrated, and you know, it's an emotional game. You're depending on your teammates. That's how it works. When you're playing a singular game, you can only be annoyed at yourself.
Yeah.
But when you're with other people, you know, it's very hard to just kind of stay focused on that. That, you know, maybe your performance wasn't ideal, but you know, you could tell they're passionate, you know, gamers. They love the game they play, and it was truly just them having to really focus back up here.
Yeah.
And having a look at these picks and bans, let's have a little look at what we've got going on so far. It does seem like TPA has taken away Orbital Drill to start with. Eyes on You going to respond with Barracks being removed. And you can imagine these are very targeted bans, though. Let's be honest here, because at least towards TPA, they have a very specific style of monster player. Surely they can maybe do some play around that. But do you think that's coming through so far, or is it still very early on here?
No, I think it's a huge point because the thing that, and we talked about this a little bit on the couch, the thing that I think was the difference maker, besides the individual play from Nightwayne, for example, was how quickly Source was able to feed versus how quickly NIMP was able to feed. And the map picks, and then, of course, the character selections that we'll get to in a bit are all going to come into play as far as that goes.
Yeah, there's so many factors into this game, and these two teams fully aware of what's on the line. A place in the finals to redeem themselves. Obviously take on the one and only team YP. I don't know how they're going to pull themselves together here. I'm looking at TPA, and you'd say on paper they really are the favourites. This would be truly a Cinderella story for Eyes on You to be able to pull themselves here. They've gone through that lower bracket. They've struggled quite some way. They need to find that form coming into this one. And looking so far, we've got Fusion Plant being taken out by TPA as well. That's another ban coming in. Just waiting to see what we're going to get as basically your tiebreakers and your picks. And it is an arduous task here going through these maps. They really are dissecting this because it can make such a difference in these sort of games, especially at this sort of point. I can't imagine the pressure there is trying to make these decisions up, because you've got to look back and think, God, if we'd maybe picked something different, would it have ended this way? Yeah.
Especially when we start to see hunters tangling with wildlife, those sort of things. are going to differ on some maps. Some maps are way more dangerous than others as far as the wildlife goes. Sometimes there's wildlife that you can avoid. Sometimes wildlife is in spots where you actually want to try and throw a dome. And sometimes you just find yourself in there with them randomly. Sometimes they actually follow you in there, which is also unfortunate for hunters occasionally. But it's up to that's the point where communication kicks in because public enemy number one up to that point is the monster. But when you find yourself in a dome, primarily these guys are going to refocus at least one or two of their teammates to prioritizing the wildlife to get that wildlife down and out of the way, because wildlife plus a monster in a mobile arena can absolutely ruin your day.
Bad combo, real bad combo there. But let's kind of talk about these two teams head to head then, because I think it's something we have to do, and I think we know that there is a favourite in this matchup, at least results-wise thus far.
Sure.
If you look at the rounds lost, the rounds won, who their opponents were, I think you can say that TPA are arguably a better team, and obviously they met earlier as well, so that's into their favour. So let's kind of discuss what Eyes on You need as their win conditions. What do they need to achieve to be able to actually get a victory here? Is there anything you can think about in the pre-game? Let's ignore in-game for now. Let's think about, the picks, the maps. Is there anything they really need to lock down? Because we do have the tiebreaker coming in. That's going to be TPA's pick. That'll be Armory.
I think it's more going to come down to how they're feeling about themselves and their confidence and how they go into this. If they go into it with the attitudes of already having lost, then they really stand no chance. But if they can pull it together, and as we mentioned before, they're all really great people, so I know they have it in them to get through this as a team and as individuals. I could tell that from meeting them. That's what it's going to take. Then that said, it's going to be making clear-headed decisions. So a lot of times when you're frustrated, especially when you're frustrated with yourself, it opens the door for opportunities to make rash decisions, and they might not work in your favor. So we'll see. Only time will tell here, as we are going to be playing this is another best of 7, yes?
Yep, it is.
Best of 7 here to see who moves on. And Eyes on You have a lot to prove here, not only to this Majors tournament at this point, but to themselves as well.
Well, that's the big thing. Can they come over that previous game? Because they had the upper hand, and then they went to the tiebreaker. They were the team that actually dropped the final round, got taken over towards that.
Right.
So for them, this is a chance to actually really show up, really show what they can actually do here, especially on this stage. First time they're going to be sat in those chairs, playing in this instance, and it's pressurized. This is not your comfort. This is not your home setup. This is a different world. The lights are there, your teammates are right next to you, and there's a lot of people at home watching them at every single choice they make. And that's the thing. Hindsight is 20/20. It's great when you're sitting in Twitch chatting, you're like, God, why did they do that? That's so silly. And then it's like, yeah, but you add in that pressure. These guys have to operate under such stressful conditions. And for me, I'm so excited to see these lot play. And we were having a little bit of a laugh with, I think it was Amy last night in regards to the hot chocolate. I think if they win this game, I will buy her a lifetime supply of hot chocolate.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out there. It's happening. Lifetime supply. Don't tell her that. Oh God, she might be able to hear. All right, I might have just given myself a real problem. Forgetting to pay that one off. She didn't hear. It's fine. Anyway, let's look at Team Potato Aim and see.
I like their attitude as they walk
exactly.
through.
They
look
excited. They look happy. They look chilled out. But let's introduce these guys properly, because they certainly deserve it. This is the Constellation Finals, bearing in mind these are the lower side. They're fighting for their chance, and it's TPA. Bugsy going to be coming in, of course. Roy, Fav, Nimp, the man who's made quite the impression so far, and EAX to round it off. A team that you'd argue have pushed, Team YP the hardest so far. I think we've seen some real tough games coming through from them. It looks like maybe they're just getting a little bit of a chat in. I'm just looking over there and I see a couple of people having a chat with Nightwayne, like, yo, so give me some tips. How do we do? What did you guys do? So maybe that'd be a small factor in this one if they do decide to maybe get some tips how to deal with them. But let's take a look at Eyes on You, because they are a team that certainly deserve a look over, and it will be Cyril. I think most people know Cyril's name by now. The man at the back left there, Amy, Riku, GA Killers, and I hate his name, because it's like Liquidity, but not. But it's there. Anyway, but these guys haven't had the chance to be on this platform just yet. They haven't had a chance to be operating at this moment, but you can see them both taking a different approach. Eyes on You, taking a second. They're going to leave their monster player to themselves. They're not going to sit around and they give him room to breathe. That's Cyril. That's the man we were talking about earlier on. He's pretty vocal, I'd say, in the community. He's been around a hell of a long time. Most people know he is by now, and he's the one who had to close it down before. But because it's their first time out here, we have the distinct pleasure of getting to listen and watch their wonderful team introduction video.
I can't wait.
Coming into this tournament, I feel we have practiced enough, so I'm confident about heading into like the first game and also Ninja Penguins if we meet them in the finals. I consider Ninja Penguins, or now they're called Team YP, as the hardest opponent in this tournament. Yeah. I feel we can take this whole tournament because of the preparation we have had, like 5 hours to 6 hours practice every day. This is the first offline tournament for our team, and performing well will be harder because like there will be some nerves.
Hopefully, nerves aside, they're able to pick up the performance here. And they look pretty focused. Those choreographed moves look pretty damn good. I'm not going to lie. They might have had one of the better moves out there. We'll have to wait and see if any of the others can challenge. Maybe we can do a nice little remix with all those kind of thrown in there. But what are your thoughts and eyes on you? Because it's the first time I get to pick your brain about them.
So I've seen Cyril play for a long time. Got to see him play against some pickup teams at Beat the Pro. And I've seen him play competitive as well. I love the guy, and I love the intensity he brings. He's a lefty as well.
Really?
Yeah, which is pretty interesting. But the intensity that I want to say bangs on the mouse and keyboard with is something to watch, and it shows in his play style. It's very aggressive, very intense, and I love it. And as we've seen sometimes in the competition, I wouldn't necessarily backfires, but it doesn't always live up to what he's trying to do. So I would like to see him pull through here, definitely, and get some wins for his team. I know that with this team, they need to play solid on both sides.
Yeah, they do.
And so they're going to need some pretty solid play from him to start things off. If they can kick things off strong from him, then I think that that's going to continue to build their morale and confidence, and that's what they need right now mostly.
You're absolutely spot on, and I think this is a discussion we're going to have is they've come through the lower side of things as well. They've had a very tough game they've just come out of, and there's two ways teams can either go pretty much. It's either you take it as a challenge, you pick up that first round ideally, and then you flourish. You feel confident, you're warmed up, and you're ready, or you're tired. You're frustrated with your teammates. It starts to fall apart, and I think it's a very clear route between these two. I'm hoping that Eyes on You are able to keep themselves focused in this one. They are able to overcome the issues that they may face. If the morale's down, if they're not as focused, it could be a real problem. But TPA on the other side look pretty calm, pretty collected. Yeah. They got to watch the other games going down. I don't think they are too fussed about it, but I have heard news that we have got the picks coming in, so we can actually check those out and see what we've got coming out here. I think Cyril, we all know, he's mostly the man who'll be sitting on that Kraken. Not going to be really changing up too much. He normally doesn't, but here we go. Let's see what he's up against. It's going to be Crow, Val, Sunny, and Markov coming up for TPA.
Yeah, pretty standard as we've seen through here. And Source TV on the couch talk we had with him saying that TPA actually bringing that Sunny Val combo into play, and saying that after this you should be seeing, and we will be seeing a lot of that combination in the future because it's very successful, these guys here at a high level. The difference, of course, being with the Trapper and Assault, knowing that he's going to be going with Kraken. the Markov pick makes sense.
Yeah,
a lot of people will argue that's the best counter to Kraken because of his ability to hit long range with the locked-on lightning gun, and of course to be able to take out the Banshee mines. So that's a good counter here.
Good counter, yeah.
And then you have Crow. Crow helps with visibility with Gobi. He also has those charged shots, which is going to allow him to hit through armor, and the stasis gun, which you can also charge. So he's 2 charged abilities. If you charge that stasis gun, it's a 10-second stasis on the monster.
That's
so it's,
massive.
Yeah,
as well.
it's pretty good at locking the monster down. So this could be a very solid Kraken counter here.
It's going to be pretty much eyes on Cyril, at least to my opinion. I want to
Sure.
see how he deals with this. He's got, a very hard counter team against him. Not necessarily, I think maybe you could argue that, I don't know, that is a pretty hard counter, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
That is a very hard counter team, but can he overcome all the other issues as well? Not only does he have to deal with the fact that, they picked really well against him, and now, okay, well, we've just come out of the lower side. I just had to get that victory for my team. He is going to be worn the hell out after this. He's going to have a good night's sleep after, I can imagine, a couple of beers after this one, if he makes it through it. But let's find out, as it looks as though the teams are ready. Let's find out who'll be picking this one up between TPA and Eyes on You in the first round here.
Yep.
Cyril up on that Kraken. No surprises there on the other side. Got Roy, Bugsy, Fav, and EAX to kick this one off. And what do we make of it so far? What sort of route does it look like he's
Well,
taking?
first and foremost, I have control again.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So my OCD is
You're
not
good
on
now.
fire right now.
Fantastic. I was worried.
This route he's taken is actually a route that I like to take when playing on Distillery. He went down the river there, which is going to allow him to leave as little footprints or trace orbs as possible with the Kraken. He does startle some birds there, though, but he does have a good jump on the hunters here. As you can see, he's very close to having a full energy meter already, and I'm going to say it again, I think that's going to be the key to who wins the majors today, is how quickly these monsters can feed and how quickly these hunters can keep them from feeding. That relentless pursuit, as you can see here, we already have a Trank from Val, potentially a Gobi find there as well. Yep. So Gobi's getting thrown out, and this is going to keep the hunters on his trail and on his track and make it hard for him to stage up safely, and that's been the difference maker today.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it as well, with the Trank guns, with that stasis as well, kind of combined. You have a lot of slows that this Kraken's going to be finding quite difficult to deal with. Cyril won't be able to get that room as easily as prior, but already, Cyril, he's done very well to get this sort of biomass built, this amount of armor built up, and he's so close to being able to evolve as well. This is a very good start, but it looks like they did try and get a little bit of a fight earlier on then.
Look at that
Roy,
boost.
and look at that boost. It is huge, and they've gone for the dome down as well. They're going to try and take the fight out of this one. Let's see if Cyril can withstand it.
Yeah, sure. He does have just about full armor, working with an almost full evolve meter, which means however he gets out of here, he's going to be close to staging up. So this is a time when he most likely wants to mitigate damage and then try and take any opportunity to catch somebody out and off.
Yep.
But right now, it's all about trying to get out of this dome with the least amount of damage done to you as possible. Keep that health bar and then move on and continue your feed. He does get a lightning strike on Roy, but the personal shield stops any more damage from coming in, and the medic Val helps with the rest.
Yeah, he's in a good position up here at the moment. He's doing some good work. He's going to have to move out of there eventually and will start taking that true damage. EAX is going to start laying into him as well. As you can see, Roy trying to get up there to do the damage, but just hopping from pillar to post, keeping him guessing. As even EAX really fancying getting up here. Cyril's taking a lot actually now. He's down 1 bar. He's got 3 to go, bear in mind. And that dome will be depleted. And he should be able to make a move for it unless he wants to try and focus on down here. It doesn't seem as though he will.
See if Val can get a Trank. It does not look like she did.
No.
These are the perk picks for the Hunters and Monster, of course. Traversal, there is that Trank from Val, slows the Monster. But that's also what we saw Nimp using on his Wraith as well as a Monster. Quick switch on Markov. Movement speed on Val. I actually really like movement speed when I play Medic. It allows me to navigate around the battlefield a lot quicker, which usually means that I'm in a good position. So I do like that perk pick there. And then item recharge on Sunny and jetpack recharge on the Trapper Crow. which is going to help him get up into those domes if Sunny's boost is not available. Roy is the only one close, it looks like, as the rest of the team, they're flanking, so they're pretty close as well. Roy's going to get some damage on him here as he evolves. As you can see, he's got a mix of abilities here, 2 in Banshee, 2 in Vortex, 1 Aftershock, 1 Lightning Strike. So those more of sort of crowd control than anything else in this build.
Yeah, he's got fairly decent CC towards stage 2, so he's looking to maybe just get some damage done towards Roy, maybe fend him off more than anything and try and stay alive here. The dome yet to go down, bearing in mind. Zero's got an opportunity here to either take a little bit of a fight, try and get away. I can imagine it's mostly on his mind here, and Roy is the one who's been causing real nuisance to this.
Yeah.
But he does still have at least the armor there, but Roy is just sticking around. He's not leaving him alone.
No, he's staying in a great place. He's staying in line of sight of the medic, who's actually able to heal him from a pretty great distance, which allows her to stay out of the fight. As you can see, support and Trapper staying out as well. I think they want to get him out of this tunnel area so they can fight him out in the open and get the dome on him at that point would be an ideal situation for them. As you can see, if we look at the map, you're going to see the Trapper just kind of skirting back and forth, which is going to allow him to be in position to drop that dome at the right moment.
Yeah, but the longer this goes on, the more armor Cyril's getting, but it does get worked down pretty quickly. So this is a very tricky situation, bearing in mind, unless Roy overextends, has to pop that personal shield, he is pretty much safe here. You can see all that work that Cyril's trying to spam out, not going too well. As you noted perfectly, that Trapper just going backward and forward, keeping tabs on him. And this could be a very long fight, but Cyril is a patient man. He'll play this out as long as he has to get the job done in these instances. He's aggressive when it needs to be, but he does know when he's got to be able to take the fight and when he has to run away.
Feeding on these little bits of feces here, and they have proven to be very helpful to keep him staying alive and well in the caves here. But at the same time, it's just back and forth, and Bugsy's able to keep the heals on Roy. Right now you're seeing the Trapper and support flanking around the other side, and this might be the opening that he wants to get out of here without getting domed.
Yeah, he definitely saw them as well. I'm just curious what he's going to do with this one. He could be trying to bait them in, maybe try and take a little fight if someone commits here. Roy is not in the perfect position. He can back away, though, and get back to it. Bugsy is still backing him up, and you can see that in practice.
I mean, to be fair, though, this whole time, as you mentioned, not only is he getting armor, but he's also filling up his evolve meter as he sits here. And while he's not doing any forward progress on them, he's getting basically free farm without suffering any permanent health loss as well.
Yeah, this is just fun. This can go on as long as it needs to until someone makes a mistake or he gets the idea of where someone else is. And it's going to be very tough for... Oh, this could be a bit of a commitment there. No, he does back out as well. Doesn't want to stick around too long, just in case.
I mean, you can't blame him. After all, they are playing to see who goes to the finals. So this is a very important start for both of these teams, as neither of them wants to drop the first game.
Yeah, because then all momentum just nosedives. It just switches from hand to hand, and the other team gets to run away a little. But this is a very stalemate situation. It's a standoff, but he does find a little room to breathe, and it looks like he's taking it. Cyril is on the run, ladies and gents. He's finally made it out of that cave, and you know that Trapper is on the other side of things. If they catch him up, which they can do, bearing in mind, if they boost him out of there, it won't get him much better off, if I'm honest. Bear in mind.
Here comes the lightning strike on EAX. That hits heavy.
Damn.
And Monster continues to move. He basically has a straight shot all the way down the beach here towards the power relay area, which is going to allow him to feed pretty well. And there should be a few critters here. There's Reavers, there's some Mammoth Birds, Striders, all in this area. There are also a couple 4-meats that he could snack on as well if he's feeling confident.
And the thing is that at this point, he doesn't even need to feed that much. He's got full armor by now. It's more the case of getting ready to go to that stage 3 if he wants it, which I can imagine he might take another fight prior to that. But all in all, out of all the Hunters and the Trappers, the Hunters and the Monsters, he's done very well here. He's taken minimal damage going from 1 to 2. I'm curious to see how he fares going towards 3 if he actually decides to go for that.
This would be the time to do it, but they are closing in right now. You may see a jetpack boost here as well from Sunny, which would get him close. Right now, though, this area where the Trapper EAX is, you're going to see him go back and forth along here until he gets that mobile arena. As you can see here, this is basically splitting the map in two. give or take a little bit on one side. But this area here is going to allow him to go back and forth, right and left. And if the monster goes this way over here, he can cut him off very easily. As you can see, that's where the momentum is starting to go. That's where the monster is starting to move. And he'll be able to get him in a dome unless he misses it, which it's very, very unlikely at this point.
Yeah, a player of this caliber certainly shouldn't. But here we go. Let's see what EX does. He's already hot on the heels here, but there's the turn. It looks like Cyril wanted to take a little bit of a fight then if he could grab one, and they did fall for it, but he is slowed. EAX looks to be the target, at least to start with, and damage does come in, but the shielding work, the healing is all there. It's a great combination. Good stuff coming out from Cyril, though damage is being done. Sneak attack to follow. Fav is on the receiving end, and there's no surprises for that one. And there we go. Nice work again coming out. Fav is instantly targeted here, and Cyril, keeping eyes on that armor, might turn tail and run now.
This looks like a case of holding the dome to the last second possible. He is going to throw it now, and they do get Cyril in with about 2.5 bars of armor.
Yeah, and this could spell trouble, but then again, Cyril's found a little bit of life fauna to maybe have a little feed on, try and get out, but he's tucked in a corner. There's no running from this one. He knows that's not an option anymore. It's going to be, I think that's Roy, right up in his face and getting a little bit of damage done. And that armor being worked away at, slowly whittled down, and as you can see that shield right in the center of things here. EAX on the border of this one, trying to get up close and personal, but Cyril, he's taking true damage now. This is going to start getting painful. He's going to be in black and blue, and I think that's kindly off the back of Fav there, laying down some of the damage she can achieve, but already Cyril's in a corner, has to be careful, trying to hide this one out and perch his way through, but Roy is having none of it. He wants that fight.
Yeah, especially the fact that he danced around for so long in that area, and while it was good for him to build up that armor and get that evolve meter full, at the same time he was doing no forward progress on the hunters, and that's sort of hurting him right now because he really has no down penalties on any of these guys and really no easy target to go after.
I know exactly what you say with that. Normally by now we may have seen a Trapper having 2 points against him. I think it was Source was actually saying it was a real case of opportunity the first time, but once I saw that weakness, sure, I was going back for more on that. Why wouldn't I? So he's not had that chance, as you noted. This could be a little bit of an issue going into it now, but still with 3 bars of health and a touch, he's still holding back that stage 3 evolution. He can regain some of that. There is no way out of this. I've learned not to say anyone's out of it by now today, but he needs to find that safety to get that evolution on.
Here it comes. Stage 3, we will see. And we will see what the Hunters do with this. If they pursue and want to get him in the dome, it looks like they're going to do exactly that. Very close. Oh, the dome is on cooldown now. So just a few seconds, and he'll be able to drop it again. Here he cuts across the map again. He does not have Sunny's boost just yet, as they are out of line of sight. And he's not going to be able to throw the dome at the moment, which is going to allow Cyril to continue to feed and potentially work his way back towards the power relay. This may be a stage 3 power relay fight.
I'll be very interested to see. We haven't really seen one focused around it so far. It's always ended in either 2 of the hunters going down and then creating a vulnerable spot, let's say, for the monsters to make the most of. But these 2 have been very cagey, very cautious. You can tell, let's bear in mind, this is their last chance in the tournament. If they lose this, they go home. There's no other games to go to. This is the final of for at least one of these 2 teams.
Looks like
as far as they go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to retreat. They're making their way back towards the power relay. I'm interested to see where they set up, because that's actually a big thing that I notice is different from the competitive players to even people back at 2K. Like, we always just set up on the power relay to defend it, but a lot of times you'll see these teams setting up somewhere off of that, so you can poke the monster off of it, but at the same time you get the dome and the positioning that you want, not necessarily what that power relay area forces you to have.
Right, so there's some real method to what they do here. It is very impressive to see, but already Cyril going to do a little bit of a hit and run more than anything, just making his presence known here. He can afford to do this. He can go back and forward. If he gets an opportunity, take it, but right now he's just doing good damage, get them down a little lower, looking like he wants to go towards EAX initially, but he's going to have to deal with maybe one of those monsters down below. Look at this. There's a lot of damage coming through, but he doesn't get much of it done.
No, he really needs to pick a target, focus somebody down here. But they're doing such a great job of their positioning.
It's phenomenal. Yeah. I'm so impressed here, but finally Fav gets caught out. Now he's not going to take the time to focus it down too much. There's other targets, there's bigger fish to fry. Bugsy being one of them here, but Bugsy going back in for that revive, looking towards keeping Fav up, and Fav is back. -1 point, but back again we go. That's great focus fire.
Yeah, no, that's actually great for him. you actually bring him right back up just to get focused down again to get another strike. So that's actually good for the Kraken here.
And already, though, Cyril is out of armor, but he is dealing with this fight extraordinarily well. Taking Fab down twice is perfect. We're still seeing the work that can come from Sunny, though, even after the Grave here, as Bugsy will get some shield. But the damage just isn't going through. Where is Roy in all of this? I expected to see more work towards Cyril by now. Still on 3 bars here. Don't get me wrong, that stage 3 Kraken is certainly a little bit more hefty than the start, but they're evading the damage well. Even, as you can see, Val is in trouble.
Yeah, Val's down, but Sunny was picked up by the Trapper, managed to get another shield down. So while that was great takedowns from the monster,
Roy's chasing
he suffers
this.
a lot as well. He definitely is chasing. They smell blood right now, they taste it, and they want to go in for the kill.
Let's see if they can speed him up anymore. I don't know if they can. I'm so interested if they can catch this guy up right now. He's on the final bar of health. Actually, just below it more than anything. And sure, he can build that armor back up for days, but they want this chase. They want to try and make the most of it while he's this vulnerable. But as time goes on, he's going to get stronger, and they're going to have to back away again.
A minute 28 on the dropship. It's also worth noting that we do have Crow in the match. He can do a charge shot that cuts through armor.
That is very true.
And he does have a limited health to work with here. So we could see some quality Crow shots from EAX, which could actually win the game for them. So we will see here as the monster is moving back towards the power relay, full of armor and 3 hunters to deal with right now. Roy is going to be sitting at that amount of health up until this fight, as there is no heals coming in as Val is out. There comes a shot, it misses.
EAX needs to start landing these. Let's keep our eyes on it. If you see that health bar drop from afar, it will be EAX, but it is Cyril taking the fight to them right about now. Already going to be targeting down Fab, straight away going in for that support character, but once again, the well-placed shielding coming in. EAX does let another shot fly, and it has done damage. Look at it. Cyril's down to about half here. EAX just needs to take the time to land these shots. 1 or 2 more, and he's actually in a great spot here. The damage still coming through, but this is brilliant.
Wow.
Look at Cyril's health, though.
Yep.
It's down so low. 1 more shot, he's done for. Brilliant stuff coming out from that choice of Crow. You can see what can happen when that pays off that well. You said it earlier. You said there was a chance it could happen like that, but I was thinking, Cyril's got so much armor. Surely he could take down EAX in that time.
And you could see as he went back into that engagement, his mind shifting in front of us as he realizes he's going against the Crow. He needs to watch out for that.
Correct.
All of a sudden, the Trapper becomes a priority. He tries to go in. You guys in the chat started using hashtag take the shot when we've seen some of these Crow shots miss. Well, there, he took the shot multiple times and won the game for his team.
It works out.
Great selection with Crow there.
Yeah, as you said,
off.
we were discussing the hard counter earlier, the fact that this is a very hard team to face off against as a Kraken, and we saw at least one element of that just coming in. I wasn't so impressed with Markov in that one. I think it was a little quiet damage-wise, but you could see that Crow just came into its own towards the end and certainly finished off the job. But then again, overall, what do we make of that performance so far from Cyril? Because up until that point, he had a lot of health, he had a lot of armor, he got stage 3. We thought, okay, generate fight, and it got to it, it got close to it, but then it seemed to kind of subside a little.
I think it showed that these guys, they leave themselves open every now and then, and he was able to take down support, then he got the medic down. He, at that point, had a really tough decision as a monster. He has the lightning strike, and he went for another incapacitation instead of, and he got it. But at the same time, Sunny was brought back up. So it's a really tricky spot to be in, where do you get the second incap, or do you make sure that the incapped body stays down? So Sunny gets back up. Even though they lose Val, Sunny all of a sudden manages to get more of her shields out, which we saw there at the very end. This 20/20 hindsight of being like, wow, that's phenomenal play, right? So Sunny shields come into play at the end there, keeping them all alive, which gives EAX enough time to take those shots, get the damage done, and take the win.
Well, now it's time to kind of flip the coin, I guess, and see what really Eyes on You can do with their Hunters. Now, this is the team that I got to see a little bit of earlier. And they are up against Nimp, of course, the man who's known for that Wraith play. But looking at this, we have got Maggie, Hank, Val, and Torvald coming out. So actually a composition that's quite, I guess, retro these days compared to what we've had going through. But it's more the standard picks that I'm used to seeing. I guess if you keep Val in that rather than Kyra or something along those lines. And I'm excited. I want to see what Eyes on You do. I want to, especially keep eyes on them because I want to see how they're responding. They were so quiet, they were so stoic, they seemed so down and out in their game, even though it was a close game towards the end then. But
Right.
I'm hoping we can see a big performance from them. And really, there's a lot to be said about these guys. And there wasn't an in-game leader, really, that I was listening to. When I heard them calling, there was everyone had a voice in it. Everyone knew their role. They liked to call from it. So I'm interested to see if there is a designated in-game leader. Normally, we see it as the Trapper is, at its core. But, Amy was fairly quiet. Didn't take complete control, leaving it up to the others as well to have their input. So I'm very interested to see if we can kind of get a glimpse of that in the game. But first time seeing these guys, who should we keep our eyes on?
Well, definitely on the Monster, because
Yep.
I think it's really up to him to try and take this. And as we mentioned before, feeding speed is going to be a huge thing here. So that said, as we look at the Hunters, they're limiting his feeding speed is going to be huge. And if they do not have the pursuit to do that, then that's going to be tough. So they're going with Maggie and Daisy, which is going to help them track and of course trap when they get the monster in the dome. Those harpoon traps are great against the Wraith. But that said, it's going to be up to them to pursue at a high speed and just be pests and be very annoying.
Yeah.
And you never know how players coming off of some almost like heartbreaking losses.
It could have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah, will they even have that mindset of we need to be very aggressive right now, or do you sit back and play conservatively because you don't want to send your team to your second loss?
Well, that's the thing. You start second-guessing yourselves. You start becoming quiet. You get frustrated, and that's something that you get over with experience. Once these guys go to more LANs, more events, they kind of work through that. But this is still some of their first events. They've never played at events like this before, where they have to deal with it. You got to go outside, calm down, pull yourself back together, and somehow get on with the guy who was just shouting at you 30 seconds ago. Because really, maybe you were wrong, or they were wrong. But you've got to find that synergy in those moments to make it work, because otherwise you're going to see it instantly in game. When that teamwork just breaks down, it's very obvious in Evolve. I think we all know how much teamwork is required to play this game, especially as the Hunters, but I do believe the teams are almost ready, so I'm very, very ready for this one to get started. First glimpse, eyes on you on their hunting side. Predictions, where are you going on this? Are you going to say the Wraith's back in action? Go for the
no,
victory?
I think...
you think they got this?
Yeah, no, I do.
Okay.
I think they got this. I think he's a very strong player. He's shown that, but he's also shown that he is beatable, and he is not guaranteed a win.
Yes.
Even if he comes back with low level. And this is a game they need to win. And I think that they're going to come in here and they're going to play their best Evolve. They're going to put it all on the table.
This is it.
And potentially take it.
Well, they can't. There's no point holding anything back anymore. It's everything now. Backs to the wall. They've got to find that extra 10% of the performance, that extra touch of what they can achieve. And already, let's take a look at how Nim's been doing. Feed-wise, he's doing quite a similar route to what we saw previously with the Kraken, at least.
Well, yeah, this is huge for him so far. Not that he's bad at his farm.
No.
It's just that he's been pestered so much from the previous Hunters he's been fighting. And this is a crazy split right here with Liquid Duty ahead of him, actually pushing him back, it looks like now, towards his Trapper, which is a nice move. It's a nice split.
Yeah. They're kind of corralling him back around towards each other. This could be unique, but not to take the engage here.
So this feed for him is very fast compared to what we've seen so far. And that's, I think, going to work in his favor as he pushes along here. He's probably going to see some engagements that were better than the ones we saw against Team YP, for example.
Yeah, and this feed could put him very close to that evolution, and he is now. Going to back himself away. Try and find that prime position to evolve, and he looks like he's going through that rather vicious local wildlife and trying to find a spot here.
Yeah, let's see how they handle it, because finding that Crowbill Sloth in the cave there may not be very fun for these guys. There it is right now.
There we go. They are going to have to take the time to do this as well. So
Yeah,
actually
they're
nice positioning from Nim to take that route. It kind of forces them to deal with that.
Yeah.
Gives them a little more time.
Absolutely. Although he does not take advantage of it as far as taking the stage up there. And they don't suffer any casualties, any loss from dealing with that Sloth. Although it might be a nice snack for him after he does evolve. At this point, he's just waiting to see, I think, where they try and pursue him from. Because at this point, they've lost him, right? Because they had to deal with that Sloth. Although a very similar split to what we saw just a moment ago, as Liquid Duty is off on his own now. It looks like he might be regrouping. But they're splitting heavily. And this may be...
Did Riku just get caught out?
Yes, and what I was going to say is, like, this very aggressive split might be a split due to desperation of wanting to find this guy as quickly as possible, and then you end up in situations where your medic is found by herself and potentially caught by the monster. But then again, they may have something up their sleeves with this that we don't know about.
That's it. We have to wait and see. And Nim getting this much room to breathe, though, he's not been as pressured as much as I'd like. If you compare it to, let's say, what we saw from Team YP, it was constant. It was relentless. He barely had a chance to feed. Here, he's had a lot of freedom. He's getting the chance to move around, get some good space going, find the place where he wants to get that evolution building, maybe then think about where he wants to get the kind of biomass afterwards, get that feedback on, and then even look towards the next stages. But so far, they are picking out his right direction, but they're just not close enough to do much about it.
Yeah. He's gonna. This is a very popular evolve spot right here in the water, and they're well off in the distance right now as they move in 100 or so meters off in the distance, and they have to come through the Blitz Leopards here, which is never fun. It does look like yeah, GA Killers does get caught up there. They do manage to move on, but the Wraith here in the mobile arena is going to build up some armor before Assault is even anywhere near him. And they're going to need to take full advantage of this arena. As you mentioned, he's been unscathed so far during this entire game. So now is the time to take advantage of catching him here just after his evolve.
Yeah, Liquid it's got to be really quite big in this fight. But so far, he's not had much of an impression here. And Nimp is, once again, just kind of kiting and juking them around very well. He's getting a little bit of feed on. You can see that decoy coming into practice. Liquid's going to have to deal with that. And actually, Liquid going to receive some damage off the back of this, and it does give an opportunity. And that's GA Killers getting picked up, dragged away, but not going to be completely obliterated.
And that is, I think, a prime example of what he does with his Wraith. He sends a decoy out, it distracts the other players, and then he goes in for the obvious abduction or sneak pounce on the one player that ends up being caught out in that situation.
Yeah, and in comparison to the damage we saw last time coming in towards TPA, this is a great performance from him to be able to stay so unscathed, especially just after evolving, getting into that dome. He's taken very little here. He should be, in theory, if we're going off his previous performances, in the best position thus far we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, no, he's in great shape right now, and this is sort of the, I guess, the play from him that we've seen previously. It's just against Team YP, they made it look easy to deal with.
Exactly, but I think it just shows the caliber of Team YP, right?
Yeah.
That's the scary thing is, if they make it look that simple, how good are they? You know, where's that challenge going to come from? Because TPA, if they do make it there, are going to have to reconsider what happened because they've got to relive a nightmare, essentially, if they do get into that situation here. Still, looking at Nimp's progress so far. Once again, it does seem to slow down around stage 2 for this man. The others seem to get back to their route a little quicker than him.
Sure.
But
that's a very good point.
He's back on track-ish, but the others just seem to recover sooner. I'm not sure why.
Worth noting, though, there is not a single strike against these hunters. So while he is in good shape, he does have a lot of health to work with. He's not got any forward progress on them. And he just did stage up stage 2. He's working on stage 3. But at some point, if he wants to take on this team head-to-head, 4v1, he's going to have to start getting strikes on them to be successful.
Yeah.
Decoy goes out on Liquid Duty, the Assault.
It's a good tactic. It works. He puts it out towards the Assault. He did it last time. And he was able then to pick up towards Hank. He went towards the support. He is going to be trying to get some room away again. And as mentioned, several times. Not scathed in this instance, not in comparison to the last times we've been caught out, forced into fights he doesn't want to take. Now it's been very much a casual affair for this man. I want to see when he turns around and says, all right, let me take this fight. And forces them to take the engage, because as you mentioned, they're still sitting fairly pretty. They haven't been damaged just yet. They haven't really felt any of the force that can come along with that Wraith. Now he's got full armor. He's en route towards getting that biomass built. Maybe he could start thinking, okay, well, maybe I can afford a fight here. I can go for the evolution soon afterwards. Why not give it a go? Because this is what you're saying about the first game as well with Cyril.
Yeah, this is a great place to do it as well. He's just about ready to evolve. And he could do it in the safety of these rooms here. He just needs about 1 or 2 more meets to do it. And you can see the Hunters are pretty close. They do have Daisy. Daisy's going to continuously take them in the direction of the monster. And they are all together there. You see some stray harpoon traps catching up the Wraith there. And a nice trank comes in from Val. And as soon as that decoy's done, they're going to see where the monster is because of that trank.
And the thing is, right, up against the Wraith thus far, I'm pretty sure we've almost always seen Sunny being played out as well. So being able to close that gap when you wanted to get that dome down was pretty, I wouldn't say simple, but it was very achievable.
Yeah.
And then you combine that, of course, with how Nightwind was playing with those tranks, with the harpoons, with the dome. This becomes a lot harder to keep him locked down, but they do have the opportunity now. There goes the decoy again. And Amy...
Yeah, they're not fooled, though, and they're shooting the Wraith, which is going to make the Wraith visible. Tranked by Val now. You see another stray harpoon trap catching the Wraith. Abduction misses. And it is worth noting as well, we do have Maggie in the game, so he does need to deal with Daisy. We haven't seen a lot of Daisy, so I think when you're not seeing a lot of Daisy, it's easy to forget that Daisy is there. And she can be quite the nuisance if she's left to her own devices.
Oh god, yeah, the amount of times we've seen those last-minute decisions of, okay, do I in-cap this player? Can I leave them there? Is this worth it? Then you add in the Daisy threat of her being able to pick them back up. It's another element they're going to have to keep in mind. But so far, I want to see if Nimp's going to go for another fight here, or if he's just going to say, all right, it's not working out. Let me get towards that stage 3. There we go. He's back into the position that we saw quite the extended fighting in the first game, but let me get that feed on, get back up towards that full armor, but does get a little bit on the way out. Yeah. They are getting close here.
They are. He is ready to evolve, though, so yeah, this is a tough one to call. Yeah. Either he's going to go for it immediately, or he's going to try and get some strikes before he goes for the stage 3. Looks like he might try and get some strikes, as he does have mostly full armor to work with. Val comes in with the heals, but the Warp Blast is going to hit both of them. He does manage to knock him out of line of sight of Val.
This could get a little dangerous here looking at this one. GA Killers and Riku taking a bit of a beating, and they're the two that will suffer the most and really affect the rest of the team as the damage is starting to pile through. And it looks like Nimp is starting to want to take this fight, and it looks a little disjointed from Eyes on You, but they are staying alive. Yeah. They're being dragged left, right, and center here, but Nimp is not being able to catch him out just yet. Desperate to find Riku, desperate to find Amy, catch one of these two out, and there we go. Once again, doing the drive-by, trying to get the damage done, pushes one out. That's GA Killers, but lovely work coming in from, I believe, that Riku, was Riku, yeah. Great work catching him then, even as he was being focused on, but this could be all for GA Killers for now at least, but there we go. We're going to see him backing out of this one. Maybe looking for another option and just doing the damage while he could, and he does get that in-cap.
Yeah, he gets the strike, and he takes no health damage from it. So it's success, a successful engagement. Yep. And I think now he's shown that he can penetrate them and get that damage, get that down penalty. So this is an opportunity to now go back, farm a bit, get that armor back up, as you can see here, and then just try it all over again. Yeah.
Why not? He isn't the one who's really pressured in this. If he wants to, if he gets in trouble, he's always got stage 3 to fall back to. That's, this is the best thing, and he's feeding well this time. He's back up towards full armor almost. He's still got the evolution as a possibility, and he can almost set the trap here. He can define the engagement, because they're still going to be chasing him. They want to stay as close as possible. And this guy can just wait. He can say, okay, is this an area I want to fight in? Sure, all right. Eyes on You will literally walk into this. And
that's key, too, because as you can see here, there's a lot of elevation changes. There's a lot of water in this area as well, which is going to keep Maggie, for example, from putting traps down. It's also hard for the Hunters to navigate. So if he can get them to engage here, which it looks like he is, this could be a great place for him to fight.
Yeah, Riku then was in a little bit of a dangerous situation, then almost got pushed out of place and could have been taken down, but you can see him looking again for the opportunity. Does get the abduct down, That could be a lot of damage coming in, but bear in mind, Torvald, of course, has that personal shield he could always fall back to if required. And you can see Nim say, all right, screw that. I want a different target. I want something a little bit more flashy, a little bit more easy to break down. And here we go. Finds the back lines, but can't make it happen.
2 harpoons trip him up. Here comes a tranquilizer as well from Val. And so they do have eyes on the monster. But I think he's just going to continue this this hit and run tactics.
Why not? This is the thing. He's not. The one thing I would say is Eyes on You seem a little bit more hesitant to be as engaging as the other teams. They don't seem as, let's say, willing to make those big moves, but it does look as though GA Killers once again in trouble here. You're going to have to get Riku around, but where is Riku in this? GA Killers is down now. You can see the heal coming back in. Finally, Riku's going to focus it up, but while that happens, Amy now gets taken down as well, and the damage is being done. GA Killers now suffering that blow twice, and Amy to the same fate.
Yeah, 2 strikes on support now, 1 strike on the Trapper. If support goes down again, it's going to be a direct trip to the dropship, and he'll be out of the game. So definitely worth it for him to go back in and engage, and he can continue to do this. He does not need to stage up at the moment.
He is honestly the hunter right now.
Yeah.
He has found his prey, and he's not letting Eyes on You ever define the situation. He has complete control of this match so far, and I'm kind of curious as to, what's the difference here with Eyes on You, because they seem so different to the other teams, especially up against the Wraith. It's just, they don't seem to have any control of this, and now Nim's got stage 3. He's even got more to work with.
Right. Well, that's the thing is, as you mentioned, the rest of the teams have been very aggressive, hot in pursuit, always trying to just damage in any situation. And it seems like they're playing very cautious and trying to set up a situation that's best for them. Meanwhile, he is slowly luring them into places he wants to fight, as you said, dictating the competition so far.
It's really impressive, to be fair. I think this is where we're seeing why Nimp is renowned, especially on this Wraith, because he makes it seem like such a threat. Normally, if you look at the Wraith in comparison stat-wise to the other monsters out there, you're like, oh, she's pretty squidgy, a little softer than the others. But then you see the power that can be had if there's fear there. If they're not taking those engagements, if they're not winning those fights, you can see Eyes on You struggling. They are set up in a very defensive position, and this is the stage that I saw Eyes on You at before, and they were in this almost exact same predicament, and they lost it in the end because they got picked apart individually. Now, let's see what he can do here already. You're going to see that decoy put down, going to be sneaking his way in. GA Killers again, looking vulnerable. He's going to go straight in for that one. Doesn't get the abduct down towards him, but it's Riku he picks up. Not a bad target at all. Lovely movement around the map, showing that real versatility of character. And now again and again, this is looking dangerous here. Nimp is doing real work.
Yeah, real work on all of them. The orbital barrage comes in, but it's not going to hit for much. And down goes GA Killers. He's going to be waiting for the dropship. 2 minutes on there with no shields now. Riku is the target. And the Warp Blast is going to take him down to about 1 more hit, and that does it. Riku goes down as well. It's a strike on Val, a strike on AmyBot. Liquid Duty halfway to health with no heals coming from Val right now. And there's the decoy again. He's going to take full advantage of this.
Riku's in trouble. Liquid as well, looking very vulnerable here. And that's going to be an easy, quick little swipe coming through from Nimp. And he knows that Amy has nothing to do in this instance. Daisy is the last hope really there to get anyone back up. But now Amy would have to pull off something, well, something like a miracle by now. And there we have it. Nimp pulling off a stunning performance and clinical play. As the
TPA takes the second.
Looking good.
And besides talking about how quickly these monsters can feed, the other thing that we touched on and we've been talking about and kind of highlighting throughout the tournament is how strong some of these teams, and most of these teams are on both sides, Hunter and Monster, and these guys are showing that they are very strong on both sides. They're able to take down a monster called Cyril, who everybody knows by name, and there's a reason for that. Not just because he's a friendly Frenchman who likes to throw baguettes up on the stream, but also because he's a killer monster player. And they're able to take a game from him and then follow that up with a game from their monster. So far, so good for TPA, Team Potato M.
Not living up to their name.
No.
You know, that's the irony of it all. But no, they did do very, very well there. And just I've got to say it, that Wraith play was just brilliant. Not only, you know, finding when he had the kind of peak in performance, so when you have those power spikes almost, so in between stage 2 and 3, when you have the full, you know, ability to evolve to stage 3, but then you can define the fights. So why not take them? You can regain the health if you get in a real tricky predicament to a degree. You can rebuild that armor, replenish that back up, and you define every engagement going on. And that is such a big factor in this game, especially when you can see a performance like that coming out. But we are going to see the players switching over, and it's onto Cyril now. This is taking a little bit of time. I think the teams were just taking a moment. Cyril had backed away from that, wasn't sitting with them at the time. So hopefully they get themselves sorted out nice and quick in this, and they can get themselves kind of back into the saddle. But let's kind of recap as what we said towards Eyes on You, that the issue being now is, how do you recover from this? You went from an extraordinarily tough game where, you know, you had to fight to the very last opportunity. Now you're starting to lose out.
Yeah.
Does it spiral, or can they catch it? It's
you know, I don't want to say it, but I think unfortunately I think it's going to at this point, because what we were looking for in that last game was what's their play style going to be like at this point. Is it going to be aggressive, which has its pros and cons. If you're too aggressive, you can get caught out. But if you're not aggressive enough, like in this last game,
you'll get bullied.
Yep.
Yeah. And I just wished we saw a little bit more of that aggression. But let's keep our eyes on this game, and we will be seeing Crow coming back out to play. We've got Val, Sunny, and Markov, and that's of course for Team Potato, and their Hunters are going to be coming out. And Cyril on the Kraken. I don't think I've ever seen Cyril play anything other than a Kraken. When there was the option to play the Kraken before.
Sure.
It was just the only one. I'd be interested if he does get through to those kind of final stages, if they're able to turn back around, how good or how deep his monster pool is. How can he go to a Wraith? Would he have to go back to, you know, something like the Goliath that's been a little quieter, because everyone knows, you know, the very hard counters the Goliath these days, especially at this at this high level of play. I don't know what he could do here. I'd be very interested to see how he fares, because we've already seen great depth of pool coming out from Source.
Right.
So this could be an interesting one, and the same is going to be said for TPA, considering their Wraith player is known as a Wraith player. Do they have that Kraken backup?
Sure.
Who knows? This could be a question coming into those finals.
We do have Elite Kraken skin here. Arctic Val, Elite Sunny. I think that's Predator Crow, and I missed Torvald.
But it's not the Voodoo skin, so I'm already out. If it's not the Voodoo skin, you don't have my love, I'm just saying. But no, Cyril, he's wearing the badge. He's representing.
He is.
It may be the Goliath, but he's representing still. I want to see what he can do. Come on, buddy. He's even got the gunner optics on. If there's any chance to be ready, it's got to be right now, and he's got to step up. He's got to break the momentum the TPA are building. And remember, TPA's Hunter squad are damn good. EAX closed it down as a trapper last time around. Cyril will have to pull out the big guns here.
Yeah, for the win. And we've been seeing phenomenal Trapper play today. And I think Trapper can be one of the most underrated people out on the battlefield, especially when you get in that mobile arena. But there's so much to keeping the monster contained, keeping the monster locked down, the CCs that you have at your disposal, and of course the damage when it needs to be done, as we saw from Crow.
Yeah, Crow can have those games where it just defines the outcome perfectly. And already, good little bit of a feed from Cyril here, but he is hitting fairly close towards TPA. Bugsy, EAX not far off in this one. Still been getting his feed on here, as you can see those shots coming through already. That will be EAX letting those fly right on the split as well. Markov wasn't so impressed with Markov, maybe didn't have the best of times previously, but now already Cyril being caught out is not ideal. He might be in a little bit of trouble here. He is going to be actually in the dome as well. This could change things. All right, Cyril's actually been committed on at this sort of stage. This is a different approach from TPA. This is them looking a lot more dangerous and a lot more aggressive.
You know what I was thinking, speaking of Markov and the damage that was done by Markov in the last game and how it looked a little slow, what we are maybe not seeing is him potentially dealing with Banshee Mines, wildlife, and all these other factors that are in there, which we don't see it because we don't see the health bar go down.
Correct.
But at the same time, he's potentially helping keep his health bars up, the teammates' health bars up. So it's interesting how you get deeper and deeper into the game, and there's so many subtle things that are so easy to miss or just never see because they're just such a subtle factor of the game.
But players of this level, that can be game-defining to those guys. The difference is massive, but to me, sadly, not quite anywhere near their caliber. Gonna just sit back and watch. But let's take quick stock here of what's happened, because Cyril is in real trouble, and they're chasing. This is the most aggressive Hunter team I've seen in quite some time. Even excluding Team YP, they haven't been this aggressive hunting.
Yeah, I think they have these guys where they want them.
Yep.
And they realize that this is theirs to win. This is also theirs to lose if they open the door for Eyes on You. As we saw in the last series, there was potentially a victory ensured for a team, and it didn't happen after a very impressive comeback. So I think right now they just want to seal the deal. They want to set things up for their monster player to come in here and take the victory with his next game.
And this is scary play. If TPA getting confident, okay, let's assume it goes this way. They make it to those finals here at the ESL Major League Finals. If they get that far, they're confident then. They're going up against an opponent they know they can do well in, and they're playing at 100%. They're warmed up. That's a dangerous side to be playing against here. And sadly for Cyril, he's going to have to pull out a very big performance. He can still go for the evolution. He's got 2 stages remaining, only at stage 1 currently. He does not quite have the feed yet either. He's had a very slow start to this one now.
Movement speed again from Val. Looks like they're pretty straightforward, or pretty similar picks from everybody in this round as far as the character perks go. We do have Lightning Strike, Banshee Mines, and Vortex coming in from Kraken. He has split those 1 apiece, and that's the other thing too, is that has been becoming the new meta, is to split the abilities rather than go 2 or 3 points into one of them. But at that same time, with teams like this that are have very sustainable defense, it's hard to crack that nut, so to speak, when you just have 1 point in that ability.
Exactly, and I think we're seeing that being a factor here, and certainly going to be on their minds coming out. But will TPA keep up this relentless chase that they've been engaging in so far? It does seem as though Roy does have a beat on towards the monster himself. I'm wondering if he's going to take that individually. You can see them just turning tail and running. The boost's going to come out. EX is going to get flown up there as fast as possible. Those jetpacks are going to be put to good use, to say the least. And
yeah, so now that's another thing that he has to think about when he's planning his route, is not just feeding, not just trying to stay away from certain characters or certain classes, but he also has to worry about that boosted trapper. So when
there's
he thinks
no safe distance, right?
He thinks he's out of range, and then all of a sudden the trapper's right in his face, throwing the dome. There it is.
They're going to go for this engagement. All right, he's going to try and take on Roy here, and he does get a good beat towards him. He's been taking him down a couple of times. Bugsy right next to him, trying to keep him healed up. Very close work coming out from Bugsy, but it does seem as though Roy is just about staying alive by the skin of his teeth in this one, but you can see those heals going right back out.
Yeah, nice heals coming from Bugsy on Val. The shield out there as well. We've seen just amazing placement from the Sunny Shield all day, and just proving that she can be absolutely viable here in competitive play, where so many people were playing Hank for so long because of the almost guaranteed shield, or at least you have a guarantee of where you're going to be aiming it, because you are able to aim it. But right now, still at stage 1, as we mentioned, he has 1 point in each of those 3 abilities. And while he got fairly close to downing the assault there, he's not close anymore. In fact, he is down to a bar of armor, and right now these guys, I feel, they're just going to pour on the pressure and make this their game.
And let's remember, EAX can still do that true damage, so even if that armor starts building up, we could be looking at a flashback to those previous games here, and the damage is still coming through. Cyril is in real trouble. He's trying to hot tail it out of there, but we know that boost can come out. We know that EAX can get closer if needed, but he is going to take it easy. And there we go. Here comes the boost. Here comes the information.
50
Cyril,
meters. He could drop it,
here we go.
although we have a lot of cooldown left on the
Yeah, but Cyril's going for the evolution right now, and Roy already knows it. This is almost all she wrote. Cyril knows he's in trouble. He's finally back up and running. He's not really gained much, just a little more damage, but he's only got a little bit of health to work with at this point. And EX is going to be landing shot after shot, and one more will do it and put TPA to getting towards match point. Solid play from those boys, and they look confident as hell.
Yeah. they are definitely taking advantage of the whatever scenario is unfolding with Eyes on You.
Yep.
And they are making it their mission right now to push through. And it's clear in their Hunter play and their Monster play. Not only were they super aggressive, as we just saw there, with their Hunters, but as soon as Nymph saw that he had the upper hand with his Wraith, he's going in as well.
Yeah, these two teams are completely different. The disparity between them is almost palpable at this point, because you look at one team who looks very cautious, who looks very tentative, who doesn't really want to go for those engages, even though it may work out in their favor. They just don't take them. They're not taking the opportunities they've been given. Whereas you look at TPA on the other side of things, who are forging those opportunities. They see like a tiny weak spot. They'll literally spot something and think, maybe we can press that a little, and they will go to town. Those guys are working so hard to make this a clean game. They don't want to drop a single round, and so far they're kind of going on for that. And at the moment, it's a 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah.
Right, let's look at those the picks coming in and see how they're going to be shaping up for what could be their final go at this one. And it will be Griffin, Val, Hank, and Markov coming out for Eyes on You. And no surprises, whoever guesses what Nymph's playing, it's going to be the Wraith. However,
indeed,
the big point here, the big difference here, I think this is what we've got to say is certain players, certain teams will find a little more when they have their backs to the wall, quite literally. There's no more opportunities for Eyes on You. They lose this, they're done. There's no more games to be played. There's no more matches to look forward to. This will be it. If they survive one, they can begin something. They can start building.
Absolutely. It does take that first one to win, though. And, you know, the other thing, too, is that was a very quick match, or a very quick round, a very quick game. So the Hunters now, all of a sudden, are right back on the hot seat.
Yeah, not much of a break. So that's the biggest point here. They are going to be struggling a little bit for that one. Just, you know, the fact they didn't really get time to cool down and kind of think things through. Maybe they could have had a bit of a chat after that last game, but now they're kind of thrown right back into it, right back into the fire. So I'm sure we'll find out how they deal with that. So far, it's been quite quiet, to be fair. You compare them to some of the other teams, how they kind of responded after a victory, you know, or even a loss, you know, straight up talking about it, trying to get through that. These guys seem very quiet, and it worries me when you look at teams. You can kind of see mentally how they're at. You looked at, let's say, Team YP after their first win, or even the first couple of losses they've had, a couple of rounds here and there.
Right.
Straight away talking about it, straight away looking calm, no worries, no stress. These guys just look very quiet, and they're not even talking now. And just as, you know, an ex-player myself, to a small degree, you know, at a higher tier level, if that communication breaks down, you're kind of done for, because if you don't trust the guy sitting next to you, how are you going to go forward? And let's bear in mind, they'd have to go on a massive comeback, but this is the starting point. They have to lay down the foundation with one round, but let's check back in and remind ourselves of the route they've had to walk so far. They've not had an easy game at all, and TPA has been their nemesis throughout this. They're their kryptonite. They know that. They've struggled against them, but this is their chance. This is their only chance to step up.
Nymph on the Monster. We're going to see Wraith, as we saw in the character picks there. And this is his game to take right here, right now, as we saw in the last game. This, though, I love how this is shaping up, because, as you said, they need just one game to get back in this thing, to get that confidence, that morale back. And with him taking such an aggressive approach in that last game, when he took that opening, and he was, as you said, the bully at that point. That could backfire, though.
It could.
Because
overconfidence.
It may take him out of what he's used to doing, which is, you know, trying to feed as quickly as possible and maybe engaging before it's time.
I agree. There could be a factor of that. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And then let's think beyond that. If he does get in that mindset of, all right, let's play a little cocky here. Why not? You know, we're up. They go into their finals game assuming they win.
Right.
And then he's got to go back into that mindset of, okay, I'm playing Team YP now. These are different. If he gets in that mindset a little too early, that could be a problem for him going forward. So hopefully he can kind of keep his cool, stay calm, treat it, you know, round by round almost, you know, game by game, instinct by instinct, and just get through it. Or we are just going to wait on the lobby to be remade. Obviously, you guys out there just can chill out and maybe give us your thoughts too about this one and how you think this one's going to go.
Yeah, chat, let's hear it. Who do you think is going to take this game? Is it going to be another dominant performance by Nims Wraith, or will Eyes on You make the comeback of all comebacks here to put this back into a place where they could potentially come back and tie it up?
I already offered a lifetime supply of hot chocolate. I don't think I need to be making any more bets here, but if they do make a comeback, I will have to find something to talk about in this one. But we are back into this, and it looks like Nimp has been really getting to work very quickly here.
I have to say, I was actually terrified for you and what that lifetime supply of hot chocolate might look like. But you dodged a bullet.
A lot of debt, I think, is what it looks like. Or just Nestle really liking me. I don't know which one.
I think you owe Nimp a single hot chocolate for keeping you out of a lifetime of debt.
I think I'll buy a round of hot chocolate after this. I think that's what I'll go for. Nice and family friendly.
Yeah.
None of that drama. But still, we are back into this one. Let's kind of take stock of what we've seen so far. We've been kind of not necessarily picking on Nimp, but pointing out that he's been a little slower to build up some of that biomass before, but now starting to get to work. It takes a little damage off, as you said, the local wildlife.
Yeah.
Can be a real danger there.
Yeah, that's some mammoth birds there. They do pack a punch. They also pack 3 meats each. It is the best way to feed up quickly, is to take those suckers down. Right now, though, he has fed very quickly.
Yep.
And a huge part of that, and we keep going back to this, is that we're not seeing aggressive play from Eyes on You. Not only is it hurting them in the long game, but in the early game, the setup for the long game is they're allowing him to just do whatever he wants, which is allowing him to have the upper hand later on.
And it's funny, there's a theory in, let's say, Counter-Strike and other games out there, and when you're playing against a team who's, let's say, more well-established than you or better on paper, the first thing you need to do is make them respect you, and then you can go into your own strategies, because before that, they'll just be in your face. They'll be aggressive.
Right.
They will just beat you around, and you'll never get to play the game you thought you could against them.
Right, you're forced to play their game at that point.
Right, so if you can break that little initial stance, maybe you could start playing your own game. But right now, Eyes on You need to find that. They need to find their own game, but this is a good start. They're starting to keep a little bit of beat on them. They're not letting them have free reign. But then again, if they walk into a trap here, this would be dangerous.
Yeah, they need to go to the biggest dude in the planet share, punch him in the face, and right now that's the monster.
That's it. Get the respect. That's what you got to do somehow here. And Nimp is not having any of that just yet. He's still having his weight. He's taking a little bit of damage, but you can see he kind of went for the same plan there. He's setting up the decoy, then trying to look for an opportunity off the back of it. Didn't quite get one. So you can see Eyes on You maybe keeping this in mind, but I really want to see what they can bring to the forefront here. And it looks like Liquid's actually taking a bit of damage there. Not sure what off, but going to be healed right back up by Riku. So no harm, no foul.
Absolutely. The Hunters, meanwhile, are chasing a pretty typical strafing route from the Trapper, as Amy Bot does not want to let him get around and wants to get in a position to drop that dome. You do see a sound spike coming out, and that's locking down this entire area, trapping in the monster there. Here comes some more wildlife that they have to deal with, but quickly deal with the Megamouth as Nimp staging up to stage 2. And so, as we talked about before, right before this game, does he get over-aggressive, or does he play his game that he needs to go and feed and farm and get to a place where he's ready for them? So far, he's played a solid game.
Yeah, I haven't seen the arrogant play. You know, it's very easy to get maybe a little ahead of yourself picks. You're like, well, we're up, 3-0, why not? But you've got to remember, these guys, they're good players. They've turned around other games. They wouldn't be in this game if they weren't talented.
Right.
So you've got to keep that in mind, but it looks like Nimp is well aware. He's playing this, with that kind of smart aspect. And sure, maybe if he gets to the top of stage 2, just before that stage 3, why not give it a go? Why not get a little bit of that arrogance, a little bit of, that kind of, I don't know, pizzazz to it that he had before by going, hit and run.
Right.
But until that point, he's playing a solid game.
Riku trying to land a Trank. He's been successful so far. And that's a decoy. Nymph, meanwhile, is using the Warp Blast to get away and get some distance from the Hunters.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of it as well so far. He's been keeping on the run. He doesn't quite have the biomass build to be able to get the evolution going yet, but he does have enough to have the armor, so he can still withstand a fight. He can still take a little bit of an instance here, and it does look as though he's going for Liquid to start with. I'm surprised he didn't turn tail and go for Riku, but no, the dome has gone down, and it looks like Eyes on You are actually going to take a fight here. This is what we wanted to see. Let's see how coordinated they are. Can they get that focus fire down?
Yeah, nice slow coming in from Riku there on Val, which allows Markov to just sit there with the lightning gun. They do need to get through this armor and start hitting that health bar. That's very important for this fight. But as you mentioned, very fast in these games against Eyes on You to feed up to stage 2. But once he gets to stage 2, look where he's at. He's very low on the evolve meter. So even if he gets out of this unscathed and with that health bar, he still has a lot of work to do. Great orbital barrage, anticipating the warp blast there, but he does manage to get out of it, which is lucky for him because that was going to hit pretty hard.
It was, and I remember speaking to GA Killers after their first instance against TPA, and it was like, I swear to God, he just focuses me down the whole damn time. I don't know what to do, but right now, he turned tail, he turned his attention to someone else. It's a good bit of damage done, but it could be time to go, but great little abduct. They're going to be keeping Liquid a little busy, as Nim now can make his run for it, get back to that feeding line, get back to trying to build up a little bit more of that experience or biomass, whatever you want to refer to it as, get back to his route, because that was a good engagement, though, coming out from Eyes on You.
Absolutely. They do manage to do a little bit of damage to his health bar while Val tries to heal up Liquid Duty, who was focused with an abduction but managed to pop his personal shield. He has a lot of work to do, and I would say he needs to do it quickly. If there was ever a time for him to open the door for them to come back, it would be taking too long to get to a full evolve meter here, and at least be prepared for the option to go to stage 3 if needed.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's not a factor. It looks like he's trying to pull himself back on towards that route of things, keep himself going in the right line here and get back to feeding. But we are seeing that Eyes on You are starting to learn that route, starting to get it in mind, starting to understand how these guys want to play it out. And maybe that's a big thing. Maybe they just take a little while to get that in their heads. Maybe just warm up to the style of play that we're seeing Nimp bring out. But at the moment, good work from Riku, keeping good tabs towards Nimp there.
Yeah, he's really hitting those tranks, which is very impressive, and keeping him slowed, which is, I think, one of the main factors that he is struggling to fill that evolve meter. It is getting there finally, though. These are going to be some pretty nice meets there with the Mammoth Bird, and he's about like 6 to 8 meets away from that full evolve meter to stage 3. And this is go time for the Hunter team. I feel like this is the time when they need to really force the pressure, because otherwise they're going to find him with full armor, just about full health, ready to evolve whenever he wants, and then it becomes his game again.
Exactly, and this is the tipping point. I think you're spot on. They can't allow that to happen. This is, I don't know if they're aware of this as well as we are, but they're going to have to keep that in mind here, because Nim is starting to define these instances, these situations, these engagements. The Oakman goes down, but could be doing too much there, really. And
yeah, he actually swipes it before it has time to deploy, so no damage done there. Very smart heads-up play. Another thing we talked about, and Alex was talking to Source about this, is finding time to get that armor built up. And one of the things I love to see from a Monster player is even when they're in a mobile arena, completely engaged in combat, and it's most doable, I think, with Wraith, with Decoy, is you pop the Decoy and you get some food in while you're in the middle of a fight, and that could be a game changer. So you look for these subtle little moves from Monster players, and he's definitely got them. So being heads up, knowing that he can knock that away and make it irrelevant is a heads up play from the Monster, and these little things are going to help him succeed, I think.
Well, these small factors add up, especially when, let's bear in mind, everyone's operating at 100% right now. These are top-tier players. These guys are brilliant at this game. They have so many hours in this. This isn't your regular casual player. These guys have played through. They've got to the Constellation Finals. They're down there. They're waiting to find out if they can make it any further. So when you have like a small advantage, even if it's understanding that if I hit this Arc Mine before it has time to activate, I get the advantage there. Perfect. That could be a huge difference, especially when everyone's playing at this level. That's what really top play is about, is being able to find these small differences and exploit them or make them count and make them go to your favor. And Nimp looks like he's setting up for something here.
Yeah, he's slowed by another amazing trank from Riku from way downtown. But the difference here, though, is, I mean, the difference between Sunny and Hank is offensive support versus defensive support.
Yep.
And while she has that shield drone that she can put out, and we've seen great placement of that today, and it be very effective. At the same time, once you go to the Hank pick here, I feel like with this team, you are deciding that you're going to play way defensive.
Yes.
And we've also seen that not just in the selection of the character, but in their aggression, in their chase of the monster.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if maybe just GA Killers isn't a fan of maybe Sunny as a play style, if it doesn't suit the team's comp. Because really, don't get me wrong, I think actually, to be fair, when I first played this game, my two favorite characters were Val and Hank. I love the combination of what they do, how they support the rest of the team, but if it doesn't work in the current meta, if it doesn't let you keep tabs on players like Nim and speed people up and kind of fold into that, then it clearly isn't helping out right now. But still, let's see if he can keep that in mind, see if that maybe more defensive setup will come into that later game, because this one's getting a little longer now. They're starting to get this one in the hands of Nim maybe. But bear in mind, this is match point, and it looks like he's going to go in for a little bit of an engage here. Going to once again catch out GA Killers. He was instantly targeting him down, and he's going in for the fight on it. Does get the follow-up as well, and GA is in trouble. He's now down out on his own. This could be really troublesome, but Liquid's there with him, and it looks like Nim might have to reconsider taking that fight.
Killers pops the cloak, and he jukes very well getting away. He gets the heal burst there from Val. Back up to about half health. Here comes the med gun. He's going to keep focusing him until he gets
100%.
him down. You're going to see the defensive orbital barrage coming in there. It's not going to hit for much, but that is the target. He's got that shield projector, which is going to make him public enemy #1 of the monster. Now he can focus on Val and try and take her out of the game. It's going to remove the heals and the tranks, which have been so effective from him so far. And right now he can sneak and get that meat. And he is cloaked, and that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. It does
really
wear
nice.
out before he can get the meat in his belly, but that's what you need to look for as a monster player. Here he's tranked again, just clutch tranks coming from Riku. He's doing everything he can to help his team, but that said, they're not taking advantage of the slows.
It's very true, and that's the thing, is as when you are playing a support role, you can't necessarily define everything in the situation. You are playing off the back of others sometimes, and you have to be good at that. You just got to be consistent. They don't have to even think about, you know, are you going to land that trank? Are you going to be able to heal it? Are you going to be positioned well enough? Your job is to be that aware, and you hope that the others are on their game as well, because at the moment we've seen the GA Killers is always the target, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back through that. Production doesn't really find its target then. And Nimp will maybe look for another opportunity, because this is where Nimp likes to get dangerous. He doesn't necessarily always go for that stage 3. We've seen him winning the last couple of times off this stage 2, very higher echelon side of it with that full armor to back him up. And it looks like Eyes on You are slowly getting aware of this.
Yeah, the thing too with when that power relay comes out at stage 3 is he's sort of forced to fight in that area unless he can lure them away. And what that means is that if they get him in a place where they actually start doing damage from him, they can actually get an arena on him before he's forced to flee. But right now at stage 2, he can pretty much go wherever he wants in the map and set up the engagement his way.
This. He completely passed one to make sure he focused towards GA Killers. He once again doesn't get the connection he wanted, but this guy knows exactly how he wants to play the situation. He's starting to get his hands wrapped around this and really understanding how he wants to play it out. But here we go. Dome is down. This is fight time. Nimp is now in there. He's going to get in their faces, and he looks confident to take the fight. GA Killers again back to the wall. Going to be focused down. You can see a little bit of help coming out from Riku there, but GA got to be cautious in this one.
Yeah, he knows who he wants to take down. That's his game plan right now, but he's very patient about it. As you can see, he goes back, he gets armor, he fills up, and then he comes back in and tries to set up a scenario where he can get GA separated from the rest of the team and get these attacks on him. These are some nicely placed mines, though. It's allowing for some safe spots to work from. And now the Crowbill Sloth working on the Wraith as well. They're starting to do damage, and they've only suffered that one strike. This is their time to strike, in my opinion. They need to push this back in their favor, and they need to do that with some aggression right now, I feel like. Otherwise, they're just going to let him play his game, armor up again, and then come back in.
Let's see what you got now. This is your game, Eyes on You. You have to turn up right now. The dome's down, but what does Nimp do? Does he still feel confident? Does he still want to do the damage? Riku, why were you out on your own? Then you finally got backup coming in. There we go. Nimp takes a little more damage, but he knows he can get the hell out of dodge. Good harpoon work coming out from Amy.
Yeah.
Slowing down Nimp on the way out. A little reminiscent of what we saw from Nightwing earlier.
No,
So
it's
still,
great. This is what I've been wanting to see from them the entire time. They really need to be more aggressive. They really need to push this pressure, because right now this is entirely in their favor, at least the last engagement. They did not suffer anything other than the initial strike on Hank, which was from prior. So that was a great fight for them. And in the midst of that, they took him down to half health.
Really, really good play. And it was surprising. I'm glad to see them finding a little bit of footing, considering that was the engagement that Nimp took before and won off the back of it, basically. He took the fight around that top tier, stage 2. He is going for the evolution. We do have the dome almost back up, not quite there yet, but Liquid's going to be fairly close to this. Probably the closest now than 40 meters-ish, but by the time he gets there, that Wraith will be back up and running, and there we go. Getting the hell out of dodge, and it's time to maybe consider that power relay as an option.
3 in Supernova, which we have not seen much Supernova at all in this competition. So this is, I think, his confidence and his play against these guys so far is allowing him to actually pick something where he can go in on these guys and really seal the deal and get those down penalties if he wants against the, starting with Killers with the single strike already, and then moving from Killers to Riku and so on and so forth. I think he really wants to close this one out, and that's his way of saying that.
Let's see where you got him. Finally, we get to see him at stage 3. We get to see him looking healthy in this one. Eyes on you, not suffering as much as we've seen before, especially the Hunters. As you mentioned, GA Killer's the only one who really suffered any sort of damage before. And there's the full ability upgrades, as you can see there.
Yeah, this is very hard hitting. So he has 1 in decoy for just having that stealth and being able to trick them and misdirect them. He has 2 in abduction because that's what he ends up with.
Yep.
But 3 points in Warp Blast and 3 points in Supernova are going to hit really hard here at stage 3, and this could be what it takes for him to seal the deal here. We'll see how they react. We do have the power relay up.
And I love that use of decoy, just popping it above the edges. Now Amybot and the boys are going to have to deal with what he's bringing to them. You can see he's already taking the fight towards GA Killers. No surprise there. It's the same rinse and repeat target of focus, but this time he hits damn hard. But look at that orbital strike. Lovely work there, shredding down that shield.
Not only does it shred down the shield, it forces him out and away from that Supernova, which is going to take that damage away.
And the dome's down. They're going for the fight here. They're feeling confident. Finally, GA needs to stay alive. Can he keep himself in this game? He is a vital part of this, but the target, he's not gone down. He's staying up in this one. Maybe Nimp took it a little too lightly. GA,
blocked by the
perfect.
tree.
Oh my word. Nimp is not having the best of times now. Finally gets GA Killers down, but at what cost? He's lost out on armor. He's just about at the halfway point in health, but Amy gets picked up as well.
Oh no, and an Armadon's in there as well. This is
could
not
be devastating, but who's going to come out on top? Riku is the next target. Easy to pick up.
And a Nomad.
Jesus, even the map is against these guys. Riku's down, GA Killer's down. This could be going either way, but Nimp is down to nothing, but we know he can clutch this. Liquid's fallen. It's down to Amy to stay alive now. 1v1 up against the Wraith. Amy is going to have to pull off something incredible here and do the dodges that I don't know anyone else could pull off, because it looks like Nimp has done just enough and closes it down in the end. But what a heartbreaking way to lose out. They almost had that game. It was so close.
That said, I think if I wouldn't have wanted them to end that game any other way, obviously with a victory, but if you're going to go out at least at the very end there, they came through with 100% heart and aggression towards the monster there. So well played by them. Just not enough today to take down Nimp and TPA.
Finally finding that little bit of confidence that we wanted to see.
Yeah.
It took so long for them to seem to find that form, but once they got there, we saw how good they can play, and that's what I just wish we'd seen a little sooner. But still, hindsight's 2020, and looking over there, those guys look absolutely devastated, to be fair. It's a horrible, horrible feeling to see a team that tried so hard, that worked so hard, going out like this, but they can be proud of what they've achieved so far, in my eyes.
Absolutely.
They've put up a great performance in that final round. I think they'll be kicking themselves they didn't do that sooner when they watch it back, but as said, when you look back at things, it becomes very clear, but at the start of it, they played as well as they could. But the main story here is you wanted the rematch. You've got it.
Man, I need to go to Vegas after this.
Yeah, you seem to know what you're talking about. Do you know this game or something? Come on, what's going on
a little bit.
here? Yeah, a little bit.
So I think we're going to be talking to these guys, or at least they're going to be talking to us here in a moment.
Hopefully.
But going, moving on from that,
yeah.
I think it's going to be a valuable lesson, valuable learning experience, something to grow and work off of.
Yeah.
So hats off to Eyes on You, and just absolute great play at the end there. We both, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that would agree with us, we want to see that earlier on because they proved that once they get in there, like you said.
They can do it.
Yeah.
They've got that
good.
fire. That's the thing.
It's
They
good
just
play.
need to get to that point to be confident enough to do it. But that was a pleasure to cast. Sadly, we will be seeing Eyes on You dropping out in the position they ended up in, just around third. But finals are still yet to come, and it's going to be TPA up against Team YP. Now, do you know what? If you asked me at the start of today who's going to win it, I'd probably be like, yeah, TYP. They're the team who looks so strong. But TPA, you've got to feel a little love for them at points. I'm starting to become a little bit of a fan here. I'm not going to lie. I like the jerseys of Team YP before, but I might have to get a TPA one after this. But still, I think it's enough from us. We're going to take a short break from here, at least. Let's head down to Alex with the interview.
I'm back with Bugsy once again, the voice of TPA, it seems, in this one. You made it to the final, dude. Nothing else, not even talking about this game. That must be a good feeling.
It is a very good feeling. Feeling confident with my team. The Monster playing can pull off games which we didn't actually think that we actually going to be able to 4-0 as a new twice.
That in itself is an achievement. The fact that you haven't, conceded not even one game against those guys, that puts you surely at a good confidence level. On the confidence meter, you must be pretty high up there going into this final.
It is definitely very high. Although we have to win 2 best out of 7 to win the grand prize. It's gonna be tough.
That grand prize, of course, guys, is 5,000 for first place, part of that 10 grand prize pool. What stars need to align then? What needs to go right for you guys in order to pick up the victory here today?
Definitely, we can't allow to bring out the YP tyrant to the game again.
Smart.
And then just play our game, communicate well, just proper teamwork.
Proper teamwork, and of course, Nimp, keep doing what he's doing because he's been great so far.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. All right, well, I'll let all of you guys get ready. You've got a final to play, so best of luck. Shake your hand, and let's see if Team Potato Aim can start to maybe shake off that name. Start sticking with TPA. And I'm being told we should head back over to the analyst desk before we talk about our second team.
And there is a lot to be said about this final. These two teams have been pretty prolific so far.
Yeah.
And I think they're both going to be very different teams than what we saw at the start of the day. That's a big thing for me.
It's crazy how a day of a competitive game
changes everything.
Yeah, it will shape its own scenario by the end. And both of these teams, I think we talked about, learning a lesson on the Eyes on You side.
Yeah.
I think both of these teams are very quickly learning a lot about themselves as players, as teammates, and as potential future weekly rivals at this point.
The one thing I want to work out is what have TPA learned going into a game against an opponent they lost to earlier. Now, they picked up one round.
Right.
That was the error we saw coming out from Source, or error from Source, let's call it for now.
The more we talk about that,
it's like
I almost want to say forced error, because they have been showing this aggression all day long in this pursuit all day long. It's really forcing him to say, I just have to evolve at some point. So
maybe I think we need to stop taking things. I personally at least need to stop taking things away from TPA, because we've seen their confidence, their aggression paying off perfectly against lesser opponents. Let's say, I hate saying lesser, but by this point, if we're talking about the two teams in the finals, I think we can kind of put it to that terminology. When Team YP don't get that flustered, it's great to see. When TPA can force that upon anyone else, you can see the very difference there. Source eventually got over that, but if he gets back in that mindset where he starts getting a little nervous, it's like, okay, it's finals time. This is different. It always gets different at finals, This is a bigger stage. But then, where's the difference going to come in? Because it was Team YP's Hunter team that was the strongest. That's been their backbone throughout all of this. They have been their bread and butter in these games. But I don't know what to expect coming into this. What can TPA do? Can the Wraith work out? Does he need to switch up? Is that going to be banned? We've got to think about these bans coming into this, you know what I mean? There's so much going on here. All right, final thoughts then on this one.
Yeah, so I stand by my prediction.
Are you going to stand by it?
Yeah, Team YP is going to take this. It's not going to be without being hard fought, though.
Okay, so you think it's going to be closer than the first game?
Yes.
Okay.
But I still think that it's all on NIMP.
Okay.
Because I feel like TPA's Hunter team has a pretty good chance of being competitive against Source. But
other side,
Team YP Hunters, I feel at this point, can almost be unbeatable if they are really just truly on their A game in this final series.
I think TPA will probably be thinking the same thing. Let's hope they can maybe overcome that, deal with that, find some way to crack that rather uncrackable nut thus far. But I think it's enough from us. Let's hear from the lovely Alex, who's sitting by on the couch, to have a little talk to TPA.
Thanks very much again, Lauren. Yeah, I'm back on the couch, and this time DB's taking a break, stretching his legs, and I'm joined by two members from Team Potato. I've got Bugsy and Nimp hanging by with me, and we're going to have a good chat. I'm so glad that I've got the opportunity to talk to Nimp especially. I mean, I'm bored of Bugsy now. I don't even know why he's here. He's just going to sit there and look pretty, because I'm joined by Nimp, and I have a real kind of fascination around the monster class, because this is something that hasn't been seen before, 4 versus 1. That's not something that has ever really been kind of witnessed a lot, so it's something I want to kind of explore a bit. You play the monster, you're obviously very good, you're the guy that's scary on Wraith, right? What made you initially choose to go for Wraith over, Kraken that everyone else plays?
Well, when I started with Evolve, I was a Hunter player first, for the most part, and I just wanted to play some monster games too, because it's so different. It's really a nice experience to play monster. And I started with Goliath and didn't really like it, and then I played Kraken and didn't really like it, and then I played Wraith, and it was like, yep, that's my monster. So I really practiced a lot on Wraith. I practiced a lot on Wraith, and I guess after a while you get quite used to how to really make the best out of it.
So you're saying, is it quite a steep learning curve for Wraith?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So for the new guys watching, just seeing you play that's not what it's going to look like when they first try.
No.
Are there
Especially
a lot of
not against Hunter teams like this.
I bet, especially, yeah. But is it like, is it something where there's a lot of kind of small tricks? I heard you guys talking, there was this whole discussion, like different ways to use the different abilities as like an escape and stuff. That stuff how do you pick that up? Just through practice, or is there guides? What are you doing?
It's just, first I try out a lot of stuff against bots, and then I try it against teammates and like stage games, and if that works, I ask them for feedback, how it felt on the receiving end.
So Bugsy, you're sitting there, are you often on the receiving end of some of Nimp's practice?
Yes, I am. The first week, which he actually discovered his incredible Wraith tumble.
His what, sorry?
Incredible Wraith tumble.
Oh, okay.
Basically, we could not use any jetpack for the first week. We lost every single game. We were so depressed about losing everything.
Can you explain to everyone what it exactly involves?
A Wraith tumble involves basically traversing above the Hunter, then hitting him, and not letting him use or move anywhere. You just direct the Hunter instead of the Hunter trying to dodge away from you.
Okay. And actually, there was another dynamic that you were talking to me, which is quite interesting. If maybe people aren't aware, is forcing hunters to use their jetpack like with a decoy so that you can then jump on them. That's something I'd like to explore a bit more. So, was that something that it was quite obvious to you? Because to me, that I hadn't even thought about that idea of it, like exhausting someone's jetpack.
I'm not only using the decoy to exhaust the jetpack. Like, it's quite hard to see on stream, but I try to force good domes for me, like in locations I want the dome, because when I decoy, the hunters don't know exactly where I am for like 3-4 seconds. And I can start like going in one direction, and the trapper's not able to get the dome he wants. So the hunter always wants domes that are as small as possible without loops, so they can deal as much damage as possible. And with the decoy, I basically force domes I want, so I take no damage in the dome.
Okay, so it's not always about oh no, I got caught in the dome? Because that's been pretty consistent. When you're against a good trapper, you are going to get caught in the dome. It's more about finding a good, like somewhere you're willing to fight.
Yeah.
And so do you have like areas memorized, like this, I can fight here, here, and here, and it's just a question of getting to one of those locations?
Yeah, exactly. I have for every map, I have corners I don't want to get domed ever. And then I have corners I definitely want to get domed. And I just try to force the hunters into doming me right there.
So, and then jump on then to the hunters when you guys are practicing, which is something I don't know why I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Of course, when you're a team of 5, the best way to get practice is against each other, right? And others, of course. So you regularly playing up against Nymph. Do you not just start memorizing? This is just me, Theorycraft. Did you not just start memorizing the quick routes that a monster's going to take to try and get the feed, and then surely you just start countering that, and then he counters that, and you get this kind of paradox of counter?
It exactly works like that.
Yeah?
Once he started winning every single game versus us, we figured out where he wants to go, where he wants to be domed, where we just didn't dome him, we just waited till he moves out of this position, and that's the way we just won every single game versus him. Until he discovered some other thing which beat us, and it just goes on and on.
So it's just an endless cycle. I think that's quite
right
exciting.
Now I'm not looking good against my hunters in practice, to be honest. Like, they are pretty ahead of me.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, really.
And then you go and do that against hunters of such caliber, of, you know, eyes on you. You just, I mean, 4-0, that's quite an achievement.
The advantage I have, like, most monster players are Kraken mains, so, and most teams just practice against their monster primarily, because they have, like, practice schedule with their monster. So they don't have the chance to play against other good race players that much. So they don't have the chance to get used to all the stuff I do. Like my hunters, for example.
I'm with you. So actually, that puts you guys in a better stead as well, because you've had good practice up against Wraith. I suppose actually, but then you haven't had as much practice against a good Kraken. Would you say is that the kind of the other end of it, Bugsy?
Well, we already had enough practice versus Kraken
against everyone else
beforehand, before we started scrimming Nymph. When we scrim Nymph, we usually just don't practice versus any other Kraken, so we just lack practice versus Kraken.
Okay.
But we still feel confident because it's pretty much the same idea of a monster. It's just he's a little bit slower.
A little bit slower, yeah. Any eyes on the new monster? You know, are you going to maybe? We haven't seen too much about him. Everyone's being very secretive from the 2K guys. But have you got your eyes set on maybe kind of expanding your pool?
Oh, most definitely. Like, I'm looking for a second monster, like a solid second monster, and none of the currently existing monsters in the game really fit my playstyle. But the new monster, from the few things
from what
I've
you've seen
look quite close to Wraith, so I might actually really like it.
Okay, so when that does get released, everyone keep your eyes on games that Nymph's involved in. Maybe get to see a couple of glimpses of how to play that and kind of get your hands on that one. I think it's time for us to take a break. One last question before I go. Bugsy said he's confident. How are you feeling in your monster scenarios up against Team YP?
Well, they are we lost the earlier game against them, and they got my number definitely. Like, they run the strongest comp against Wraith that's currently possible to run, and
which is what? Sorry for the guys at home.
The Veld Sunny that my team runs too, and it's really hard to get away from that because Wraith doesn't really cover much distance quickly.
Yeah.
So they're always right on top of you, and it's really hard to beat that team. Like, the Hunters, it's not only the comp, the Hunters are really strong. Like, it's a dominating Hunter team for ages.
No matter
in
what the
community.
competition, right.
So beating them as monsters is really what you want to do.
So it's a huge achievement when you do, and I almost imagine, yeah, I mean, you sound quite nervous.
Yeah.
But as soon, if you get one, surely that just, you throw out that when you're like, I just beat that Hunter team. So there's this kind of give and take of nerves, but huge possibility of an achievement.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when I get the chance to win the first game, that could easily snowball.
Yeah. So all the power is in your and your team's hands. All right, so a lot of nerves and a lot of excitement on this couch already. We're going to take a quick break, but when we get back, we're going to be delving into our final here for the Evolve Major League, hosted by ESL. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be back with Team YP up against TPA.
I'm DB Sinclair here with Scott James, and we're about to jump in a match of Hunt looking through the window of Observer Mode.
This is really cool. I'm super excited to see what kind of features we've got, how this is going to enhance viewing the game.
Absolutely. Speaking of the game, we are jumping right in to the Goliath, and as you can see, there's multiple camera angles that you can use while you're looking at the Goliath. I love the look back behind. You can spin that camera around to look back behind the Goliath, see the dropship coming in as the Hunters are as well. The rest of the HUD being popped back in there right now, so you can see the camera selection menu for the Hunters and the Monster, and even Daisy. We got a Daisy cam.
I'm really excited for that Daisy cam. Can't wait to see what she's doing. Looks like we've got Kyra popping the Adrenaline Burst, the Adrenaline Field. We're going to have them see if they can catch up the Monster here.
As Cabot gets the dust tagging on the Monster is going to be visible to the team. Rest of the team comes in and they get a dome on the Monster immediately. And you can see the Hunters bouncing around from one part of the high ground to another as you see the traps being laid down by the Trapper below. The Hunter team doing a great job of containing the Monster in the middle right now.
Yeah, you can see his odds going down as he's taking damage, as he's losing that armor. Things are swaying more towards the Hunters right there. Cabot up there, get the glory for himself with that rail cannon. You know, he recognizes that Parnell is the guy who's going to take down the Monster, so he's going to put in the assist for him.
Right, true support, playing a support role there and helping the entire team do more damage, as we saw there. And the harpoons, though, just a nice job by Maggie to get the harpoons, anticipating where the Monster is going to go and laying the harpoons down there so that they're waiting for the Monster. As you can see here, you can go completely HUD off or the entire HUD on. With the HUD on and in the character selection menu area, we're looking at health, perks, perk timer, monster armor, monster energy towards evolution, and monster health as well. You even see what stage the Monster is. Right now we have a stage 1 Goliath that is finally getting away. On our screen here, Scott, we can see that the Monster is highlighted red. That's also a feature that you can turn on or off. You'll be able to see the opponents of the Hunter or Monster that you're chasing in the camera across the map and see what they're up to and where they're going.
Exactly, and you know, Goliath got a great bit of distance between him and the Hunters right there. That's going to be huge for him. Looked like he was eating there. Maybe, you know, there are a lot of perks back there. I know there's the Tyrant perk, the health regeneration. Might have picked that up. You know, we're gonna see when it comes back. You can see him. He's tiny back there.
Yeah, he's super far away. The rest of the team, as we jump from camera view to camera view, from Hunter to Hunter, we're able to see the action and see exactly the path that the Hunters are taking, the split that they're doing. You see a bunch of trap jaws here, potentially giving the Hunters trouble, but they do a nice job of jetpacking around. I loved before that Daisy Cam and the Marsh Strider running parallel to each other. Amazing stuff can happen in this observer mode. As you can see here, here's the mobile arena as we jump to the Trapper. Trapper getting knocked around by the Goliath. The rest of the team trying to do damage as Goliath goes in with the Fire Breath.
Exactly. Goliath stage 2 here. He made his Fire Breath a little more powerful. It's going to give him an advantage. Absolutely. I mean, these guys are super mobile right now. They've got a lot of range on their weapons. Goliath is going to need to increase the range on that flame breath if he wants to do anything here.
Absolutely. You see the Trapper went down, so the Trapper now has a strike that's reflected on the health bar of the Trapper. Before that, though, before they got the Trapper back up and the Trapper was incapacitated, we saw that familiar skull slowly bleeding out there, letting everybody know that the Trapper needs to be picked back up. And also notice Daisy's icon as well changes as it does in the game. Right now, Daisy has full view of the Monster. Pointing at the Monster now is why it's red and flashing with the monster paw and exclamation point. There it is again. Trapper goes down once again and needs to be revived. Is being revived as we saw there and comes back up with 2 strikes.
Yep. Now, the one thing we do notice, so we've got the those little icons that indicate that the Hunters have picked up elite perks. So most of the team, apart from the Trapper, has got the damage perk. Yep. Now, Goliath's got to be careful here because as you can see, his Mammoth Bird cooldown perk is very rapidly running out. Yep. As are his odds of survival. They just popped up there. 35 to 65. Now that's because the Monster has such low health.
Yep.
You know, as he gets more armor, his odds are going to increase. And, you know, maybe if he can take down one of these hunters, put somebody in the dropship, he's going to get an advantage. But things not looking great for this Goliath. He's lost quite a bit of his health. He's at stage 2, so he can get it back, but it's getting closer to the end of the game. You know, it's going to get harder and harder for him to come back with such low health.
Yeah, as you can see there, you can also pop up the map. You can see the pursuit of the hunters as they are closing in on the monster. Also on the monster camera selection menu section, you can see as he was feeding there, his armor building up, his evolve energy building up as well. Right now sitting at about half health, but with a lot of armor to work with. This could be a good fight. As you see, he goes in and gets the Trapper down again. Trapper is down and out. Trapper will be waiting for the dropship, which we see the timer for in the top left-hand corner.
Exactly. I think that's going to help him a lot. He's been having a lot of trouble with those harpoon traps. Maggie has been on point with laying those harpoon traps down in just the right places to catch a Goliath mid-air. I mean,
Yep.
I can't count how many leaps and leap smashes she's stopped with those harpoon traps.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of mid-air, with Goliath here, and the camera pulled back as it is, you're able to almost get a bird's eye view of the action on the battlefield when you're in observer mode. And you can see the true spread of the hunters as they try and get away. We've got Daisy Cam here, which will show you exactly where the monster is as Daisy points to it, while the rest of the team tries to stay alive. Trapper down and out. Assault very low on health. The support on a strike, and the medic doing everything she can to keep the team alive. As she goes flying back into the wall. Assault is down. Daisy getting attacked as well. We see this is not looking good for the hunters. And look at those odds sway, Scott. You talked about the odds, the survival odds before. They are now in favor as the monster, as we have 2 incapacitations and 1 hunter completely down and out.
Yep, exactly. I mean, they were at, you know, 35, 65 monster, and they basically did a complete turnaround.
Yep. And that just shows how the ebb and flow of the game, how the game can sway in favor of one side or the other, and how it all is about forward progress and momentum. The monster came out of that first fight, that first dome, with no momentum and with lost progress towards its health, and in this case turned it around in this second mobile arena and really took the fight to the hunters, swaying in favor. Stage 2 and some more powerful abilities definitely helped with that.
But not quite enough to clinch it. We come out with a monster win.
And that's Observer Mode, coming soon to the Evolve community from Turtle Rock Studios in 2K.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Major League Evolve Finals. We're here live from Katowice, a city no stranger to majors, and this one is no exception. We're going to be bringing you the grand final very, very shortly. Team YP and Team Potato Aim have battled their way through thick and thin in order to get to this position. Now they battle in a best of 7 to get the king's share of the €10,000 prize pool. They played a whole lot of games to get here. Now though, let's meet our first team who made it all the way to the grand final. Team YP are about to make their presence known. Hello again. Good to once again see you. Your smiling face. You guys have had a bit of a time to take a break now. You managed to watch that last game. How was that for you?
It was nice to see. It's too bad that Eyes on You couldn't take a point out of TPA. We were hoping that it was going to be a bit more of an intense match, but wasn't the case, unfortunately.
Did you keep your eyes on your opponent? I mean, seeing your team be the same team 4-0, 4-0, it's a good sign of your opponent's form.
Yeah, definitely. They're very confident against Eyes on You, I can tell.
And a lot less confident against you. I mean, did you catch the interview? Nimp very clearly rating you guys as hunters. He really struggles sometimes against your hunter team.
I heard some of it. Well, we feel flattered. That's all I can say.
And so then coming into the grand final, getting this far must be great, but I have no doubt Is there a lot of? Do you feel a little bit of extra pressure now, being the favourites, getting to the final, that one last step? Does that feel difficult?
Actually, for me personally, I feel a lot less pressure now that we are guaranteed at least second place. We're just gonna, do our best and play as usual, really.
And that's the best way to approach it, dude. I'm not going to take any more of your time because you've got a grand final to prepare for. I'll shake your hand, wish you the best of luck, and let's see if you can hit more of those tracking shots.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. And of course, they have to have an opponent. Team Potato Aim, whose aim has actually been pretty damn stern from all of them, as well as, of course, their renowned monster Nymph. Let's welcome them to the stage. Hello again, Bugsy.
Welcome back.
So we've been forming a little bit of an understanding between one another that you guys are actually in a good stead, and we heard over from Nightwayne there that he feels like he's achieved a lot just by getting to the grand final. I assume a similar boat for you.
Yes, we think we definitely proved ourselves that we can be the best team in Evolve right now.
And this next game will determine it. I mean, it's not just the prizes, is it? There's a whole lot more on the line that I don't think people at home necessarily realize.
Yeah, it's all about respect to each and every single team and just grow the Evolve community. That's what we want to do here.
That's good words from Bugsy. He's a PR king. But let's talk a little bit more about the grand final about to go down. We've already talked, we heard a lot about the monster side of things. On the hunter side of things, you guys are always going to be a team that are recognizably strong. So are Team YP. Who is it in your individuals that you feel has, am I allowed to say that? Who is it that has been outstanding so far on your hunter side of things?
Definitely EX with his damage output on the Trapper. But it's just every single teammate is just doing their thing, which provides us the team play we need to win the game.
Teamwork makes the dream work from Bugsy. I'll let you get back then, dude. You've got a grand final to play. Once again, a huge good luck to you, and I look forward to watching from the sidelines. Two teams then who were favoured in different mediums. We had, of course, Team YP, who've managed to do it and continue to fill their boots of the favourite, and now TPA, who have firmly secured their spot in the higher echelons of the Evolve community. Bugsy already looking to improve it. Let's see what the desk has to say, though, as it's time for our grand final to be discussed by the brains, or the brain, as Pansy's corrected me with DB and Pansy.
Thank you once again, Alex. And I do agree. I think this man deserves a medal for the knowledge he's been dropping so far. But we are so ready for this final. I think both of us just suddenly became a lot more awake after the one. It's been a long day. You know, these players have been at it the whole time, but I can assure you right now, I feel like it's, the crack of dawn again. I'm ready to see these two go head-to-head.
It's apparently Sunday morning right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So
we've gone through. Is it officially actually
Yes.
in the morning? All right, so good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to the stream. This is the grand finals that you're about to get the pleasure of watching. And my God, is it going to be a good one. Now, we started off the day with this, and we're going to close out the day with the same game. And we've said already, I don't think it's going to go exactly the same way it went before. I think this is two different teams.
Yeah. It's amazing how it can be two different teams after just one day of just intense semifinals and finals here at the grand finals of the Evolve ESL Major League Finals. 2015, Poland.
It's been amazing. It's been amazing, and what a way to close us out. Whatever the result is, I think we all know it's going to be a cracking game.
Yeah.
And even though the gap from the very top, even here at this event, has closed, you've seen so many good teams now catching up with the best. You could argue Team YP and TPA coming into this were known as the favorites. That gap is closing. People are getting better and better. But now it's time for the two big teams. Is there still that gap there? Can Team YP once again find this formidable form now that TPA's warmed up? They're ready in this, and this is the finals. But let's bear in mind here, they've got the bans going on. Barracks to be removed straight away. That's Team YP dropping that one out, taking it away from the boys against them. Of course, they know that there's that infamous Wraith player up against them, and it could be a real factor in this one. But we're going to wait and see what those overall picks and bans are. But I'm going to push you for a scoreline right now because I want to discuss this with you, because I think we had a brief chat about it earlier. Are you still sticking this YP's game, or are you going to say TPA's got a chance here? What are you going for?
No, it's going to be Team YP
Team YP
with the win.
Okay.
I'm sticking by my prediction.
Okay.
I absolutely respect what each and every one of these gentlemen have gone through today, and of course the two ladies here that were playing as
Very
well.
true. Very true.
But I agree this is going to be a different feeling compared to the earlier series, but I still think that their hunters are going to crush. And that Source, I feel like he just continues to get better and better with each game in a series. I think the one thing to be said, though, and Bugsy hit on it in his conversation with Alex, is that these guys are they're playing to their class, and that's something we discussed on the couch. They're playing to their role, and if they play to their role and they do their job, they have just as much of a chance of winning as anybody else, and that's what they've discovered today regarding their team and their teammates.
And the next part of Theorycraft I'm going to bring to it's an age-old discussion, right? There's this kind of two schools of thought that you've got the one team on one hand who's come straight off back of a win, super hot, super ready, warmed up, and that's obviously TPA. Now you look on the other side of things, Team YP had a little bit of a little bit of time off. They've been able to sit back, watch that game go down, but they may be a little bit less warmed up. Maybe they've forgotten that real fortitude they built up. Whose position would you rather be in? The guy who's literally just come off the victory, maybe a little tired, maybe a little worn out, but you're still there. Well, the team has had time to look back, watch the game, but maybe a little more cooled down.
On the flip side of that, they've had the opportunity to watch them play four games in a row, analyze what they brought against that team, and potentially realize they don't want to make that what I think was the mistake by Eyes on You, and let him play his game. So as long as they continue to play that aggressive chase, I think they'll be okay on the Hunter side. It's whether or not Source will be, and as we discussed further, less and less of mistakes and maybe forced into evolving where he doesn't want to, or forced to play their game. And I think that's, at the end of the day, that has become the theme here, is if you're able to play, or at least if these guys are able to play their game, and come in and play the game that they plan on playing, that they've practiced, they will be successful. But if they are forced out of their element at all and are forced to play to their opponent's pace, then it's anybody's game at that point. And I don't think it's a clear flip. Like if you're forced to play your enemy's game, we saw it at the end there. If you turn things on, you have an opportunity to turn things around. Unfortunately, it was too little, too late for Eyes on You. But these guys got to watch those games, and I'm sure they're going to learn from it. And that said, though, TPA's got to be feeling really confident right now going into this final matchup.
So we are going to be seeing Armory, I believe, as the tiebreaker if required. But coming into this final, both of these teams have a hell of a lot on the line. It's not just prize money to these boys. It's a lot of pride there as well. To be able to literally say, we are the best. We have flat out proven that we are the best in the game right now in this competition. We've been absolutely flawless thus far, especially for Team YP. But you look on the other side of things, TPA, if they pick up the victory, they've literally turned around a huge deficit. They lost to these guys at the start of the day. That sent them fighting their way through it. If they can come out and actually pick up a win here, that'll be something to be remembered. And I just want to see the difference in the gameplay itself.
Sure. I think it's going to be a lot closer, but I think it's going to be the same outcome we had before.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing there. I think that the way that Team YP have looked has been formidable. They've looked pushed a couple of times, but never truly tested, I don't think, personally. I think there was a couple of moments, but not series.
That said, though, like, being pushed and being harassed is like a monster's daily existence.
True, that is true.
So
that is true.
I think, having that experience as a monster, which I think, except for the few times, and you called it out at one point today, which was Nymph's Wraith against the Eyes on You monsters, where it was clearly them stuck in the mobile arena with him. But that said, other than that, 90-95% of the time, the monsters are being harassed and they're being chased and they're being hunted. So Not that it makes it any easier to deal with,
Oh, no.
but you do have that experience on a regular basis as a Monster player, which is unique to this game, which is pretty awesome. So you have a team that is potentially used to being the harassers and the aggressor, and then, of course, the Monster. And then there's the flip side of things where, you know, the power shifts at some point, and then all of a sudden you're not chasing him anymore and you're waiting for him to come to you. So there's so many different outcomes that could happen here with these two teams. But yeah, again, I think it's going to be fairly similar to what we saw before. That said, though, we've been seeing some clutch play from Nightwing with the Harpoons.
There's so many factors, you know?
The placements of the shields from Sunny.
So
Any
good.
one of those things removed from the equation could put the game and the entire match in their hands.
There's so many factors that come into this. If one player makes a mistake, if you know they get really frustrated, flustered in the final moments, you could see it spiral. We don't know yet. We haven't seen these two, you know, facing against each other in this field, in the finals, the grand finals. This is a very different arena to where it was this morning. Both teams are warmed up. Both are playing at their prime positions. And the one thing I love is every other team that faced these guys didn't really have the same style. They weren't as aggressive. They weren't as, you know, playing it with the boosting, you know, using those speed ups, constantly harassing, keeping that Monster really under the thumb. Whereas both of these teams have been doing that. So we get to see that head to head, and those mind games then come in. So there's so much here to be looking forward to. Obviously, guys at home, predictions in chat, please. We want to hear your thoughts as well, because you guys have had the pleasure of watching with us the whole day as well. So I'm sure people have picked up their own favorites at home here. And personally for me, I've got to say, I'd say on paper, Team YP are the team, I guess they should win it on paper. Considering their performance, their earlier game, it should be theirs. But then, you know, there's always this, I guess it's the caster in me that always wants the underdog to kind of show us something, to go all that way. But it's time to see what the picks are. And I think we'll be finding out maybe the display of how these two are coming into this matchup off the back of this. Let's have a little look here. So TPA, no surprises, Nim picking up the Wraith. This will be fairly common. And then for Team YP, we've got Nightwing picking up Griffin, then Val, Sunny, and Torvald to close out.
Yeah, this is, I think, their Wraith counter. This is their version of the Wraith counter. And this is what they were running so successfully in such an aggressive chase, such a slowed chase for the Monster. And it was really the only time today where we saw him struggle to feed at a good pace at stage 1 because of the Harpoons, because of the slows from Val, and because of the Sunny boost. And then the Torvald with Assault is just that added dimension to it, the damage dealer, and clearly successful as they've taken those games as the Hunter squad.
And I'm very interested in seeing how now Nimp approaches this, because he's going to be aware of this. You know, he plays this game day in, day out. He knows what it's like to be hard countered. I just want to see what he can do here. That's a big thing. You know, what has he been able to learn in the last game? Because, you know, he had one round was quite pressured. He got very close at the end. He was tested there, but how much time has he had to think going, okay, how do I overcome this? How do I deal with this? And these guys have a very different approach as well. You look at it, especially even just the way they're sitting. So Nimp sits there and he has his team right next to him. They're all there with him. They're supporting him every single move. Whereas when we see Source play, Team YP will they'll be like, okay, you want it on your own? That's cool. We'll back away, let you play your game, give you your space. So two very different schools of thought even in that. With so many common aspects to these teams, there's so many differences there. It's brilliant to watch, but we are almost ready. So guys, the wait will be over. We're going to shut the hell up soon, and you'll get a look at the game, which I know what you want to be looking at. But until we get there, this is your perfect opportunity to get on Twitter, get involved with these teams, support them, show your support for the competitive scene out there, because these guys play week in, week out. You know, whether it's a Go 4 or the Major League, you know, whatever it is, they're playing this game. And of course, if people want to give it a go themselves, there's tournaments running every week. Get your friends together, get playing it, give it a try yourself. If you think, hey, you know, I can do better than these guys, like, come on, like, you know,
bring it.
You know what I mean? Like, give it a go. If you want to give it a try, these guys play in the Go 4. I've casted these guys week in, week out. They just turn up because it's good practice. But if you think you got some talent, there's your opportunity. Give them a go, and you can see how good these guys really are. Because sometimes you do miss those nuances. You do miss those small differences, and it's a big disparity from your everyday player to these boys. But we are almost ready to get the finals started here. It's the same format as before. It is a grueling match here. And last time, bear in mind, TPA only picked up 1 round. Let's see if they can do better this time. We're going to go straight into this, ladies and gents. It's grand finals time here at the ESL Major League Evolve Finals, and we are on board with the Wraith. That's Nymph for TPA, and what's he gone for to start with?
Yeah, 2 Warp Blasts, which is nice damage, and Abduction. And I think this is why I think that they're not going to be the team to beat Team YP today. I feel like, and this is just my humble opinion on his build, he needs to go with Decoy at least 1 point early on. That's going to help him get away from these guys, get rid of some of that pressure, and potentially get out there and feed, and then turn it into his game like he did with Eyes on You. But right now, with no way to sneak away from them except the sneak, he's going to have a hard time getting away from these guys, and they have so much ability to stay with him with the characters they have. I would like to see him go Decoy earlier on. That's what I have to add to that. Other than that, it's a strong build.
It's there's no disputing he knows what he's doing, but I think I'm there with you. And it does slow down his biomass build. If he's not confident against the team that he's playing against right now, aka Team YP, if you look at the difference there, how slow he's been at stage 1, he's got the full armor though. But he needs to get that bio build. He was sneaking around, being very careful in this instance. But we know how good these guys are.
Yeah, but they're already onto him.
They know what's up.
I'm pretty sure they're already onto him. They did ping, and there's some startled birds, so they're definitely onto him now. Sneaking can only get you so far. You're going to startle birds at some point, or you're going to get carrion birds from eating too much in one area. So that said, I think Decoy could really help him in these situations, but then again, I'm not going to tell him how to play. He's here in the Majors Finals.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be a reason for it, but these guys being business. Look at Nightwing already down, going for this one. The dome's gone down. They want to prove a point here. This is a stage 1 fight that they've not even done the early damage towards, but they've got him trapped in there. But can they spawn him out now? They're already looking around, trying to spread out. But this is just early damage. They just want to get in his head. They're probably not even going to take him down off the back, but Rune's going to get real up close and personal. Nice work, though, coming out from Nim. Going to try and focus down towards Spanners straight away. You can see already that shielding coming out to play.
Yeah, so he's got the shield right where he wants it. He's able to just drop back and get line of sight on the shield and be covered when the monster comes in. So unless he can get these guys out and get them separated to where they're not in line of sight of the shield drone, he's going to have a really hard time bringing them down. As you mentioned, they are coming out very aggressive, and I think that's the key to victory today. Is these teams need to push the other team into playing into their game, and if they do that, they're going to be successful.
Yeah, Rune's going to get a little bit of damage here, but that personal shield can always be popped, and Nim does finally lose out on that armor, so now he's got to be extra cautious here. The arena is down, but there comes Nightwing. This is where we've seen him being absolutely pivotal before. Was able to slow him down, and there it is again. That's what I'm talking about. Nightwing already landing exactly what defined those games earlier, and it's just relentless. One after the other, the harpoon slowing him down, making it hard work. The speed up comes out. The combination is deadly, and you're going to see just Nim being flustered, frustrated. He does get away, but held again, and the damage is going to start pouring through.
Yeah, they are doing just such an amazing job of boosting the Trapper, getting him in range of the harpoon gun. Val's helping to also slow and make him visible. It's just such a great combination of characters. And it's a combo, it's a comp we haven't seen in months, if that. Like this is like old school stuff coming back around, and I love to see it. Of course, I love seeing Val in the game, as do so many people that love Val as a character. And Griffin is a boss, always has been. So to see him completely tearing it up is awesome. And the combination with Sunny as well, with the both defensive and offensive, just makes her just such a strong pick. This is such a strong team.
It's a beautiful, beautiful way of playing. And as soon as they get that close ping, they see those sound spikes lighting up, they start getting that boost going.
Yeah.
And it's just having the coordination to do this as well. Bearing in mind that Nightwing has to be in, being able to be seen, he has to be able to be boosted here. It's so much coordination that needs to come into it. And you can see the Nymph is dealing with it well, though. Considering that first stage engagement, he's been pressured. He's still trying to build up. He's still on this very long, arduous task, and now he has to find the room to evolve.
Yeah. You know, the crazy thing is, like a month ago, if you said this would be the team comp that they were running at the Majors Finals, people would laugh at you. They would say that you're crazy. There's no way this is the comp that's being run. And, you know, even back just before that, there would be no way that Wraith is you know, making this comeback and is being played. Dome on a Wraith just after an evolve, no armor to speak of. 3 in Warp Blast, he does finally get that decoy, and that's going to start to help him to mitigate the damage that's coming in. And he is in a good spot, although he has no armor. He didn't lose a lot of health that first engagement, but this is when he really needs to turn on that Nymph Wraith and start taking his game to the Hunters.
This is time for big grand finals performances, and it has to start now for Nymph. If he wants to get that confidence built early, he has to find this performance. He's trying to do what he can. Going to focus a little towards Nightwing, but there's nowhere to run that way. He's going to be met by Rune more than anything. And the longer he stays here, the more damage he gets. Even Spanner's going to chime in a little bit of damage as well on Sunny.
Yeah, this is a great combo as well for doing damage. It's coming out from all of the characters. Torvald on his own does really good damage. So the fact that all 4 of these Hunters are adding to it, or all 3 of them are adding to Torvald's damage, you're just seeing his health melt down, and he really needs to do something different here if he wants to survive this fight.
He might just get away, but always remember, they don't allow him to escape from these fights without taking some damage. Normally it's Nightwing hot on the trail, just going to use those harpoons to keep him in arm's distance, and he's done it again. It's just slowing down Nymph straight away, kind of denying that early quick feed that builds up that little bit of armor that gives you a touch of escape, but he just doesn't have that right now. And considering this is the Wraith, one of the most, you know, maneuverable and agile creatures we have, it's unbelievable to see it so locked down here.
Yeah. It's just phenomenal play by these guys. And you only get to this point with boosts and harpoons and tranks all in unison by practicing together like these guys do, forming these strategies and this communication that they clearly have.
Yeah, it takes so much coordination and cohesion as a team to be able to make this work. Don't get me wrong, the theory crafting behind it is always great, but to be able to actually execute this is something completely different unto itself. And already, again, look at this guy, unbelievable play from Nightwing. He's such an intelligent player as well. He's one of the people that always will be messaging me just during games like, yeah, you know, these guys are trying this, they're trying that. He constantly breaks down the opponents, always reading into them, and you can see it coming off in his play, but it's good to see as an individual he's being highlighted here as well. But the thing is that no one from Team YP is playing badly either.
No.
They're all on that path.
No, they're all playing the games of their life right now. They want to take this home, and it's theirs to win right now. They just need to keep this consistency, and that's what it's been. And the crazy part is Nightwing was, and we mentioned this before, but he was super nervous at the start of the competition to where they said he missed a couple domes, and I mean, who even would believe that at this point?
Oh, not after that, but the mid-air abduct comes in, but great work coming out once again. Already from those shields in place, doing the work for them. And Savvy, of course, topping up at the end with Val. So Nightwing's still up in the action. No damage really done overall. And Nymph is locked down. He's going to be taking the fight there. But you see the decoy being put out finally into practice. And it does do a lot of work. It does keep him busy.
Yeah.
But this is just a good play so far.
Nightwing knew exactly where he was. At some point, he was hit by something. And Nightwing was able to just focus him. And you can see once the Wraith starts taking damage when the decoy's out, it gives the Wraith position away. These guys are pretty smart with that stuff. So they can be fooled by it if it's used very sneakily, but in some situations they're all over it, and this is one of those situations. And this is a crazy one where, you know, we would think that this Infinity Loop here would be something that he would be able to use to be completely invulnerable to their attacks, but right now they are just absolutely owning up to their favorite role, their top seed. And
they're living up
really
to their
living
name
up to
right
it.
now.
Yeah.
They really are, and it's brilliant to watch. And bear in mind, Nymph is known for his Wraith play. He's another player who is fantastic. He's been so hard to deal with. No other team can control him like this, but, you know, moment by moment, it's Team YP in control. He's not getting the runaway here. He's down to that last bar of health. He is at stage 2, bear in mind. He's barely close to the evolution right now. And again, it's flawless work from Nightwayne. This guy deserves a medal just for what he's been doing in this game alone. But Nymph will at least get a feed on. He's going to start building a little bit of armor, but he's such a long way off from stage 3.
Yeah. And that's what you mentioned is something that he struggled with, at least against these guys. Is the stage 1 is come fairly rapidly. It's been a good pace, but the stage 2 to stage 3 has been delayed extremely by these guys as they continue to pester and prod and poke and keep him. He must be at just his wit's end with this. They are going to get him in the mobile arena. The decoy was out, and he manages to sneak into the back of this room here, but he is going to be detected by the sound spike. Abduction comes in, but this could be it right here. Although the difference here with Griffin is we're not going to see that through armor shots like we did with Crow. But at this point, I think they're just all about taking that armor down and finishing him off.
Yeah, it's to that point now. You're seeing Nim just kind of try to stay alive as best he can, but the damage is coming through. Val's just kind of dusted him with those vulnerability areas, and it's going to start being a real nuisance towards Nimp, and he knows it. That damage is going to start piling up, and Nightwayne positioned well right next towards where the armor's going to be coming through, where Spanish previously put it, but Nightwayne's got to be a little careful. You can see that the Wraith is certainly not going to ignore him in this instance, but at this point, you know Nightwayne is exactly onto his heels. Rune's right next to him as well. Rune knows what's up. He could easily get up towards his platform. Nice juice coming out, keeping him busy. Going to focus down towards Savvy and Spanish for a second. But while this happens, look at the armor, look at the HP. It's still so low. He can't afford these engages. He can't afford these sort of skirmishes going down. And if we see any more of those harpoons coming from Nightwayne, this could be trouble. Again, look at that, right in between the buildings. Nightwayne's accuracy is off the chart right now. Does finally miss one, and Nymph just about gets away.
Probably the first of the day, I would say, right there. This is insane. 60 meters in the distance. You're most likely going to see some sunny boost coming up here. The mobile arena, though, halfway on its cooldown. If they can get him again soon, before he has an opportunity to get that meat enough to be able to stage up to stage 3, that's going to be a great catch, and he's going to have a hard time recovering from that. They've just been so persistent, just brutal.
It is. It's a real ravishing so far. And the thing is, Nim now needs to live up to his legend. The legend of he can bring it back no matter how low his HP is. Win on these slithers. And he's going to be tested by the best at the moment. And look at it, Nightwayne already close by. He knows that's not real. He knows what's up, but maybe he got kind of fooled by that for a second. No, he positioned himself well, waiting for the others. The dome's already down. This could be the end for him if he does take any more damage at this rate.
And he's already starting to. You can see the armor going down tick by tick. Torvald, pretty devastating.
Oh, yeah.
Especially against this Wraith. Savvy up in the air, gets abducted from that boost. And look at that boost, just keeps Savvy up in the air and alive. Her defensive help is just phenomenal.
It's very impressive, but let's keep in mind how low Nymph is looking now, and that dome is still up for a couple more seconds, and he is going to be down to those last points of health. It looks like we're going to see the first round going towards Team YP.
Team YP with the win, and that's the Hunter side. Source TV will be up next on the Monster, and only dropped the 1 in the last series. And as we mentioned before, that was a sort of a forced mistake maybe on his part. Great play coming from TPA and their Hunters. So I think this next game is going to be very telling.
But now, let's also remember the difference there. Nim, he played a better game. He got a lot further, he took a lot more damage, he lasted a lot longer than that. He, made it through the initial engage, which we saw actually being his downfall last time a couple of times. But it's still, I've not seen anyone being able to truly get those Hunters looking vulnerable. Their build, their idea works so well. I don't know what he can do. I guess they're now banking on their Hunters to find the same sort of performance.
Yep.
And hope they can bank on that going forward here. But then again, we've seen Source. I give him a little bit of chip. He did have that mistake earlier on, but outside of that, he's been pretty dominant.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. This will be a very telling match here.
I think we're going to find out a lot about these players, right?
Of the grand finals here at the Evolve ESL Major League Finals.
All right, so while the players are setting up, of course, we need to kind of keep true to our word. And is the game unfolding to how you'd expect? We can kind of take stock of how that first round went. As it seems as though we're on kind of point towards where we expected, that Team YP's Hunters are the strongest element to them, at least on paper, to what we've seen. The way they've been playing has been untested. But was that what we're banking on the whole way through? Do we think that's going to be a common theme here, and it's down to can they outdo Source to the same degree? How can we break this down?
So, from what I have seen, he's a Source is a very dominant monster, and I've always expected him to do well. And if he's ever struggled or dropped games, it's been sometimes a surprise. But everybody's beatable.
Yes.
And you just need to figure out, how to crack that nut. But that said, though, I didn't realize that their Hunter squad, and I know all these guys from streams, chat, great conversations on Steam, and I've been watching them and following them and been seeing them play, but I didn't realize they were this good.
Yeah, because you think at the very top, at the very best, there's a small margin, and there is, but they thrive within that small margin. But I do believe we actually have the picks ready, and we can have a little look towards what we're seeing in this. Maybe Source is going to spice it up, and of course he is. All right, we're going back in with the Wraith in his hands. We're going to see Sunny coming out as well, so maybe that similar build. Crow being featured, so the kind of features we saw surprise us and pick up those cheekier victories like Crow's damage coming through, the true damage, and then the Sunny boost coming into play against the Wraith. Now, this is what I like to see. A little bit of variety. Something we said, will he go for it again? Was it a one-off pick? Was it just that hard counter, something he wanted to try? He's gone back to it. Do you think he can pull this off?
Absolutely.
You got faith?
Yeah, no, I absolutely do. His play has been super strong, and I think he's one I think just in today alone, he's gotten better with every game.
Yes, you're seeing the kind of outward confidence slowly being reflected inside the game. You're seeing him make those confident choices that he does daily online. It's when you're in your own bedroom, when you're chilling out, you're playing, a cup or something. It's not a final. It's not when you've got your team watching you and all these people at home. And it's a very different atmosphere. This man's starting to feel that comfort though. And I always have to remind myself, and this was something I was saying just in between that last game, is the fact that a lot of these guys have never even played at a LAN before, let alone an event like this where you've got cameras on you, you've got lights on you, you've got everything going on, and you've still got to stay focused. This is a big event for these guys, and they're performing so well. And it's something you cannot overlook, because I know what it's been like to play at events, and you don't feel comfortable. The desks are different height, the screen's a little bit different. These small things make a huge difference, but these guys have been handling it like they do this every day of the week. So credit to these players for turning the hell up. No matter which team, TPA, Eyes on You, it doesn't matter. Every single one of them has found some form here, and they've got to be proud of that. But let's see if they can do it again, because it looks like the game's almost ready, and we're going to be seeing the Wraith coming out once again. I am so surprised to see it once. Now we're seeing it twice. Source has given us a good display. Let's see what TPA have to offer as the game is ready to go. We can get this one started up here. And already, what do we make of...
So he's starting already. He gets the free meats up top, and then he's coming into this forest area. He's going right for the mammoth birds. It's going to be 6 meats there. You're going to see that evolve meter go up very quickly at this point. He should be at about half full. Does have the carrion birds there, but not really a worry at this point. The Wraith being very fast. He does the sneak pounce there so that the bird doesn't zap him and gets the very quick feed. And as you can see, he's about 75% towards that energy meter. These guys right now messing with the Tyrant. Kill it potentially for him.
He's gone for the early abduct. That is brilliant. If he can catch off Bugsy here, this will be the perfect beginning for Source. And what an opportunity, but now it might be time to run. He does want to outstay his welcome, and now he's been captured actually. Taking that early chance might bite him here.
Yeah, so looking at his build, he actually has the same build that Nimp took early on. So I find that interesting because his own team was able to counter it very well. So to see how he reacts with this 2 Warp Blast, 1 Abduction. And right now he's working on EAX. EAX mentioned by his teammate Bugsy as probably the all-star of the team right now. Not only is he playing phenomenal Trapper, but also dealing massive damage as the Trapper as well, so helping these guys win in multiple ways.
Yeah, Source is having to deal with this as well. He's going to have to play smart. He's actually not in a bad area, though. There's enough cover, there's enough kind of terrain to traverse through and try and find these small nooks and crannies to dodge and weave and dip and dive. And he's going to be eventually caught out there, but evading most of this damage very well.
I think this is very interesting. If you look at the top 3 characters, top 3 players, Wraith has increased movement speed, which I think is a great pick on Wraith. A lot of people are going to run that just so they can be even faster. They can flee even further. But then you see it also on Assault and Medic as well. Of course, Assault wants to be able to stay with the monster, stay in the monster's face, and continuously do damage. This could allow him to do more DPS by just being in proximity with that flamethrower. And, of course, the Toxic Grenade. And then the Medic as well.
Oh,
that
beautiful.
Movement around. He gets the abduction, and now he has him separated. The personal shield's going to be popped, but he is going to get the sneak pounce, and the team not even close.
Oh,
they're not going to get here,
brilliant.
I don't think. Actually, Bugsy is flying around. Bugsy should get the snipe shot off, does indeed. But Warp Blast comes in. The personal shield is out. Clutch heals from Bugsy right now. Juke from Roy, and he is indeed still going. There comes the jetpack boost to get Roy out of the way, and that is a great recovery from this team.
And you know what? Source has got to be careful. That dome is almost back up as well. Bearing in mind Sonny can get that boost going, but Source will just about make it away if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, he's been captured. This could be a disaster. He took the opportunity and it almost backfired there. He's going to go for the abduct. He does get EAX. He can't take him down. He's been tranked. He's in trouble here.
He wants that Trapper bad.
100%. He wants to get that dome down. Get it dusted, get it out of the way. He's going to deal with this damage, just try and accept it, but no! Perfect work again. Those placements from those shields are outstanding here from Fab.
Triple beam team to keep EAX up and alive. The dome stays up as well, and they are working hard on Source now. Halfway down his health bar. He does get the sneak pounce, but the Toxic Grenade is going to interrupt that. Another sneak pounce on Assault, but this should be easily interrupted by his teammates. Personal shield is popped. Here comes a Warp Blast, but they are doing work on Source TV right now.
He is starting to get a little worried here. He tried to go for a cheeky feed. He can't afford that. He's down to the last bar of health, and it looks like TPA finding their form here in this second round. It looks like we're going to be a 1-1 here unless Source can find some real magic in these last couple of seconds. That dome will finally fall, but my God, he will be sweating after that engage.
Absolutely. He's going to have some free meats down here, which are going to help him get out of here maybe with some armor. He's actually interrupted by Assault there. Just a sliver built up over time, and he needs to get out of dodge right now and get somewhere safe.
He needs to find somewhere safe and really goddamn fast. Let's bear in mind that engage came off the back of a little bit of an opportunity to try and catch someone out. He committed towards it and it wasn't going badly. It was going very well. He caught off Roy, but then we saw the fact that it just backfired, and now EAX comes into the factor. That true damage is going to start weighing a real effect in this game.
A bar of health, building up some armor now. Only stage 1, so he can stage up twice, which is absolutely what he needs to do right now if he wants to be competitive in this game. You could see Crow here is basically splitting the middle of the map, running across the platform, in ideally getting a situation here where he can be boosted up. There is a Gobi track on the monster right now, making it visible, so he does know where it is. Now it's done, but he does know the general direction. And that mobile arena is up. Here comes another Gobi throw, and he gets him again.
Oh, this is big. And if he's going for the evolve, this could be dangerous. He could just go for the early dome, just get it down, get his teammates catching up because he knows Source is here. This could be the undoing of Source, and I think he knows it. There we go, the dome is down. Roy already hot on his trails, quite literally with that flamethrower going to town on him. He's going to go for the Warp Blast. He's going to go for these points to try and put him in, but it doesn't seem to matter. Doesn't get the abduct down, and Source is down to the last bar of health and a touch. He knows he's got to try and make the fight, try and run away, try and do something, but at this point, his odds are truly stacking up. This is beautiful stuff, and he knows he's in trouble.
He does indeed. He, in fact, interestingly enough, he goes with the exact same build as Nymph, going with 1 in decoy there to try and survive, but it is not going to be enough. Hunters win. TPA ties it up 1-1.
Wow, what a performance as well. So many opportunities just slipping through Source's hands there. How many times did he have, you know, a potential advantage? He goes for the player, he goes for the pickup, he goes for the abduct, and it turns out to be either a trap or a very bad situation to walk in towards, and he just gets caught out. We saw so much damage coming through then, and so many times him suffering at the hands of TPA, and TPA were in charge there. They looked confident, they looked ready, they looked like they knew what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and what I liked about that is that they brought that same intensity and aggression that they brought to Eyes on You, to Source's Monster as well.
No fear
you can
there.
tell, you can tell they absolutely don't care who their opponent is. They're going to play their game, and when they play their game, they play it well.
See, there's, I keep going about these different theories, but you know, the fear of a name is a real thing. You start overthinking, you start, you're giving too much credit to these guys. You get scared, you don't take those engagements, you don't play that little risk that can work out. You can lose out on so much. And luckily for TPA, they ignored that. They're like, screw fear, screw this guy. We're going to play our game. We're going to make you work. And we don't care how well you've played before. This is our domain. We know how to play against a Wraith.
Right.
You know, this is ours to win. So it's a 1-1 now, but this is a long road back, bearing in mind. And the one thing is, that bearing in mind, if Nim can pull off one victory, that would upset everything.
Yeah. That's going to really put them on the offensive defensive at that point. Because they're going to, at that point, really need to start thinking about what they're going to do differently to put it in their favor.
All right, so I do believe they are almost ready to get this one started up. And I'm very excited to see how this one goes down. These two teams are just jumping to get into the action here. And you can see the picks going through. So, Griffin, Val, Sunny, and Torvald. I think Torvald's been one of the most mainstays as well. We've seen a couple of variations. And Val as well being very well represented in this tournament. And no surprise with Nimp picking up the Wraith. So, a comfortable choice all around. And the thing is, can anyone beat Team YP's under team? They've been perfect thus far. But I'm hoping Nimp can get one round here, just to show that they are not completely flawless.
Absolutely. And not necessarily the favorite.
Yes, exactly. Because I keep forgetting, you know, the start of the day, I thought TPA could do well. I was impressed with what they did, but by God, I'd never say they could take down Team YP. And now they're 1-1. They're showing some real fight to this. I'm hoping we see more of that, and this is a defining round.
Absolutely.
This is a big one.
Absolutely. Same lineup across the board as in Game 1. Sunny, Val, Griffin, Torvald, and of course the Wraith from TPA.
I guess if it ain't broke, well, if it works, let's just put it that way. If it works, stick to it, because these guys know what they're doing. They've got the perfect kind of, let's say, build together, and we know how this composition works. And I'm just hoping we see a little bit of a different stance from the Wraith play coming out from Nimp. I'm hoping he's thought of a way maybe he can overcome this, because no one else has so far. And if you can maybe break it once, you might be able to do it again. And the others are going to just sit by and have to watch and see if Nimp can come up with the goods again. And here we go. The teams are almost ready to get this one started up. Does seem as though we are.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to
go for a remake.
Yeah,
on this
we're going
lobby.
to do a restart.
There we go. No worries. You know, it wouldn't be a final if there wasn't at least one restart underway at some point. And as you can see, the team's confused. They're like, are we not going? We're not going. Okay. It's hands in the air. They're just going to give it a second. And I think Nim just wanted to make sure everything's working out for him and all the settings right. Of course, you don't want to mess around and get anything wrong at this point. There's so much on the line, bearing in mind. Even if it takes a couple more minutes, you can allow these teams that second of adjustment. But this is the perfect chance for you guys at home once again to let us know your predictions, either on Twitter or wherever you want to do it. Twitch chat, we love hearing from you guys, of course, because it is great to understand your opinions as well. Because we're here, we get to see the vibe. You know, we're very much intrinsic to the environment, let's say. So when you're at home, you're very external to it. You get that external perspective, so you can let us know what you've picked up throughout today's games.
Yeah.
It's always good hearing from them. Right, I do believe the lobby is almost being remade. But to your predictions so far, have TPA stepped up to the plate you expected?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, in predictions, I had to pick a winner and I had to pick a second place. And at that point, that was the clear decision for me. They are really challenging that idea right now.
Yeah, it does seem as though there's just a couple of problems being resolved. It shouldn't take too long, I can imagine. It should be nice and quick. I hope at least.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so hopefully
Yep.
we're going to get an ETA on this. We don't want to rush the players. That's why we want to make sure they're comfortable coming into the final, of course. Make sure the settings still feel the same and make sure they're ready to go. So there's no rush on our behalf. We're here all night anyway. Let's be honest. I'm going to sleep under this desk.
You could, this challenge with Ollie that you have
the
planned
1v1
for tonight.
So I might have challenged someone to a 1v1 in a different video game, and I might be regretting my choices later on when I'm pretty tired. So I don't know. I'm not so confident now I'm going to do it on camera. Uh-oh. Those land nerves are coming back in. I'm going to start shaking and just get a little cold sweat going on. I don't know. This is worrying. Maybe we should do like a casters and dev 5e a little game going on as well.
I like it.
We do some games going on. We might have to come up with some ideas. If you guys at home have any ideas or theories you want us to do or anything stupid, please do let us know. Once again, Twitter, Twitch. If you want to see us playing games badly, also an option. We're awful at them these days. We're old. This is why we cast. See, there's all the social media down below. You go and do that. Mock us thoroughly. We always appreciate it. So, guys, just so we don't want to hurry the players, we don't want to rush them. We don't want to, make them uncomfortable at this point. We want to make sure they're very, very ready for this final. There's no issues there. We're going to a very short break, but when we're back, we'll be kicking off the final once again. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It was just a short break. We weren't lying, but hopefully it gave you enough time to mock us on social media or give us some ridiculous challenges later if, there's any more short delays.
Yeah.
Hopefully. We'll see what you come up with. You're a creative bunch. It's not just Kappa and Ailamel. They've got some real talent out there. Sorry, Twitch chat, for what I've just done to you guys. But I think the issues are getting resolved, so we will be back underway. Kappa123 in chat. It's late now, We've got to the late night of the, of the evening or morning, should I say. It is morning now.
Yeah.
So, we are just waiting for that lobby to be remade. It'll be the same picks, I can imagine, coming back through. They're not going to change that up once that's been locked in, unless they both agreed. I don't think there's any need to. I think they're pretty happy with this. And we'll be seeing this round kick off once again.
Being the same picks as the previous game, or the first game.
Yeah.
I think there's no point, right?
Mm.
Here we go. On Distillery, Wraith Torvald, Sunny, Griffin, and Val, the picks here. TPA Nimp, Savvy, Spanners, Nightwayne, and Rune are the Hunter squad for Team YP.
And let's bear in mind, we are currently drawn up at 1 apiece between these two teams. Wait and see who's going to break ahead here and maybe get it to that 2-1, start building up that confidence and building up that league here at the ESL Major League for Evolve at the Grand Finals. Now, we are live, we are in the game, and we are underway. You can get off of looking at these faces. You don't need to look at this anymore. You can look at the game itself and enjoy that one instead, because I assure you, I don't know if the race looks better, but, you know, I'm going to go for it for now. We are live into it. So, what do we make so far? Nimp, once again, already kicking off that straight-up route that he looks to go for, and looks like he's going to get his feet on very early.
Interesting feed here early on. I always recommended that Monster players leave the Blitz Leopards in because they are one of the most devastating interruptions a Hunter can face when pursuing the Monster. But he just wants to go for the feed here, it looks like, and get a quick farm, as that has been the make or break with his game so far today. Tyrant charging into the water. Now he's going to tickle it with its underbelly. But continue to move on. We're already hearing shots fired. They are already on his location here as startled birds have helped them discover where he is. Nightwing getting that infamous boost from his teammate. I did see a plant there that was untouched. We haven't had any plants today. We've seen a few wildlife, but no plants.
We've had the wildlife, no plants. I think that's, you know, it still makes me feel bad about getting caught in plants every now. It's so embarrassing. It is the worst thing in the world. I start there, you know, crying internally. But, you know, at the end of the day, they are only human, so you never know in these finals. They're so focused on, you know, some of these very high-tier elements that they forget even the basics sometimes of don't walk into the plant that may kill you.
Sure.
It happens to the best of us. But still, Nimp getting a good feed on, getting the armor built up, looking towards that stage 2 quite early on here. And I'll be curious if he gets towards stage 2, towards the end of it. If he actually goes in for the fight towards the, you know, Team YP as he did the previous Team Eyes on You.
Yeah, I think he may be more patient this time and actually try and build up some more armor, some more health with the stage up. Rune pursuing again this 1-3 split that they've been running so far. Pretty popular with this team. Assault leading the charge, the rest of the team basically splitting the map almost in half, as in half as they can while staying in range as he works his way into the caves.
Yeah, going to be retreating towards those caves, maybe looking towards stage 2, or maybe just looking for an area he can kind of find some good feed in later in towards this. And it looks like he's going to go for that evolution, but they're not too far away. Stage 2 going to be coming in. And they're going to get set up for this. They're going to be closing in. Rune on that one flank. You saw it was that kind of 3-1 effect, but right now they are not too far apart. And he does just about dodge that initial damage, but now we're going to see a little bit more coming in, but that decoy can be put to practice straight away. But there goes the dome. We are into stage 2 fight, but with 2 parts of armor, he's got a little bit of work with, but not a great deal.
Monster on the move here in the dome, and they are melting that armor down. He's going after Sunny, which is definitely a good choice on the take. He needs to figure out how to penetrate this defense on Team YP. As you could see, the shield drone up there in a great spot.
Yep.
He removes that now and now focuses on Spanners. Heals from Val coming in, and another shield down early here for him. And they are just setting up so well in these fights.
And the thing is, this composition is so well-rounded. It doesn't lack in anything. The damage is there. The heal is there. The support's there. Everything is in place. Good little sneak attack, though, trying to make those Spanners then. But Savvy instantly on the case, trying to get those heals going and keeping that on track. But Spanners has to be cautious, a little vulnerable. And Nim starting to really feel that pain. But he does make it away just. We haven't seen that full chase coming out just yet.
Down to 2 and a smidge of health.
Yeah, a touch, I guess. Oh, and look at Rune already cutting him off. There's more damage coming through. Made a little more vulnerable by the likes of Val earlier on. But it should be another case for Nympio to get away and get a feed on. Try and build back that armor desperately as much as possible.
The Hunters not very far behind. And what they can do with that split, with that 1-3 split, is that Rune can continue to chase. And while you would think he would be a great target off by himself, he does have that personal shield he can pop even if he gets pounced, which gives the rest of the team enough time to catch up. So it's a great split, and it's been very effective against the Nymph monster so far.
It has been. He has got a good bit of armor here, at least. Back, not necessarily on track. I think that's a bit of a stretch of the imagination, but he is making some odds going in his favor, but Rune is still so close.
Yeah, I began to wonder, and I think he's still got it, but you begin to wonder at this point, were those comebacks with just a sliver of health because he was working his way up through the tournament and potentially not facing the best of the best?
Right.
And is it possible to sustain that over and over and over again, really close calls as a monster player against these top tier teams? He managed to do it with one game, but so far he has not repeated that against Team YP here. He is going to get Spanners down. That's a great take.
That's a big difference, and there's not been enough time to set up here. And maybe it's what he needed, a little bit more speed, a little more haste to this.
Yes.
And actually Nightwing now the next focus. He wants to remove that dome as quick as possible, and why not when there's no one backing up, but Spanner's back up and running. They're going to get set up now, and you're going to see that real damage going to start falling into place. Team YP going to start laying down that pain as Nymph is going to be on the receiving end of Rune, who's going to get himself up close and personal, as Nightwing going to be on the receiving end once again, trying to get himself better set up, better sitting pretty, but Nymph doing well not to take too much damage here.
Yeah, it's been good so far in this fight, but now he finds himself in the mobile arena, and the armor is gone. They are set up really well. Here comes another infamous Nightwing harpoon, which there's going to be memes of the Nightwing harpoon after this, I feel like.
There has to be. This guy has been flawless thus far, but see if he can keep that theory up. Yes, he can. There's another coming in. Let's see back-to-back how many lands, because he's done the job. Nymph is not even going to have a chance to get away. Caught in the heels on the way out. And that Wraith was trapped.
With the win. Also what that allows with that combination is, as you can see there, Val is painting weak spots.
Yep.
If you keep that monster close with the harpoon, it allows your team to hit those weak spots. You're doing extra damage. And all those in combination together have been devastating to these monsters today.
They really have, and you can just see exactly why that team comp pays off well. But there was a glimmer of hope to that, to a small degree.
Yeah.
When he actually made the fight happen, well, not made the fight happen, but took the fight early. He was able to take down Spanners.
Yeah.
Then he could have maybe followed up a little better before they got set up that well. There was a chance there. There was almost like a glimmer of maybe this is how you break that comp. You have to get the early drop, otherwise you're kind of screwed in it, let's be honest. But still, even with that in mind, they got him back up. It was back underway. Then you see that individual skill coming out from these guys, and it's hard to doubt, really. They've been so good at it. But still, he's getting closer round by round, I guess, but eventually he's going to run out of rounds.
This is true. And that said, that goes back to the conversation we've been having all day today, is that you really need to force the fight and have it be on your terms. And when he does that, he proves to be a very dominant monster player.
Yes.
As soon as he plays to someone else's game, which in this case is just a really nice setup, as you alluded to, then he's on the defensive and he's not playing his game of aggression, hit and run tactics.
Yeah, so hopefully he can play his own style at this point, but I do believe the picks are coming in pretty soonish, I can imagine here. And looking at that, I think we kind of know by now we're going to see from TPA. Crow always featured, been a real mainstay, and the Wraith coming back out into practice for Source, Hyde, Sunny, and Val to round us off this time. And pretty much rinse and repeat, it seems. They found their comfort picks. They found what works for them, especially against the Wraith on both sides. Slightly different, though, and I like that. I like seeing a little bit of variation, seeing a Crow coming out for one, the others maybe favoring Griffin, and you can see the benefit of both.
Yeah. Two teams that are definitely known for high-quality monster play. Two monsters that are known for their high-quality monster play throughout the majors and beyond are now finding themselves being not yet carried, but holding on because of the hardcore play of their Hunter squad so far. A Hunter-dominated finals here.
It really has been, and I'm blown away with how good they've been at this, but we are seeing Source there looking focused now. And TPA looking happy, calm, collected, and that's a dangerous look. When people are just enjoying the game, when they're playing the game that they know, and they're not worried, they're not stressed, it becomes a really terrifying factor. And if TPA keep this up, it's going to be a very long set, remember.
Yeah.
I don't know how far this can go without one team breaking ahead of the other, and this man is going to have to do so much to make that happen. Source, if he gives his team the advantage, they can work with that, and he knows it. He knows he is the key to them breaking ahead of the pack here. And there we go. Let's go. Let's see what he can do on this one. We are almost ready to get this one started. Once again, guys at home, get in chat, get hyped up, get this tweet out. Go tell your mum this is on. Tell her to come and watch it. If she really loves you, she'll join. If she doesn't, I'm really sorry. You found out something really bad. But right now, the teams are almost ready. We are going to get this one started up real quick, I hope. There we go. I see him moving around. We are looking good. We're looking like we're going to be going live. So, ladies and gents, let's get ready for another round. And so far, Team YP in the lead, 2-1. Can TPA bring it back?
A very similar source path here. And then he changes it up here at the last second. So this could be a difference maker in the game. Sometimes just a slight change of your game plan can swing things in your way. And that's what he's hoping for now. That's what his entire team is hoping for. That's what the Team YP Nation is hoping for right now.
Team YP Nation, my lord, what a beautiful bunch of people they are. Source going to get that feed on, as you mentioned, looking for that early biomass to be built up so he can go for that evolution, or just this fight towards stage 2, which we know he likes to have, but he's not having as quick a feed as we maybe saw previously.
No, it's a safe feed, it's a safe farm, but he is running into a drought of meat here.
Yeah, it's very sparse.
These two mammoth birds are going to help, not with the armor, but they are going to help with the evolve meter, the energy meter there. I do see another mammoth bird in his sights and some reavers. This could be just what he needs to kickstart this evolve meter. And a few flicks of the blades there, and he's got all the meat he wants. Although he's not going to waste time with the one meat reavers. He's going to continue to move. That said, the hunter's pretty far off in the distance. He's not triggered any birds so far. Finally does there, the caster's curse.
Yep,
and
as soon as you say it.
He is on the move, and they're going to know right where he is. If EAX can cut across the map here right now, they're going to get a quick catch, although the Trapper and Support are the furthest away.
Yeah, they are. I'm not sure how they're going to maybe form up on this one, but then again, you know, TPA, they do that early damage, and they really make it count with the EAX coming into the good on Crow, and already Source in a good position though, not taking any damage at the moment. If he can get a safe evolution off, or just, I don't know, something in this. I want to see him do well here, just to see a monster actually pick up a bit of a victory in these ones.
Yeah.
Because it's been so hard. The caliber coming out from these hunter teams has been just flawless. It's been so high, but it's like Source is getting a little bit of room, but I don't know if it's enough to go for this evolution.
Yeah, we'll see. So far, it has been a gamble every time these guys have evolved. Nightwing, or excuse me, EAX, of course, here with TPA, very close. Dealing with some wildlife in the back. He is alone at the moment and is going to need some support. We do have Decoy now in the arsenal of the Wraith. You're going to see that immediately as he's going to try to mitigate as much of this damage as possible and pick up some armor in the process.
Yeah, really nice use of the Decoy then, buying him a little bit of time to get that feed on, build up the armor, to see what he's really up against, see where this dome is, what he can do to work around it. But EAX already going to be that focus, going to try and initially get him down, but he knows that shield's going to be in play, and he can't get that done without removing it, and he has. So back once again towards the breach we go, as he does get the damage done. Source, he's going to try and take the early fight here, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, he wants EAX very badly. EAX being protected by his team right now going after the support, but she is being healed as well. And the monster in full view right now for the hunter.
Source is getting ravaged at the moment. He's down to what? A bar and a bit, almost 2. But Source isn't making it out of this one too cleanly either. Bugsy's already right on his heels. They know where he's trying to run to. He's got himself caught in a corner. This could be the death of Source here. Not a lot to feed off either, and he's kind of negated all of the work he put in getting towards stage 2.
Yeah, he's slowed down by Val, and there is no progress on the hunters. They're all at full health, and Source TV under a bar of health right now. Goes for the abduction on EAX, misses there, and he is slowed again with the stasis. shots from Crow.
Yeah, it's looking a bit disastrous here, and it looks like it's going to be a very long night for us as well if this keeps up. Source needs to start finding some form if Team YP want to build it up, because TPA's Hunter team look just as well-rounded.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. They look just as well-formed as Team YP's, and they're not, showing really any weakness. We've seen this lineup looking very good throughout. Source does get, a little bit of feed on. Going to try and take on Roy here, but that personal shield can be popped.
Perfectly played there. As the toxic grenade comes out, it's going to interrupt the pounce. He's got the shield going. You're not going to get him down in that situation. And by the time, if you do, you're going to find yourself trapped in another scenario in the caves there that you do not want to be in. Looks like he's slowed again from Val. And we're going to pop that on. He does have that movement speed bonus, but it's not going to do much if he's being constantly harassed by the tranquilizer, and of course by the stasis gun of Crow.
There we go. Decoy again coming out to play, but you can see that fire coming through. Roy going to be letting a couple of bullets fly, but he's done well at this point. He's got that armor back up. He's nowhere in a position to get the evolve on yet. That stage 3 evolution still a fair way off.
And remember, though, we do have EAX with the Crow.
Oh,
and of course,
every time, yeah.
The shots through the armor are going to come into play. He's proven that he can hit with those.
Oh, and the dome's gone down. This is all about EAX to me. If you see that real HP dropping down, it's him landing shot after shot after shot, and Source is going to feel the brunt of that. The rest of them just need to keep him busy. EAX knows what he's doing. He's going to be the target, and he's going to have to try and survive this. Already, you can see the other team set up for it. TPA know what he's going for here, but I don't think Source can do anything about it. He's not taking too much damage, though, overall. They're just trying to set him up to allow EAX to land these shots.
Damage coming in from Hyde's flamethrower, working on the armor. There's two different strategies going on right now.
Same time.
You have the armor that you want to get down. You want to do that regardless, but at the same time, EAX is trying to hit those charge shots to just take down that health and win it that way. So two different motives here with the Hunter players.
Oh, he's landed one as well.
Yeah.
Source is down to a one-shot here. I think he knows it, and there we go, coming in at the end. He gets destroyed, and TPA looking good. These two compositions are working out very well.
Yeah.
Wow. What a game.
Yeah.
What an absolute game. And Source, you know what? He was corralled around that whole game, and they just had his number. So, we do have a final. We thought, we were kind of considering it should be closer. And my God, has it been. It's 2-2 now. This is not the result that I expected. I thought, I hoped it had been closer. I hoped for it, if I'm completely honest. But I didn't think it was going to be this close. 2-2 now. It's going to take, the thing is, right, now the pressure goes on to Team YP to not drop the ball.
Yeah.
They're Hunters. They've been playing well, but they're going to get frustrated sooner rather than later and go, come on, we're now going to have to bear all the brunt of this, kind of not being able to pick up a round. If they drop the ball once, they're done for.
Yeah, and the more that this continues to be a tied series, the more there is an opportunity for a mistake.
Yeah.
And also the more that it is truly anybody's game.
Exactly. It is up in the air. It's down to who can really perform when it matters. We're going to see Team YP sit themselves back down. They did have a second to step away and watch the game from the sides there. We are seeing the same picks coming out. I don't think that's going to change at any point soon. It's too much to lose here. It'd be a Hail Mary to switch something up, and especially when this formula has worked perfectly thus far, I don't see them changing it around. But the beauty in my eyes, that especially is highlighted in this final, is it's not just it's a cheesy build. We've seen that both of these teams, both of these team compositions work really well in their own rights. They have this wonderful kind of theory behind them, and I only wonder how many other compositions could be this strong with Hunters. We've seen two coming out that have been very dominant, with Crow in play and that sort of comp coming around. We can see the speed of play with Sunny coming into this with Griffin, and both of these have their own merits, and I want to see how many more people can find.
I have an idea of what he's playing at. 'Cause I feel like there's a play here.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to say it, though, because there's a lot of people around here.
Okay, well...
I'll whisper it to you when the action is
later.
cracking.
We'll see.
Or I'll tell you later what I thought. And you can believe me that I didn't just make it up afterwards. Okay. But I have an idea of what might happen after this game.
Okay.
If that gives you
All
a
right,
clue
how about this? I
at.
might ask you, like, after this to write down on a piece of paper, and if you're right, you will get a gold star. I don't know. I don't know what I can give you. I've got energy drinks, and that's about it, and maybe some notes. Not exciting prizes, but I can work something out. So I'm not going to look. And if he is correct, I'm looking this way. I'm looking at you guys, so I'm completely ignoring the fact that he's writing something. It's very distracting. But I'm kind of curious as to what you're going on about now. I really want to look down. So you guys at home need to, be my backup and say I didn't cheat and look at what he said and, called him out on it. He is writing something down, I can assure you. Hell, he might even show the camera. I just need to turn around and look somewhere else. So, like, the Goliath back there. Something I'm not seeing.
No, this is for you.
Am I allowed to look right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I've seen the notes on this. I'm gonna fold it up right here. I'm just gonna keep it real hidden. All right. It's gonna go on the desk. And if you're right, and it does come out, rather than being like, yeah, I knew this all along, I will show the paper and people will know you are legit with that theory.
Do you get where I'm coming from with that?
I do.
Because right now we are in this pattern.
Yeah.
Of
this kind of standoff, right?
Yes, exactly. And we're in this pattern of choices, and we're in this pattern of results.
Yep.
And I want to believe, because
we all
of the results,
believe
that it's a play.
Okay.
So, but that said, that is a crazy risk to take.
Oh yeah, it's a terrifying risk to take.
Yeah. So we'll see.
If they're doing that, I do not know what to expect. And well, this is the first time we've seen.
It also relies on this moment here, which you just got to.
Yeah, true.
Which is you were just discussing how they are in the hot seat more than they have been all day today.
Yeah, they've been cruising essentially score-wise. I don't think we can say it in game they've been cruising. They've been playing real hard, but score-wise they have had a very comfortable run. If that we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I'm very excited to see if that happens. I'm hoping we are almost ready to get this one started up. It looks as though we are.
The other part of the theory behind that is that we're not yet to the tiebreaker where things could be just
anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
All crazy all over the place. Free meets at the beginning here. This is Wraith Trap. And we have, again, Nymph on the Wraith, Rune on Torvald, Savvy on Val, Spanners on Sunny, and Nightwing on Griffin.
The composition that has certainly turned heads by this point, but Nymph, let's see what you got here, buddy. One monster win, and we're going to see a real shake-up. That's what I'm excited by. Just one. That's all it takes, and he's been getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
Every single round we've seen played out, but what do we make of his route thus far? It looks... Did I just see fire coming in already? No, surely not.
No, he's very close, and I think it's been very fast. But so far, Stage 1 to Stage 2 fuel has not been an issue for these guys. It's getting a safe evolution, recovering from getting caught potentially while evolving or just after, and getting from Stage 2, not necessarily to Stage 3, but being prepared for Stage 3 with enough energy to get there has been something that these guys have struggled to do against these Hunter squads.
All right, Nymph, I've got faith in you this time. You know what? I don't know why, but I'm gonna have faith that Nymph is gonna pick this one up. I'm just gonna put wild faith out there. I think I might regret my choice later on. But Nymph
splitting the sound spikes, although he does go into that sound spike there, as you can see on the mini map. They are gonna know right where he is. I'm gonna take that away so you can see the layout of the Hunters here and who is around. This is a different split going on here. Oh, and a missed dome, which is the first one we have seen today from this team. And as you mentioned, this is a different game for these guys. This is the first time they are truly under pressure, I would say, potentially this entire day.
Yeah, I think it's the first time they're going to feel the pressure of having to perform. They've played well the whole way through. That's not been the point. It's the fact that they've not had to perform to make sure they stay alive in this tournament, or to deny the advantage to the other side. Because as soon as one monster breaks this pattern, you know the other team's going to have to pick up the pieces now, pick up the slack, keep running like that. And for Team YP, we've not seen them in this predicament. I want to see how well they perform. Already, as you noted, that one missed dome, little bit of a worrying start.
Yeah, definitely a different split than we've seen from both of these teams taking. If they're going to do that 1-3 split, it's normally Assault that's pushing solo. Trapper tried to maneuver there and get the Dome on. It misses, and the Wraith is free to roam. The Dome just about up, though, again. So if they can catch up with the Wraith, they'll be in good shape to catch him just after evolving, if that's what he chooses to do here. Although, since that Dome missed, we haven't seen much progress on the evolve meter, on the energy meter.
Yeah, Nimp, I think, just realizes he's got to be careful. It was a very close call.
Yeah.
But still, he did make it away. And Nightwayne maybe looking to make up for that missed opportunity. Already going for that early split. He does have the Dome available, but does get the abduct. Nicely done there. Nightwayne trying to make a run for it, but Dome goes down. But Nightwayne sacrificed himself. They need to get him some backup right about now.
Yeah, that was the take if he could have gotten it. I realized why he did back up, as the heals from Val, the Sunny jetpack boost were all in effect there. And of course, it looks like there's a shield out as well. So he does need to be careful, as you said. He doesn't want to overcommit here.
No, certainly not. And Nim needs to be a little cautious. Look at that damage starting to come in. He's going to start feeling the pain soon. Already the armor being shredded. That's going to be thanks to Rune doing some really good early work. Spanner's going to chime in with a bit, as well as Savvy going to try and do the work. But there we go. The armor is down and dusted. And Nimp is now just taking that true, rather hefty damage coming in here. And he's trying to make a run for it, trying to make a mad dash. But now sprinkled and cluttered with those rather weak points. That hurt is going to come in thick and fast. You're already seeing it really taking shape on that HP overall.
Spanners gets abducted again. The heals are real, though, but not enough. And a strike on Spanners, is it worth it, though? That is the age-old question in Evolve. Was it worth it? 2 bars of health is what he's left with here at stage 1, and he's not even full on the energy meter yet. So he does still have some work ahead of him as far as the farm goes, and support with the single strike on the Hunter team.
So Spanners down 1. This is a different beginning, all right? Let's remember, how many times have we seen Nightwayne miss a Dome? None until this round. How many times have we seen, Nimp be able to at least get, a little bit of a mark against Team YP?
Yeah.
Not very often. So this is a better beginning, and maybe we'll see that clutch play, but it's still so early on.
Yeah, and also this is a moment where Nightwayne specifically and his team need to recover just emotionally from that miss, realize it's not the end of the world, and there's another opportunity to catch him in a Dome here coming up. And that's really going to be the game changer here. If things fall apart after that, if one miss, is something to put them on tilt, then that's going to be potentially a way for TPA to get back in this one and put this in their favor.
And the tilt could happen if you're a favorite, you see yourself making mistakes and you get flustered by it, you get frustrated by it. It could always be a factor, but good movement coming from Nimp. They're just going to be trying to get away from the possibility of that Dome, but do remember that boost can really speed things up. And there we go, the capture comes down. Nimp now needs to be careful. Remember, he did take true damage last time. He needs to do better this time, as he's already starting to dwindle in that armor.
Here come the mortars and the damage from the team. Everybody doing damage at this point. And look at that, he has weak spots all over him. And they're going to try and take full advantage of that here in the Dome.
Certainly on the receiving end this time. Good work from Spanners, and you can see those rockets just flying in. Spanners going to be picked up straight away, but there's the shield coming out to play. There's the heal. You see Nightwayne as well switching up to that primary, just getting the damage done. And Nimp is out of armor, and he's starting to dwindle on that HP. It's starting to get a little low here, but that shield will be depleting soon, and he might have a chance to run, but not before more damage comes out from Rune. He's making a fight of this one, and already Nimp is starting to look very, very weak here.
Another good take on Spanners, very low on health,
wow,
but it's not going to be enough. Hunters are going to win. And it's up now to Source TV to step up and potentially swing this in favor of his team. Otherwise, if we see a consistent continuation of results in this series, we are going to be going to the Game 7 tiebreaker, which will decide everything. And
I almost want it to happen, right?
Yeah.
Just for the the pure fan in me, I kind of want to see that, and I'm also very excited to see if you're little idea may come true. I don't know how to describe it without giving it all away, but there's something under here that's very, very smart. Very smart. No, I'm just going to wait. We're going to wait and find out very soon. If it happens, I'll be so pleased. just because the theory crafting behind it just excites me. I love seeing the thought process behind these games and how these players prepare themselves and think into these games and how they want to build themselves throughout the series, not just in the moment and in the match itself. So that's going to be a big factor into this last one. And if not, no harm, no foul. You know, nothing. And we are going to find out something very interesting right about now. I do believe the picks are ready to come through. And ladies and gentlemen, oh my god, that deserves a round of applause, at least from me. Wow, okay, he guessed it. He guessed it absolutely spot on. So basically, if Hunters win, Source goes Kraken. That is what you said. And ladies and gentlemen, I can't hold it up close enough to the camera, but I assure you that is exactly what I wrote down. I'll take a picture of it later. We'll tweet it out because he's now the mastermind. I'm gonna leave it right here, right? So it's true. It's in a place where I can't cheat with it. But my God, that was a good prediction. So talk to me behind your idea behind this.
Yeah. One. So
it looks awful on camera, so I'm gonna move that before the producer throws something at me. But hit me up with it.
The way this was going is that we are stuck in this cycle of picks and results. And my idea behind it is that as dangerous as this idea may be, he is potentially luring them in to a sense of comfort and a sense of familiarity with his picks, to that when he gets to this point where it's not the tiebreaker, but it's the one before that, he is going to switch things up so that he is now going back to his primary after playing his not primary, his what you might call his secondary this entire time.
Oh my word.
So you don't rely on the what could be potentially a crazy ban or the unknown of the tiebreaker, but instead you pick your primary before you even get to that point and hopefully close it out with that.
Well, here we go. This is a brave play. It's brave. There's no two ways to describe it other than it's pretty much brave. It's smart and it's brave, I guess is the best way to put it, because basically if he's learned what they're doing, if he's just been testing stuff out, if he's been treated like, okay, I can depend on my Hunters to do the job, right?
Yeah.
I know I'm in the tougher boat here. I know I'm not in the best predicament. We know we're up against a very strong team. But if I can switch it up just at that last minute and just catch him off, there's something to be seen there. Now, it takes guts to depend on getting this far in the tournament to pull it off and then say, all right, well, don't worry, we'll get it in the tiebreaker. That's still pretty insane, but we're almost ready.
That said, if I'm going to pick a Hunter lineup against Kraken, everything but Crow, and I'm not saying this because I don't think he's a good pick. I just think there are a couple different options you can do on Trapper, but the medic pick, the support pick, and the assault pick, I think are your anti-Kraken picks. So that said, is this a massive gamble that they take as a team and as a Monster player to go with this Kraken here, only to be counter-picked by the Hunter squad here? We will see here in a minute. But insane here at Wraith Trap as we switch up to the Kraken. We have Markov with Roy, Bugsy on Val, the medic. The reason I like her so much against Kraken is she does have that Trank, which you can hit the Kraken with. It's going to slow him down and potentially bring him down to the ground. Support is Sunny, which is going to allow your Assault to get even closer to the Kraken and do damage. And then, of course, I think the Crow pick is a nice, comfortable pick for them. And if they find themselves in a situation again with low health and he's building armor, they can, especially with EAX, he's proven that he can take that shot and finish the monster off. Here we go.
That's it. That's the comp. And this is the play. This is the big one. Bearing in mind, if Team YP win this, if they win this one round, this big Hail Mary, they're good, they're golden, they're done. And that's it for TPA. So has TPA overly read into this instance? Have they overread the situation? Have they fallen into traps? And will this be Source's game? He's struggled before, but we've seen him pick up victories on this Kraken.
Yeah.
And he's already got the Voodoo skin, so he's got a tick in my book already.
Absolutely.
So I hope this works out just because the theory behind it is beautiful. I want TPA to take it as far as possible, but this is a gutsy play. He's been spotted out. The dome's down. Let's see how he handles this.
Yeah, taking multiple games off Team YP, even if that's all they do, is still a huge accomplishment here at the finals. I'm not saying that's all they're going to do, though.
No,
this could absolutely go in their favor. We will see here momentarily. As you mentioned, they do get him in the dome, and this is going to be the risk-reward, all about who gets the forward progress here, I think, going on to see who is the victor here.
All right, Source, what have you got? Let's see if you can put it off on the Kraken, your main. This is what you're meant to be on already. Oh, look at that armor. It's getting melted down. He's down to absolutely one piece left, and maybe that's going to be removed very quickly as well. Nice little setup here, and now the true damage is going to come through. He cannot afford to get low at this stage. EAX will start thriving on Crow, landing those shots after shots. So Source now needs to be playing that evasive game. He needs to start dodging light. It's going out of fashion. He's doing well, but there's still a little bit of damage coming through right behind him. He's got to be careful there.
Yeah, the Doom Beetle is going to be aggressive at stage 1, but it's also going to attack the Hunters here and potentially drive them off. As you can see, he's going after support there, and this is going to allow Source to get away. But there you see the Trank. It slows and drops the monster. Here comes the damage from both the Trapper and the rest of the crew as they follow on Assault Rifle with Markov, and they have him at about 75% health.
Yeah, good job so far from TPA. They've shown their prowess is certainly not just a one-dimensional play. It applies throughout this game, but Source hasn't come away as low as he has before in the Wraith picks, so maybe he can build that into his favor. We're going to wait and see if that maybe comes around full circle, but still, I like TPA's build. It shows it's not just cheese, it works against both monsters here, but the Evolve's coming through, but they're not far behind.
Okay, so worth noting as well, he went damage output on Kraken. So that's not going to pay off really well early on, but as you can see, he goes into his evolution here. He starts building this up. He is going to go 1 in Lightning Strike, 2 Aftershock, 2 Banshee Mine, 1 Vortex. These are going to start to hit hard against this Hunter squad, and this is going to start to give him the edge to potentially crack that nut. Although they do catch him here with no armor, and this, while a nice catch, is a dangerous place for the Hunters to fight. There is most likely a Tyrant down there, and there is indeed. I would actually try and lure them down there, but that is another story as he gets a Lightning Strike on the Medic. She gets boosted up high, but the Medic could go down here. Vortex Blast takes the Medic down, followed by Aftershock. Aftershock hits support. Support low as well. And this is a hard-hitting Kraken right now, but the Hunter's hitting hard right back.
Yeah, this is going blow for blow. Both teams bringing the A game out right now. Roy's still there. You can see it. And there we go. Finally, Bugsy goes down, but Source needs to somehow mitigate this damage. He's taking a lot of it. He's down to 2 bars. He's at stage 2. He can't afford it, but he's committing. He's got down EAX as well. It's down to 2 players here, really. EAX can still be revived. Roy and Fab still in this one. You can see the shield coming out there. Roy having to keep care of himself, having to look after this, and Source getting a little bit of armor built in this. He can take a little bit more damage, and here we go. He's taking down 2 big players. Fab the next on the chopping board. He's committing towards this one. Fab could be in trouble. He's down. It's all on Roy. 1v1 here. Fab is out of the picture, and Roy will have to pull off something incredible to take down Source. And the Hail Mary play might have just worked out for Team YP. And look at this play. Again, the shield comes out. Fab still just in this one, still making effect. But those Banshees mines are dealing with that. And Roy is doing everything he can, but he knows this is an uphill battle if he's ever seen one. And there you have it. Source picking up the victory in the end. Perfect play with the Hail Mary, just bringing out an outstanding performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Evolve ESL Major League champions, Team YP. Of course, we will do something more official with Alex, myself, Pansy, and the teams here in a moment. But we're going to let these guys hug it out, do their thing, because it has been a hell of a day, a very long day. And we're just up here talking. These guys are doing the work, and they did it well. And that said, though, TPA, what a huge shout out to these guys to come and absolutely hold their own through this entire tournament. And amazing play from them. But these guys have alluded to having tricks up their sleeves.
Oh yeah, at the start, no tricks up our sleeve. We just want to play our game. Liars, flat liars. That was a little bit of trickery if I've ever seen it, but it was wonderful to watch. And such a gutsy play. And the best part is, I hate to say it, you called it from the very moment you saw it. But let's remember, it's not just these two teams. We've had two others as well, Endurance Gaming and, Eyes on You, who I've seen them all in there. This is such a community feel. Everyone got up for that win. Everyone loved watching it because it was just a beautiful game of Evolve.
Absolutely. Before we get to that, I just want to make sure, as I'm still on the mic here, I'm not sure how much longer that will last. I want to give a huge shout out to 2K Deutschland, Oliver and Stefan for having us out here, for putting this entire tournament together. You guys absolutely rock. I know that the production crew here in Poland put this set together, but you guys designed and laid out all of these assets that are here today. This place looks absolutely amazing. A hell of a tournament, a hell of an end to it. Also, a big shout out to ESL Cologne and ESL Katowice for the amazing production value and talking in our ears. You guys have been amazing.
Yeah, it has been an absolute pleasure. So thank you to all of you guys at home as well, of course, for sticking with us throughout the day, throughout the evening, and throughout the morning, I guess, right now. So, guys, from start to finish, it has been brilliant from us here at the desk. We're going to take a step back, and when we come back after this very short video, you're going to get to see the winners once again and everyone else who's taken part in this incredible event. So, guys, don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back for a final time. It's the closing ceremony. We need to say goodbye to our teams in true esports fashion, don't you think, DB?
Absolutely. It's a bittersweet moment, as it always is at the end of an amazing weekend, and this is no different here. And while I'm super excited to give these guys their well-deserved medals and hang out with them and talk with them about their experience here, at the same time, it's just heartbreaking that I have to go home and back to work on Monday or Tuesday, whenever it's going to be. Yeah.
It's definitely been, like a little bit of a working holiday for especially for the players. They're having such a great experience. The fact that they get to talk and chat with the players that they see online and compete with online all the time, as well as you guys seeing the people that play your game. It's all around been a bit of a kind of positive experience. There's definitely a positive aura here in Katowice today.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing. It started with just getting to the hotel and the majority of the teams were there, meeting them for the first time. Been seeing these guys online in different ways for months now. To get to meet them all was phenomenal, and not a single person here disappointed in both their personalities and in their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some stellar performances. You know, look no further than we saw Source just now dropping bombs on Kraken. We saw some crazy, crazy plays from individuals all across the board, and it's been great to really dig our teeth into it in more ways than one. I do think it's time, though, to start the medals if you are ready. We're going to go ahead and start at the 4th place. 4 teams turned up, and the first team that we're going to introduce now, bittersweet, as you said, it's going to be Team Endurance. Thank you very much, Endurance. A pleasure to have you all here. A pleasure to pick your brains as well. All of you willing to talk about Evolve, no matter what the tournament held for you guys. So a big, big thank you for you guys for turning up. And of course, we're going to have to introduce the people that placed above you now. 3rd place was a fantastic performance from Eyes on You. We saw those guys turn up, have a bit of a spectacle going all the way 3-2, really just grinding things out. And it's time to introduce Eyes on You.
Eyes on You.
Eyes on You one last time. Picking up that 3rd place, managing to steer clear of the bottom. So big thank you to you guys as well for turning up and being here in Katowice. Now, though, we need to talk about our grand final. Thank you very much, guys. Our grand final took place not too long ago, and that best of 7 was cut short by some stellar performances by one team. But before we address them, we have to, of course, talk about TPA, Team Potato Aim, securing 2nd place here in the ESL Major League Evolve Finals. All right, then, one last time, TPA.
No potato aiming on this team at all.
No potato aiming on this team. Everyone, big round of applause. And thank you very much, guys. A big congratulations on getting to the grand finals. Of course, the grand finals needed a winner, and that came in the form of Team YP, completely kicking those seeds' arse, I think is a safe way to say it. They were regarded as the best, and they've proven exactly why, as they really did pick up every single game, including that final, in stellar fashion. So let's introduce your winners of the ESL Major League Evolve Finals. It's Team YP. And everyone here can put their hands together for the victors then. Team YP picking it up in true fashion. Let them enjoy that together. They worked hard. They made it look easy. A big thank you to you guys for making the trip out here. and it really has been a pleasure to watch and to experience, and I'm sure the guys at home will agree as well. I'm going to say my goodbyes to the onliners, and I'm sure you guys will be able to watch back those VODs and see what they witnessed this weekend as well. So thank you again, extending a gratitude to you guys behind the lens who have really been making this one a great event for Evolve, but also, you know, for the ESL Major League. Seeing what you can do, what you can achieve, starting, you know, way back when in the Go 4s. These guys behind me are no stranger to the Go 4s. I'm sure they'll agree that they've definitely been doing that as well, climbing up the Evolve ladder, and you can too. For now, though, it's time for us to say goodbye. A fantastic event to be a part of. We do hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time.